before Mr. Trump takes the stage, I'm going to take just a moment to tell each and every one of you, as Mr. Trump's senior policy advisor, the real truth about Goldman Sachs' favorite senator, Ted Cruz. Now, Ted Cruz doesn't want to talk about the issues in this race. In fact, Ted Cruz is so eager to avoid talking about the issues in this race, the issues affecting your lives. Ted Cruz himself is bringing up hit pieces on him. Ted Cruz brought up the Enquirer story and then blamed us for that. Ted Cruz is probably going to bring up the D.C. Madam story and blame us for that too, because he doesn't want to talk about the issues affecting your life. I was working in the Senate in 2013, and we had an epic fight over immigration, affecting the lives of every person in this room. Ted Cruz put forward an amendment to double Muslim immigration into the United States. No screening, no security measures, nothing to prevent ISIS from infiltrating this country, because Ted Cruz is an extremist. Ted Cruz introduced an amendment to increase by 500% the number of foreign workers coming into this country. That is an extreme and radical agenda. Do you want to support someone like Ted Cruz who puts foreign workers ahead of American workers? No! Or do you want someone like Donald J. Trump who believes in jobs and wages for American workers first? On another issue that affects the lives of you and every single person in this state, Ted Cruz sided with Goldman Sachs and the globalists over the working people who are the heart and soul of this country, and that's the issue of trade. In 2015, Barack Obama came to the U.S. Senate and he said, I need you to help me pass my trade bill, my TPP. And you know what Ted Cruz said? He said, yes, sir, whatever you want. Do you want to support a man like Ted Cruz who sides with Obama over you on trade? Or do you want to keep manufacturing jobs inside the United States? Wisconsin has lost 20% of its manufacturing jobs since 2000. It has been heartbreaking. Factories have shut down. More factories are shutting down now, just like Oscar Mayer. Working people who built this country are being deprived of their jobs, their incomes, their wages, their ability to support their children. And the people in Washington, D.C., who lecture Mr. Trump about his tone, don't care when your factory shuts down. They don't care when your wages go down. They don't care when your children don't have a bright economic future, as long as they're making money. We pushed an amendment to crack down on Chinese currency cheating. Ted Cruz opposed that amendment. Can you side with somebody who supports China over America? Or do you support Donald J. Trump, who puts America first? Ted Cruz is a radical Wall Street globalist who will rip the beating heart out of manufacturing inside the United States of America. We cannot let that happen. Will you support Donald Trump and save manufacturing in Wisconsin? Do you remember in Chicago when the protesters attacked the cops? And do you remember after that, when Senator Ted Cruz, instead of standing with law enforcement, sided with the protesters? Can you support someone who sides with protesters over cops? Or will you support a candidate like Donald J. Trump, who supports the men and women in blue? One final thing. I talked a moment ago about tone. Now, Donald Trump is running a campaign about love of country, about love of neighbor, about love of family, about our love for each other, and our desire to have our children have the best future. The special interests in D.C. who complain and weep their crocodile tears over Donald Trump's tone because he's tough on illegal immigration, because he's tough on crime, because he's tough on corruption. Have these special interests in D.C., have these political bosses, did they weep any tears when your factory closed? No. Did they weep any tears when Kate Steinle died? No. Did they weep any tears when your wages didn't rise in 20 years? No. Because they don't care about you. All they care about themselves. This election is a referendum on 40 years of failed leadership that has betrayed the working people of this country. They have contempt for you. They have contempt for your families. They tell you your concerns aren't legitimate. You're wrong for wanting a secure border. You're wrong for wanting rising wages. You're wrong for wanting keeping factories. This is your chance. This is your once-in-a-lifetime chance on Tuesday to take back control of your country. Will you do it? And will you send Ted Cruz back to Washington, D.C. and tell him you will never be president of the United States? Ted Cruz is a radical Wall Street globalist who will destroy Wisconsin, and Donald Trump will save this country, and he will save Wisconsin. So I'm appealing to all of you. Will you get out and vote on Tuesday? Will you vote for your country? Will you vote for your family? Will you vote for your jobs? Will you vote for a secure border? Will you vote to keep out the terrorists? This is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is your chance. This is your moment. One more time. Will you on Tuesday stand strong and vote for Donald J. Trump? Thank you and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. I won't ever slack up, punk, you better back up. Try and play the role and you're the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come on, throw your hands up if you got the feeling. Jump up, touch the ceiling, monks, let's up, funk, someone's fucking jump, yo, I'll bust them in the eye. And then I'll take the punks out, feeling funkin', amps in the trunk, and I got more rhymes than this cops that are junkie. Donuts shop, sure enough, I got rock from the kids on the hill, plus my mom and my pops. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around, jump around, jump around.
Thank you very much,
Jump
everybody.
around.
Wow.
Jump up and get
Thank you. Thank you. I really believe tomorrow we're going to have a very, very big victory. Very, very big. You know, I've been up here a lot, and I love it. And the people I love. I have many friends from Wisconsin, but they told me this was going to happen. They said, now, Donald, you're going to win Wisconsin, but you have to come here. I said, what do you mean come here? I've been there many times, but he said, no, be here. So I've been here so much, you're starting to get sick of me, I hope, right? I hope. But we've done a lot of rallies, and they've been amazing. You know, we've had thousands and thousands of people that unfortunately we couldn't get in. We can't get the arenas big enough. We're doing 2 more today and some television and some other things, and we're all over the place. And I'll tell you, the feeling that we have here is incredible. So I just want to thank you all. It's about making America great again, folks. It's not about me. I'm a messenger. I'm really sort of your messenger. But it's about making America great again. Everybody's talking about it. It's a movement going on. That's why the vote tomorrow is so important. You know, your governor, and Steve went through, I don't have to go through the numbers. The numbers are not what people think. The numbers aren't great. You understand that, what's happening here. And in all fairness to him, what's happening in the United States, the numbers are terrible because we're losing our manufacturing, we're losing our businesses, we're losing our money. We have deficits that are so massive, and we have had for years. In a certain way, it reminds me of a friend of mine. He's a very strong guy. He's been sick for a long time, for a long, long time. He was supposed to have died 2 years ago, a long time ago. And he hangs on and hangs on and hangs on. He's an amazing guy, just tough. And I said, wow. And I call him and I say, you doing okay? I am. And, you know, he was so badly hurt. And he was just a strong guy. This country, we lose money all the time. For years and years, we've had deficits. For years and years, we've had bad trade deals. For years and years, we've defended the world at tremendous cost to ourselves. For years and years, like NATO, I got criticized for NATO. I'm the one that understands it. Now experts are saying, you know, Trump really sort of has something we never thought of. The people that study NATO, they're so close to it, they don't understand that it's obsolete. And I'm not saying you get rid of it, and I never did. But I say people have to pay up. If they're going to be you have 28 countries. And why should we be paying a vast majority of the cost of NATO? People have to pay up. The countries have to pay up. So I was being interviewed, and I was talking about NATO. And I said, number one, it's obsolete. This was put in terms of Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union, which isn't here anymore. Now, Russia's tough and all of that, and that's fine. But we need somebody to look after terrorism. You know, there are new threats now that they didn't have 68 years ago, a different kind of threat. Different countries involved. It's different from the 28 countries that you have right now. Some of them have overlap, but some are much different in terms of terrorism, because today we have a radical Islamic terrorism threat, a term that our president doesn't even want to mention. I mean, here's a guy makes a deal with Iran, who, by the way, he's just clueless, folks. He's clueless. He makes a deal. It's so sad. He makes a deal with Iran, and now he's very upset because obviously they're breaking the deal. And yesterday he came out and he talked about the deal with Iran. He's disappointed. And he said it weakly, but it was strong enough to know that things aren't working out with the deal. The ink isn't even dry. And I said, one of the papers asked me, one of the media groups asked me about it. I said, I could have told you about this a year ago. I mean, it's like we're a bunch of babies. We're being led by people that don't know what they're doing. It's like they're babies. It's like taking candy from a baby. The rest of us views us just like that. Boom, taking candy from a baby. Whether it's their military deals with us, whether it's the trade deals. So I said about NATO, and I mean this wholeheartedly. I built a great company. I've been making a lot of money over my life. I built a phenomenal company, very low debt, tremendous assets, some of the great assets in the world, great cash flow. And I say that not to brag. I say that because that's the kind of thinking we have to have in our country now, or we're going down. We're going down. I was interviewed by Bob Woodward and Bob Costa of the Washington Post, and two great reporters. And they did a story, and I thought it was a pretty good story. It was pretty accurate. I don't know where they had it on this, but somebody came out that I said, we're in a bubble, big bubble. Could be a really ugly bubble. You know what that is, right? Bubbles. Bubbles aren't pretty. We've had bubbles. And when they burst, it's not a good thing. And what I said is we're going to go into a massive recession. But I also say, if I'm president, that's not going to happen, because I'm going to straighten things out before it happens. It's going to be a mess. And, you know, you cannot continue to lose the kind of billions and billions of dollars on every single thing we do. With China, we have a $500 billion trade deficit. With Mexico, by the way, they're killing us at the border. We will build the wall. They will pay for the wall. Okay, 100%. 100%. 100%. But with Mexico, you know, as an example, we have $58 billion trade deficit. That doesn't include all the drugs that's pouring across our border, poisoning our youth, and poisoning not only our youth, our people. When I won New Hampshire, the people of New Hampshire, every time I went to see them, they talked about heroin as their biggest problem. They didn't talk about the military. They didn't talk about this. They did mention the vets a lot. We're going to straighten out the situation for the vets, because the vets all over our country, the vets are suffering. And frankly, we take care of illegal immigrants better than we take care of our vets, and it's going to change. It's going to change. But I said, we're in unless I become president, because we'll do things that will be good. Number one, I'm going to renegotiate trade deals, and they're going to be fair. And we'll make deals, and I have the greatest negotiators in the world. Carl Icahn endorsed me. We have so many unbelievable endorsements. We have the greatest in the world, greatest negotiators in the world, greatest business people. We don't use them. We use political hacks to make these massive trade deals with foreign countries. And we don't want to use political hacks anymore. It's over. We got to use our best. We have to use our finest, and we don't do that. So that's going to start happening. But with NATO. So NATO, we are paying a tremendous amount of money for NATO. And it's not fair, folks. It's not fair. And I would get together, and I'll say to the countries that haven't paid and that are paying not their fair share, and they know they're getting away with murder, but why should they do it? Nobody calls, nobody talks to them and says, you know, we're defending you and you're not paying. I want them to pay up, and I want them to pay delinquent, because delinquent, for years they haven't been paying. This isn't like it just stopped. For many years they haven't been paying. I want them to pay delinquent. And you know what? If they want to leave NATO, that's okay with me. And frankly, if it affects NATO to the point where we're not going to have NATO, we'll come up with something else. Don't worry about it. But we just have to do it. You always have to be able, in deal making, you always have to be able to walk. You have to be able to walk. So I took a lot of criticism. They said, here was the headline: Donald Trump wants to dissolve NATO. That's not what I said. And I said, and this is the Washington Post, this is others. I said, Donald Trump wants to have people pay. Donald Trump wants to adjust for terrorism, which we have to do. Donald Trump wants to do all of the things that I explained. Donald Trump wants to get all of the back money that's owed to us by all of these countries who have had a free ride or close to a free ride. And Donald Trump wants to make the United States rich again and great again, and wants to help other nations. I want to help other nations. But we don't want to be the fools. We don't want to be the dumb patsies that we are all over the world, because that's what's happening. I mean, you have guys that are running that are totally taken care of by special interests. You take a look at the people supporting Ted Cruz. Totally. You take a look at the people that are giving to his PACs and that are giving him money. These people they have total control over him. They will say, jump, Ted. In some cases, they'll say, jump, lying Ted, because nobody lies like this guy. This guy's a liar. He's a liar. We call him Lying Ted, you know? You notice I win the evangelical vote. He's always walking in with the Bible held high, puts it down, then he lies. Remember what he did to Ben Carson, a phenomenal guy who endorsed me in Iowa. He said, the election's over. Ben Carson has left. He's left. It's over for Ben Carson. He's left. Vote for me. This was on election day. This wasn't the day before. This wasn't the day after. This was as people are going in, they're screaming that Ben Carson had left. And he said he didn't know about it. He knew about it. He knew about it. Then they had a voter fraud. You know, the voter, you saw that, the voter thing, where the whole thing. Look, this is a dirty business, this politics. I've never seen lying like this. I've never seen deception like this. The media is very dishonest because they don't give out the true story. They don't give out. They give out, no, they don't. They're dishonest as hell. They're so dishonest. They don't give out the true story. They're very, very dishonest people. And sometimes they are maybe for, they give sound bites. Like when I talk about NATO and I talk about the economics of NATO. I'm sorry, we have to talk about it. But we can't be the patsy for 27 other countries. We can't do that. We just can't. And they don't mention that. They just say, Donald Trump wants to destroy NATO. And you always have to be able to walk. So let me give you another example. They said, Donald Trump wants to arm with nuclear Asia. Of course I don't want to do that. My biggest, and in my opinion, the biggest problem, President Obama said the single greatest problem that the world has and our country has is global warming. Okay? No, think of it. I mean, he actually said that. I went back and I said, please check, because maybe he said it as a joke. Maybe he said it. He said global warming is our biggest problem. Okay. We have problems, okay? We have some big problems. We may have a global warming problem, but it will be of the nuclear variety if we don't have smart people in office and soon. And soon. Global warming is not our biggest problem, folks. Believe me. Do you ever notice they have global warming, they have extreme weather, they've named it so many different times. Now I hear they call it extreme weather a little bit more, but they've changed the names so often, right? So often. They just weren't working, the names. And forget that. We have a problem, and the problem is nuclear, and we have to be very careful. We have to build up our military because our military has been severely, severely depleted. We have a military that's been cut back so much. I'm in the real estate business. I get these things from military bases passing my desk. They send me listings, right? Like some people get houses, I get military bases. It's crazy. My life is crazy. But I say, how many military bases are for sale? We're selling all these military bases. Why? What are we doing? And you see Russia is expanding its military all over. They're building all sorts of areas all along the borders of different parts of Russia. They're expanding. You look at what China's doing in the South China Sea, and they say, oh, Trump doesn't have experts. Let me tell you, I do have experts, but I know what's happening. China's not, and look at the experts we've had, okay? Look at the experts. All these people have had experts. I've always wanted to say this. I've never said this before. With all the talking we all do, all of these experts, oh, we need an expert. The experts are terrible. Look at the mess we're in with all these experts that we have. Look at the mess. Look at the Middle East. If our presidents and our politicians went on vacation for 365 days a year, if they went to the beach, we'd be in much better shape right now in the Middle East. Right? We'd be in much better shape. I mean, these people don't know what they're doing. They say, Donald Trump needs a foreign policy advisor. Supposing I didn't have one, and I have a lot of people. I met last week with a lot of people, all good people. But supposing I didn't have one, would it be worse than what we're doing now? The people, the experts, and I'm not knocking them. I'm just saying the world is a mess. We've helped make it a mess. We've totally destabilized the Middle East. Had we not gone into Iraq, and then the way we got out of Iraq with Obama was a disaster, because once we were in, we could have maybe kept some people, but what's really the thing I would have kept? The oil. We left, and now ISIS has the oil, and Iran is taking over Iraq. So for years and years and decades, Iran has wanted to take over Iraq, and they couldn't do it. They'd fight and fight and fight, and they were equal powers, and one would win, and another one would win. They'd go 10 feet left, then they'd rest. Boom, boom. This would go on for decades, right? We knocked the hell out of Iraq, and now Iran's taking it over. They're reporting to Iran. And Iran's going to get one of the great, you think the deal they made was good? Which Obama now says they've violated? They violated the deal before they even signed it. They're buying missiles from Russia. I heard they're buying missiles from Russia like 2 or 3 days after they signed the deal. They go out and they buy 118 Airbus planes, right? The big jetliners. Made in Airbus, made in Europe. They don't buy Boeing. Then somebody said, well, they're not allowed to buy Boeing because they're not allowed to buy in this country. I said, really? So we give them $150 billion, but we restrict them. So why, when you made the deal, didn't we take that restriction off? That's a restriction we could have taken off. Because one of these geniuses that work in the media, they said, well, Donald Trump didn't know that they're not allowed to spend here. And you know what? That's the case. And, you know, you then make it part of the deal. You take it off. We want them to spend their money with Boeing. We don't want them buying Airbus. We want them buying Boeing. It's America first. America first. So Ted Cruz, I mean, first of all, we got two guys running. I started with 17. We're now down to 2. And I always joke, and I have fun with it, because I can be the most presidential person you've ever seen. I'm like a really smart person. I did really well. I have very good genes in terms of all of that stuff. Believe me, I'm so much smarter than these guys that write the stories about Trump. Trump didn't do this or he didn't do that. In the meantime, I'm there, I'm here. I get a kick out of these candidates that I've defeated. Donald Trump maybe will not beat Hillary Clinton. By the way, I'll beat her so easily. I haven't even focused on it. I haven't even started on Hillary. The only time I did was 2 months ago. She said something nasty. I said it back, and her poll numbers went like this in one day. And she had a tough time that evening with Bill, believe me, I will tell you. So I haven't even thought about Hillary. But, you know, I get a kick out of these guys that I've defeated. Donald Trump will not beat so-and-so. I say, but I beat you. And I beat Walker really badly. Don't forget, when Walker came in, oh, I wish I had it. I'm going to show it today at one of the rallies. We have rallies. In fact, my wife is flying in for these rallies. We have a big one in the afternoon. And Melania is coming in. It's going to be great. So let me just tell you, we're going to have a lot of fun. I'm going to show the plaque. I should have brought it for you, this group. Oh, well, all right. You'll see it on television, okay? It's the same thing. But I got a plaque from Walker saying this and that. Okay. Here's the story. Here's the story. When I was in South Carolina, I was running, and I was running against a lot of guys, the face of the Republican Party, the future of the Republican Party, all of these different guys big in the Republican Party. I wasn't expected to win. This was Cruz's battleground area, they said. This was going to be great for Cruz, but Rubio was tough. Then all of a sudden, Nikki Haley, the governor from South Carolina, who's very weak on borders, very, very weak on illegal immigration, unbelievably weak on it, she supported Rubio. It was over. I was going to get killed. The governor of the state, who's fairly popular, but they didn't know that not as popular as people. In fact, the lieutenant governor supported me, and I said, I'd rather have the lieutenant governor than the governor. But the governor supported Marco. And I said, that's bad. And guess what happened? I won in a landslide. Same thing's going to happen here. I think the same thing. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. You have a governor that's got a lot of false information out there. You saw the numbers. I don't have to read you the numbers. I can tell you job creation is low. You're an average state in terms of the states around you. All of that stuff. Plus, there's a lot of turmoil here. Wouldn't it be nice, you know, we're all fighters, especially the people in this room. My people are fighters. I love my people. In fact, one of the pollsters came on today. They talked about Trump has like this 35% base. And I thought it was good. I love these people. They said there's nothing, and there has to be something. But they said there's nothing he can do to lose those people. And I said, wow, that's a big statement. Should we try it? No. But they said there's nothing he can do to lose that base. Now, they said he has to expand his base, and we're expanding plenty. But they said there's nothing he can do. We had a poll come out the other day. I think it was NBC, came out 42%. That's with 3 or 4 people in the race. We had one come out 53%. But my people are incredible. They then interviewed a woman. And, you know, the reporters are always negative. They always put negative. Well, you know, Donald Trump said this, or would you still want to be with Donald Trump? She said, There is absolutely nothing he can do and nothing anybody else can tell me where I will cast my vote for anybody but Donald Trump. This was this beautiful woman. Oh! I wanted to grab that television set and hug it. I want to find out this woman, and she said, and all my friends feel the same way. And it's amazing. It's amazing. So we have a powerful group. We have a wonderful, wonderful group of people. Who's out there shouting? I love that. Thank you. I love you. I love you too, believe me. So we have this great group of people. And I think we're just going to have a phenomenal time. Look, what am I talking about? I'm talking about simple. We're talking about, get them out. Here we have our standard, stand up and shout for a couple of seconds. All right, get them out, please. I wonder what state he came from. They send him around. The last person Hillary wants to run against is Donald Trump, believe me, folks. And they send him around. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, fine. It actually sort of makes it more interesting, though, doesn't it? Otherwise, we could get a little bit bored. We get a little bit, so this is good. Everyone, you'll probably have one or two. Yesterday, we had a rally. It was so good, right? It was so good. And you've been hearing what's happened. Yesterday, we had one rally where we turned down, I feel terribly. Please, I hope those people that left still vote for me, okay? But yesterday, we had a rally where we turned out 5,000 to 6,000 people. They couldn't get them in. We had about 3,000 people inside. We had another one where we had 4,000 people in the room, and we had 5,000 or 6,000 people in another room. And the person that ran that facility said they've been there for a long time. They've never seen anything like it, right? Am I right? You were there, right? What are you, following me around? There's a group that's following me. I love you. I'll never disappoint you. Let me tell you, I'm never going to disappoint you first. So look, a couple of things. And the reason I'm not going to disappoint you, because I'm self-funding. I'm putting up my own money. I'm not controlled by these groups. I'm not controlled by the banks. I'm not controlled by electric. I'm not controlled by lumber. I'm not controlled by the pharmaceuticals. I'm controlled by the people. I'm controlled by all of the people. That's all. I don't know. Maybe I won't get there. Maybe I will. I will tell you, it's a movement. The cover of Time magazine so many times, over a short period of time, they call it a movement. And they even said, one of the writers said to me recently, said a long time, also recently, top guy. Actually, a very liberal, but still a talented guy. We can say that, right? He said, no, it makes no difference if you win or lose. What you've done is amazing. I said, makes a big difference. If I lose, what I've done to me was a total waste of time. I really mean it. Total waste of time. If I win, we can make the change. If you lose, like Romney had a great chance to win. He should have won. He choked like a dog. This guy choked. And I don't want to support. I'm never going to go back. It's when you're rough with somebody, like I said yesterday to one of the people, well, Ted Cruz is having a hard time saying he's going to endorse you. I said, let me make it easy. I don't need his endorsement. When it's all over, win, lose, or draw, Ted doesn't have to endorse me. I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to get there on the 1237, if you want to know the truth. I think we're going to have the delegate. But who knows? Who knows? Look, you have a governor who's against me. He's only against me because I was very, very tough with him. That's all. I mean, he gave me plaques. I told you. You'll see the plaque today. Unfortunately, it'll be on television, but that's okay. But I was tough on him. And I was tough on Jeb. And I was tough on Marco. We won Florida by 20 points. 20 points. But I turned on the television, and I see ads. One after another after another. Here. I've been here for 3 days, and then I was here for 4 days before that. Every once in a while I go back. And New York, by the way, I love New York. New York just came out with a poll. It's like I'm killing everybody, which is good. Isn't it nice when the people that know you best have you way up, okay? Without any influence or anything. New York, New Jersey, Governor Christie endorsed us, big league. New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut is phenomenal. And also, very importantly, very, very importantly, you look at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I went to school at the Wharton School. Pennsylvania, big, big up. So we're doing great in Pennsylvania, like a tremendous, tremendous number there. So I think we're going to do great. But if we do well here, folks, it's over. If we don't win here, it's not over. But wouldn't you like to take the credit in Wisconsin for ending it? Give Wisconsin the credit for ending it. And then we can focus on Hillary instead of these two guys. So look, I don't know what's going to happen. I hear we're doing very well. I hear the polls right now are very, very close. And my friend was right, come here, and I've enjoyed it. I've made new friends, a lot of new friends. But I'll tell you what, I turned on the television last night, and every ad was negative to Trump. They're untruthful ads, by the way. Most of them are. Not all of them. A couple of them are getting pretty close. But they're all negative ads. And they're spending millions of dollars on negative ads, all right? They're spending millions. They have the governor against me. They have a couple of other people that I never even heard of against me. I don't know who the hell they are. They never met me. I never met them. I don't particularly want to meet them. But they have the governors against me. And I remember with Nikki Haley when she came out and it was over, and then I won in a landslide, South Carolina. It was over. And I have a feeling the same thing's going to happen here because Walker has not done a great job. He has not done a good job. And by the way, he's been okay. You're average. I hate to say it. You look around your surrounding states. You know what you are? Average. You're not average people, right? So big deal. You got the governor. And the only reason he's doing it, he hates Cruz. They all hate Cruz. Everybody hates Cruz. Lion Ted Cruz. There's a guy, he's in the United States Senate, and until a week ago, he didn't have any senator endorse him. And the senator that he respects the most in the world is called Senator Jeff Sessions. And Senator Sessions endorsed me, okay? He'd go around and tell stories, Senator Jeff Sessions on the border. He's an incredible guy, highly respected by everybody. And Senator Jeff Sessions, who I don't think ever endorsed a presidential candidate, I'm pretty sure, he endorsed Donald Trump, which was a shocker to Cruz and a shocker to the dishonest people back there. Except for John Roberts, he's fine. John is very honest. Right, John? So look, here's the story. Because again, the media got it wrong. I said Kasich should get out. Now, normally I wouldn't say that. But Kasich, here's the story. We've gone through many, many states. I've won, I think, 22 states. Cruz gets up, he says, I'm the only one. You know, with this, I wish you could just talk normally every once in a while. You ever hear that? I'm the only one that has proven that I can beat Donald Trump. Remember in the debate? I beat him 5 times. And I looked over, I said, yeah, but I've beaten you 22 times. Remember that? Remember? And he stuck like this. He didn't say anything. You know, he's a debater, but he can't talk. So he's not a debater either. According to every poll, I beat him in the debate. But here's the story with Cruz. Cruz is not going to do it, but Kasich, he's 1 for 30. In other words, think of it. He's lost like 29 or 30 or 31 times, whatever the hell it is. Every single state and every single island, he's lost. He's lost everything. And I would have beat him, except instead of going to Ohio for one more day, I didn't want to take a chance. You know, a phony poll came out, because these guys give you phony polls. I was up in Florida by a tremendous amount, like 20 points. And I said, oh, great, I'm going to Ohio. And then a phony poll came out from one of the phony people back there. You know, I won't tell you what they call those polls. They call them dirty polls. They're dirty polls because they're phony. And it said, Headline, Donald Trump rapidly losing his lead in Florida. He's rapidly losing his lead. He's down to only 6 points. He was up 18 or 19. He's down from 18 to 6. This is like 3 days before the election in Florida. I said, oh man, I can't leave Florida. I've got to stay here. I've got to make sure I won. And I had a rally that night, which was unbelievable, in Boca Raton. And I had other rallies, and it was great. And then I won in a landslide. And if I would have gone to Ohio, instead of listening to the dirty Paul, I would have won in Ohio. It was so close, I was going to win. And I was all set. But I didn't want to take a chance with Florida. But here's the story with Kasich. Let's say he's won, and that's his own state, where he has a machine behind him, et cetera, et cetera. So he's 1-30. He ought to get the hell out, honestly. And you know what? That doesn't mean he has to quit, because he can go to the convention and put his name and say, I want to run for president. Because in all fairness to Jeb Bush and to Marco Rubio and to Rand Paul and to every single candidate that went out and worked hard, that frankly, in most cases, have done much better than Kasich. They could have stayed. You know, he's just like a stubborn guy. He's stubborn. He doesn't want to leave. They asked him the other day, are you going to leave? No, not going to leave. And let me tell you, he hurts me much more than he hurts Cruz. Cruz wants him out. Cruz is wrong. He hurts me. In fact, a recent poll came out where I get many more of his votes than Cruz gets. So Marco should have stayed in, and the other ones should have stayed in, because they're doing better, and they were doing better than Kasich. So he's just saying there. He's not even campaigning here. He's gone. He's right now in other states campaigning because he feels he's not going to do well in Wisconsin. And he's right. I don't think he's going to do well anywhere. So if he wants to run, let him go to the convention. Let him he's the governor, and we're talking about Cleveland. Let him put his name in contention, and if things don't work out, let him be. But it's very, very unfair just to have a stubborn guy like that to be campaigning. And I'll tell you, but it's really unfair to other candidates who did much better than he ever did. He could never do as well as they did, and they dropped out when they realized they couldn't win. And now soon, Cruz is going to be in that position. He's not going to be able to win because he doesn't have enough delegates. Now remember this. I have millions more votes than Cruz, and I got all these cameras going, so if I'm wrong, it's going to be a headline. Donald Trump exaggerated. I don't exaggerate. I have very little exaggeration, I've learned, like Trump, The Art of the Deal. I used to say it's the greatest selling business book of all time. I think it is. But just to solve the problem, I say one of the greatest business books of all time, right? Selling. You got to be very careful. But I don't have to be careful about this. I've got millions and millions more votes than Cruz. Millions. By like a lot. I've got almost 300 delegates. That's a lot. More than Cruz. And we won't even talk about Kasich because he's not even in the same ballpark. But I have many, many more delegates than Cruz. I have millions more votes than both of them. Millions. What's happening in the Republican Party in terms of people coming into the Republican Party is the biggest political story in the world right now. And everybody's talking about it. Now, I very rarely get good press, but the people are smart. They get what's going on. And one of the reasons I don't get good press is non-establishment. I used to be the ultimate establishment. I gave lots of money, millions of dollars to politicians, right? I mean, recently, before I got in, $350,000 to the Republican Governors Association. It's like taking money, throwing it out the window, but that's okay. But I was like establishment. Once I decided to run, once I made this big decision, which is hard, not an easy thing to do. It takes guts, believe me, folks, it takes guts. Once I decided to run, and my wife told me, she said, darling, if you run, you're going to win. But you actually have to run. Not that she wanted me to, because she didn't. But she said, if you run, you're going to win. But she knows how people respond to me. But she said, you're going to have to actually stand up and do it. You can't just be polled, because nobody's going to believe you're going to run. They can do a poll and they say, Donald Trump is absolutely running. And nobody believes it. She said the only one. And she turned out to be right. Because almost from the beginning, I've been number one. Now, I've been tough because I hate to see our country taken advantage of. So I've been tough. I've been tough on China. I have great relationships in China. They all know I'm right. They know I'm right. They tell me I'm right. But I've been tough on China. I've been tough on many countries. I've been very tough on Mexico because Mexico's just killing us. Look at all the companies that are moving to Mexico, folks. Carrier, Ford, I mean, Nabisco. I could give you a list that would be from up to that ceiling. They're moving to Mexico. They're stopping their taxes in this country. They're firing thousands and thousands and actually millions of people like Wisconsin. Take a look at what's happened to your manufacturing. You look at a chart. I got to show you the chart. I have to show. Wait a minute. I got to show you. Look at this stuff. Look at this stuff. Look at this. We don't have to go fancy. Look at this. Look at that chart. How are we doing? Good? Look at that. Let me show you another beauty. This is the U.S. stat. This is the United States. Okay. Let me show you this. Let me show you this, folks. United States manufacturing jobs rapidly declined since 2000. Can you see that chart? Look at that. Look at that. You know where those jobs are going? They're going to everywhere but us. Everywhere but us. Look at those numbers, folks. We don't need fancy charts, do we? Look at those numbers. Look at those numbers. United States manufacturing, right? And this chart's a good one compared to some. I got charts that I could show you, your head would spin. In fact, I'm actually having some very, very professionally done charts. And they are going to be devastating. I don't even like doing it. They're so negative. So what's happening is the following. I'm running. I'm doing well. I'm fighting a hostile press, really hostile. I'm fighting negative ads. There was something I saw the other day, I think on Fox or one of them, talking about the money that's been spent against me. And they had the number of ads that were spent against me. 55,000 ads. But I saw it last night in my hotel room. Nice hotel. All I want is clean. I just want clean. Doesn't have to be fancy. And it's not. But it's clean. That's what we want. I expect that out of Wisconsin, clean, right? But I have the television on, and it's ad after ad. And I'll tell you one of them, Club for Growth. I see Club for Growth. They came to my office. They asked me for $1 million. I said, no, thank you. I never even heard of them. Then they write me a letter, which I posted, by the way. They asked me for $1 million in the letter. I said, no. Now I see Club for Growth doing negative ads about me. These are dishonest people. That's like a form of extortion. Now, it would have been cheaper probably and easier if I just gave them the $1 million, but I'd rather give the $1 million to you. I'd rather give it to anybody. Give it to charity. You know, you can be rich, but you can't be stupid. You can't be stupid. So this Club for Growth, they're doing so many negative ads, and yet they came to my office asking me, begging me for money. And now they go and use my name to get other people to put up money because they have their own problems. I will do such a good job for you. Now, here's the story. So Kasich shouldn't be in. He adds nothing. And one other thing. He voted for NAFTA, which is a disaster, and he's totally in favor of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Kasich is gone. And it's, by the way, his state also, highly overrated. He's in the lower half of his surrounding states. That's the best way to look at it, I think, right? But he's not doing well. You look at his coal areas. You look at his steel areas. They're dying in Ohio. I'll change it around. China is dumping steel in the United States at numbers that are so ridiculous, and it's killing our jobs. Killing. And they're dumping to do that. To do that. And once they have it, then you watch what's going to happen, okay? You watch. I know exactly what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing. So, Cruz has a lot of problems, all right? Cruz has a lot of problems. And we call him Lion Ted, but there's for a good reason. Because Cruz, if you look at him, look at his personal financial disclosure. He's always talking about, I'll protect you from the banks, like he's Robin Hood. He didn't disclose that he's got a loan from Citibank and from Goldman Sachs for $1 million at a very, very low interest rate. He didn't want to disclose that because that would look good when he's paying less than anybody could possibly pay. Okay? He didn't disclose many things, but here's the problem. He doesn't know anything about business. He has no clue. He doesn't get along with anybody. Everybody hates him. The United States Senate hates him. It's wonderful to say you're an outsider, but now he's saying he's establishment. Have you seen the new? He's now the establishment. He is saying he's the establishment. He's got all these guys like Lindsey Graham. There's another guy. Oh, did I kill the poor guy? I hit him so hard. He's still recovering. He hates Cruz. He hates him. And he has a news conference to announce, why doesn't he just go back? In South Carolina, I was at 42 and he was at 2, and he's the sitting senator from South Carolina. But Lindsey Graham, this poor guy, this poor, pathetic man, he says, and I don't want to support Lindsey, you don't ever have to support me, I promise, okay? Somebody would say, you'll never get his support. I don't want his support. I don't care. I beat him so badly that it's really impossible for him to support me, okay? It's impossible. I hit him so hard from the phone number, remember, when he came? He came up wanting money. He came up to my one, and I just found this old phone number. I said, I wonder if it still works. His phone exploded the next day. We did that what do I know? Hey, we all had fun. It's just fun. But Lindsey Graham hates Ted Cruz. He said such bad things about him. Like, you could never, ever come back. And then they said he's endorsed. They said, what do you think? Well, I had no choice. We did have a choice. He didn't have to endorse. Do you remember when Marco ran and he wasn't supposed to run because Marco was with Bush and, Bush was like a mentor? Well, remember, because I love to be honest. Number one, it's more fun. Number two, in a way, it's easier. And I get myself in trouble, but I like to be honest. I think it's great. And what we need is less political correctness. We have to get the job done, folks. But do you remember when I said that Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio can't stand each other, right? They hate each other. And they said, no. And here's what I hate about political speak. It was obvious they couldn't stand each other. Don't worry about the phone. Don't worry. It was obvious somebody's phone's going off. It was obvious that they couldn't stand each other. They hated each other. You could see it. And they'd ask Jeb, and Jeb also supported. They have to support, because sometimes I hit too hard. A great athlete said, sometimes you hit too hard. And I said, you're right, but I have to do it. I have to win. And we have to win. The country has to win, by the way. Most importantly, the country has to win. But you remember where Jeb, and they said, what do you think of Marco? He is my dear, dear friend, and Donald Trump is not a conservative. I'm so conservative. I'm not a conservative on stupid trade. Free trade is great, but stupid trade is no good, okay? And we have stupid trade because we lose with everybody. We're losing. We're getting the money sucked out. I told you about my friend who's hanging on because he's got great genes. He's hanging on. This country's hanging on. It's amazing that with all of these losses for so many years that we still have a country. It's amazing. This country, I make the analogy, because our country's hanging on. Our real job number is over 20%. It's not 5%. And the jobs we have, even the other side says the jobs are bad jobs. Okay. But then they ask Marco, what do you think of Jeb? He goes, he is my dear, dear friend. And then he goes, about me, he goes, he's a man of great talent. I said, that's strange. Why would he say that, right? He's a man. And I'm saying to myself, I wonder why. And I said, you don't understand. At the debate, remember Jeb was saying, well, Marco's my dear friend. And Marco would say, Jeb's. And I said, they hate each other. It turned out they hated each other. It's one of those things. Ultimately, I'm right about things. Ultimately, I'm right. I wanted to say I'm always right. I would have said it, except there's so much press. They'll say, oh, well, maybe. But I'm pretty right about things. I've been right about government. In my book in 2000, I talked about Osama bin Laden. That was 2 years before the World Trade Center came down. People said, I don't believe it. But you need somebody that's not going to be controlled by the special interests. You need somebody that, because I will tell you what, the lobbyists, these are the greatest. These people are brilliant people. They've raised millions, tens of millions of dollars for different candidates. And there's always a lobbyist for a different senator, congressman. And they have like emblazoned on their forehead, Cruz, Cruz. Hillary's got many of them, Hillary. But you go to these people, you need something, you own a big company. Or you're having a problem with a country because you're not able to rip off the United States enough with a trade deal. You go see these lobbyists, almost guaranteed they produce. With me, won't happen, folks. With me, pharmaceuticals, you know, there's a bad bidding process on pharmaceuticals. There's a bad bidding process for everything. We have such unbelievable potential in our country. We can make our country so good and so strong, and it's going to take place pretty quickly. We're going to negotiate new trade deals with the smartest traders and the best dealers and the best business people in the world. We're going to do something like you've never seen before. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make America strong again. You're going to be so proud of your country. We're going to start winning again. We're like the big bully that gets constantly beat up. You watch the bully get beat up. That's us. We're beat up by everybody. Russia toys with us. China toys with us. Mexico laughs at us. They can't believe how stupid we are. It's all over, folks. Those days are over. You're going to be so proud of your country. You're going to be so thrilled and so proud of this country. You're going to say this is one of the great days that you came here. And you're going to say that tomorrow's vote, and I have to say, go out and vote. But you're going to say tomorrow's vote was the greatest vote you ever cast because you're going to be proud of your country again, okay? So I just want to thank everybody. You are really special people. Your vote is going to be very important tomorrow because the world is watching Wisconsin. The world is watching. They're seeing if this momentum from this incredible movement is going to be slowed down. And again, I think in 2 weeks we're going to be huge victories all over the place. But I'd like it to really, the end would be here. The end will be here. If you win, and you know what, it may not happen because we have the machine against us. We have these dopey guys. This one guy, he's such a dope. I talked to him, a radio guy, some guy named Sykes. What a dope. The guy doesn't have he doesn't have a clue. And so such a one-sided, I always thought if you had a radio program, you're supposed to be sort of like a little bit impartial. But you are going to be so proud of what you do. This could be the real beginning. If it's not, I think we get there anyway, and I'm pretty sure we get there anyway, and somebody doing the numbers today said you absolutely get there. I want to get there with Wisconsin. This will send such a signal that this will send such a signal that the people of our country are so sick and tired of incompetent representation, of incompetent leadership, of people that don't care for them, of people where we've been disenfranchised. I mean, we've literally been disenfranchised. And it will send a signal that we have to represent the middle class. We have to represent business. We have to get rid of rules and regulations that were put in for political reasons and that are destroying businesses, that are destroying farms, that are destroying energy, that are destroying the fabric of our country. We are going to make our country so strong and so great. And I hope every single one of you gets out tomorrow and bring your friends, bring everybody. And you know, you can cross over. I think I'm going to have a big Democrat crossover, and I hope I do. I think I'm going to have a I think we're going to have a tremendous independent. We're going to have a big workers crossover, and we're going to have a big vote tomorrow by people that have never voted before. You wouldn't believe it. 30, 40, 50, 70, 80 years old. People come up to me, Mr. Trump, I've never voted before. This is the first time I'll ever vote. I'm so proud to be voting for you. And you know, they even talk about that. That's never happened. These are people that have never, sounds in a way bad, right? But they love the country. They've never found anybody they wanted to vote for. So get out tomorrow, vote you watch. You will be so happy. Thank you very much. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was Donald Trump doing a live rally in Wisconsin. We're going to keep the live events going on right now. We do have a live event from Bernie Sanders right now.
Colleges and universities tuition free. Now, not every kid is academically inclined. There's some really smart kids who are really great with their hands. They need additional training as well. In this country, we need sheet metal workers, and we need plumbers, and we need carpenters, and we need pipe fitters. We need a whole lot of skilled workers, and those young people are going to need education in those areas as well. You know, thinking outside of the box, you ask yourself this question. Everybody tells the young people that they need education, and they do. And yet many of these kids are graduating school or leaving school 30, 50, 100,000, even more in debt. So what are we doing to these kids? I have talked to people who are paying off their student debt for decades. Talked to a guy in Nevada, never forget, 55 years of age. Took out his loan 25 years ago. He is more in debt today than he was when he took that loan out 25 years ago. That's not all that unusual. People paying 30, 40% of their incomes paying off student debt. So I think we have to rethink student debt, and I think we have to allow people with student debt to refinance that debt with the lowest possible interest rates they can find. Now, thinking outside of the box is not taking the status quo for granted, not believing that what we see around us is necessarily right or has to continue into the future. An example, all of you know that 8 years ago, as a result of the greed and the recklessness and the illegal behavior on Wall Street, this country was plunged into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression of the 1930s, okay? Now, after all of that greed and illegal behavior, what Wall Street did is went begging to the Congress and their friends in the Congress, and they said, bail us out, we'll be good boys in the future, just bail us out. Congress bailed them out. Now, a couple of points need to be made. Number one, today, after bailing out these banks because they were too big to fail, which meant that if these big banks went down, they would take half the economy with them. After bailing them out because they were too big to fail, 3 out of the 4 largest banks are bigger today than they were when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail. Number two, the 6 largest financial institutions in this country have assets of over $10 trillion. 6 banks, $10 trillion. They issue about 2/3 of the credit cards in this country, 2/3 of the credit cards, and about 1/3 of the mortgages. In other words, you are looking at a very small number of financial institutions who have enormous economic and political power. Now, I believe that when you have so few that have so much power, we have got to break them up and create a financial system that works for small and medium-sized businesses and for consumers, not a financial institutions that are an island into themselves, only concerned about their own profits. And when people say to me, well, Bernie, you know, you're like Santa Claus here. You want to give away free tuition at public colleges and you want to lower student debt. How are you going to pay for it? The way we pay for it is through a tax on Wall Street speculation. We bailed them out. It's their time to help the middle class. Let me touch on another issue. Again, it is thinking outside of the box. I have been attacked for saying this, so let me say it again. So there is no ambiguity or confusion about it. I believe today, and have always believed, that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And I am deeply disturbed that we are the only major country on earth. You don't hear much about this in the media, but we are the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people. Do you all know that? Germany does it, France does it, the United Kingdom does it, Holland does it, Scandinavia does it, Canada does it. All people in those countries have health care as a right. Now, I'm a member of the committee that helped to write the Affordable Care Act. Affordable Care Act has done a number of very important things. We did away with the so-called pre-existing conditions. Yeah. We made it possible for young people to stay on their parents' insurance plans. We did away with discrimination against women in terms of the cost of their health insurance premiums. And we have also added 17 million Americans to the ranks of the insured. Yes. All of that is good. All of that is good, but it is not yet good enough. Because where we are today is 29 million Americans still have no health insurance, and many more are underinsured with high deductibles and high copayments. Am I right? Yeah. All right. And many of you, I think, are probably sitting with $5,000 deductibles, yes? Yeah. All right. And high copayments. And what that means is that even if you have insurance and you have a high deductible and you get sick and you don't have any money in your pocket, you know what? You're not going to go to the doctor. And that's pretty dumb, but that's what goes on because you don't have any money. If you don't go to the doctor, what happens when you're sick? You know what? You might get sicker. And I have talked to doctors in Vermont and all over this country, and this is what they say. They say that patients are walking into their doors much sicker than they should be. Some of those patients never make it because they go to the doctor too late. We are losing thousands of people every year who die unnecessarily because they walk into the doctor's office too late, because they don't have insurance or they have high deductibles that they can't afford. That's what we got going on today. And then on top of all of that, we're dealing with the pharmaceutical industry whose greed is ripping off the American people in an unconscionable way. We pay by far, not even close, the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Let me tell you another story. Back in the late 1990s, I took a busload of mostly women, working class women who were dealing with the very nasty disease of breast cancer. I took them over the Canadian border. I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Took them into Montreal. We went to Montreal and we had arranged this whole visit for them to buy the medicine that they needed at substantially lower prices than they were paying in Vermont and in America. In fact, they bought the same medicine, this is not a generic, the same exact medicine back in those days for 1/10 of the price they were paying in the United States. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being a working class woman, struggling for your life, not having a lot of money, and suddenly discovering that you can buy the medicine that you needed for 1/10 of the price you were paying in the United States? That's an outrage. And the truth is, right now, if you can believe this, this is how crazy the system is. 1 out of 5 Americans today who receive a prescription from their doctor are unable to fill that prescription because they cannot afford it. Do you know how crazy that is? You go to the doctor because you're sick, and the doctor says, okay, here's the diagnosis here. Fill out, take this medicine, you'll get better. But you can't take the medicine because you can't afford it. People get sicker. And what happens when they get sicker is they end up in the emergency room, which costs the entire system a whole lot of money. Or maybe they end up in the hospital for tens of thousands of dollars. That is a dysfunctional healthcare system. A good healthcare system, A, tries to keep people healthy, B, treats them when they need to be treated, not after they are very, very sick. And that is what a sane healthcare system is about. And it is also a cost-effective healthcare system. It is much less expensive to treat you when you need treatment than when you are sitting in a hospital near death. All right? And again, all of this stuff is not talked about in the media because the drug companies are advertising every 5 minutes, and that's not what media is going to cover. All right? You're not going to see real, with very few exceptions, comparisons between our system and other systems. But we have got to understand that nonetheless. And then on top of all of that, people may say, well, yeah, these are real problems, but our healthcare system is really inexpensive. Well, guess what? You are not shocked to know that we have by far, per capita, the most expensive healthcare system in the world. Now, over in the United Kingdom, they guarantee healthcare to all of their people. We end up spending almost 3 times as much per capita as they do in the UK. 3 times. In France, they have a good healthcare system, guarantee healthcare to all their people. We spend 50% more per person than they do. In France, we spend much more than they do in Canada. Are those systems perfect? No, they are not perfect. No system in the world is perfect. But in our system today, people talk about rationing. We have lots of rationing. But it's rationing based on cash. It's rationing based on the fact if you don't have the money, you don't go to the doctor. It's rationing based on the fact that if you don't have the money, you do not buy the prescription drugs that you need. It is rationing in the fact that if you are poor in America, you may die 10 years younger than if you are wealthy. That is rationing. And that is a system that has got to be changed. It is not too much to say that in the year 2016, and don't let the Scott Walkers or the media, anybody else, tell you that we cannot do this. We can provide health care to every man, woman, and child as a right. And when we do that, we will save, through a Medicare for All single-payer program, we will save middle-class families thousands of dollars a year on their health care costs. We will save... It will transform America in so many ways. Every union that I talk to, what are they always negotiating with their employer? Health care cuts, right? All right, we'll give you, a pay raise, but you got to take a significant cut in your health care premiums, higher deductibles, higher co-payments. So you got businesses having to figure out how they provide health care to their workers, unions negotiating contracts based on what kind of health care they're going to get, small businesses having a hard time providing insurance for their workers, many people staying on jobs in America. Do you know how many people stay in jobs in this country for one reason? Not because they want to be in that job, but because that job provides them with decent health care. There was a story in the paper a couple of years ago, some older guy in his 50s or so, and he joins the military. And they say he had been in the military and he re-enlisted. And they said, why did you join the military at your age? It's the only way I can get health insurance for my wife who has breast cancer. And you got millions of people who are in that category. Provide good quality health insurance for every man, woman, and child in this country. You're going to unleash an incredible amount of potential, economic potential. People go out, start the businesses, do the work that they really want to do, not stay stuck in jobs they don't want to do. Let me remind everybody here how real change takes place in America. And being in a trade union hall, the trade unionists here understand the struggles of the trade union movement to provide decency and dignity to working people. But it's not just trade unions. How do you think we brought about changes in civil rights in America. You think it came from on top? You think it was some president or governor? It wasn't. It was always from the bottom on down. It was people for hundreds of years, people whose names we do not know, African Americans and their allies, who said from day one in the throes of slavery that in this country we will abolish racism, we will abolish segregation and bigotry. And those people fought, as you know. Some of them died, some of them went to jail. How many were beaten, we will never know. That's how change takes place. If we remember history, we understand 100 years ago, 100 years ago, women in the United States of America did not have the right to vote, could not get the education they wanted, could not get the jobs they wanted. That was 100 years ago, which is no time at all from an historical perspective. But women stood up and with their male allies said, in America, women will not be second-class citizens. And the gay community, along with their straight allies, they stood up in fighting against a whole lot of hostility and hatred. And what they said, in America, people have a right to love each other no matter what their gender may be. A huge struggle. And I want to give you another example. And the reason I raise these issues is to tell you how change takes place. Think about this. This is absolutely contemporary. If we were here in this Union Hall 6 years ago, 5 years ago, somebody jumps up and they say, Bernie, you know, this $7.25 an hour federal minimum wage is a disaster. It's a starvation wage. We've got to raise that minimum wage to $15 an hour. The person next to him or her would say, $15 an hour? You are nuts. You know, you're talking about doubling the minimum wage. You know, that's unrealistic. It can't happen. You're being too bold. You're too big of a thinker. All right, maybe they can go to $8 an hour.
All right, folks, Fox did switch out. We are now going to go to a Hillary Clinton rally in New York.
Country great, that spirit of unity. You think that you can make us fear our diversity? We celebrate our diversity. You think we're going to fear immigrants, man? Look in the mirror. We're all immigrants. That, my friends, is the essence of this country. This country was never formed on one race or one religion. We had a unique premise. We put a welcome sign and we said, you're all invited in. People from all over the globe come to us, join the family of America, the family of New York, and we will work with you to make your life better and your families better, and we'll help you get an education and we'll help you get health care, because we want you to do well. Because when one of us does well, we all do well. Because we believe there is a cord that connects you to you to you to you, and that cord weaves a fabric. And that is the fabric of society. And in that fabric, when one is raised, we're all raised. And when one is lowered, we are all lowered. That's what we believe. And this state is the laboratory of that American experiment in democracy. The Statue of Liberty is in our harbor. You say that the future is in building walls and dividing. New York says the future lies in building bridges and unifying people. And today, at this time of adversity, at this time of fear, at this time of anger, New York says we can rebuild this economy. We can do it together. We can include the working men and women with rights and fairness and dignity and make this place a better place for all of us. That's what this bill was about, and that's what this campaign was all about. And that was the essence of Mario Cuomo, that we are all here together, and that they think the strongest four-letter word is hate. We think the strongest four-letter word is love. And we believe there is nothing we can't do when we come together. And we showed that in this campaign. We showed that when we signed this bill into law. We showed that when New York stood up and said, look at us. We're going to make this place a better place together. Mario Cuomo is looking down on us today. And he is smiling today because he is proud of the example that his state has set for the people of this state and the people of this nation. Thank you for making it a reality. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have a real special treat. I had the great pleasure and the great honor to work in the Clinton administration for 8 years. And I had the great pleasure to work with this person all across the country, countries all across the globe we visited. And I know her on a personal level, not just as a representative of New York, where she was fantastic. But I had enough time with her where I spent time looking in her eyes and looking in her soul and getting a sense of what this woman's all about. She has the right values and the right vision for this Democratic Party. And she has something else. She has the ability to get it done. Now, we're talking about my father today. My father used an expression when he described himself as a progressive pragmatist. Progressive pragmatist. Every time my father spoke, you needed a dictionary to figure out what he was saying. Progressive pragmatist, that he was progressive, but he was a pragmatist, meaning that it was about getting things done. It was about making government work. One thing that would drive my father crazy when there was a politician who was all talk. He had a sign for all talk. You go like this. That meant the guy was all talk. Government is not about talk. Government is not about advocacy and giving speeches. It's about getting things done and knowing how to make the government work to get things done. That's what he meant by progressive pragmatist. He said, we don't need ideas that sound good. We need ideas that are good and sound. Hillary Clinton is a woman of values and vision, but she is also a woman who can get things done and make the government work and bring people together. She's also a person who can win this election and make this country a better country for all Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big New York welcome to the next President of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Hello, hello, New York. Whoa. This is such a great day for our state. This is a real watershed. Just as you heard the governor say, it's a result of what is best about New York and best about America. And I know that it's going to sweep our country because a budget is more than just numbers on a page. What was accomplished here reflects our values and our priorities. It shows the world what kind of community we are and what we can get done when we work together. And what you have heard is a perfect example of building a coalition, sticking with it, convincing people it was right, and achieving the goal. I have to thank everyone who was a part of this. Up here on the stage, you've got labor leaders, legislative leaders, and the governor. That's how this works. It started with a movement, the Fight for 15. Fast food workers marched for higher wages and a union. Rank and file laborers from the public and private sector, everyone from home care workers to airport workers, stood together with a very simple but profound message. We have to do better for New York families, because when families are strong, New York is strong, and America is strong. And this movement built a strong foundation. But you and I know that a movement alone, as the governor just said, talk alone, even marching alone, may not get it done. And what the Fight for 15 did was to build that base even broader and deeper. Now, I wish I could have been in that RV with the governor and George. I think you could chart its progress across New York by just mapping out the Dunkin' Donuts stops. But think about what they did. They went on the road outside of New York City. They went across this state, making the case, the fundamental fairness and equity and justice case. And they began to convince people. And they began to broaden one more time the Fight for 15 movement. And the governor has demonstrated such principled leadership. And I know how strongly he felt about this in his heart. And I know naming it for his extraordinary father was a signal to everyone about how deeply he felt. But again, feelings have to be matched with politics. He had to put together the votes. That's right. Now, some people get bored by that kind of talk. Don't bother me with the details. Let's just make it sound good. Let's just feel good. Well, I think we'd still be sounding and feeling good if it hadn't been for the hard work and the incredible commitment that the governor made to this issue. And he had a great partner in the Speaker, who has in his very first year demonstrated incredible leadership. Speaker Carl Heastie has laid the groundwork for even more accomplishments. And here we have two leaders from the Senate. I want to thank both Andrea and Jeff and join in the governor in thanking Senator Flanagan, because I know this may not sound as big as it is to some ears. Passing the Assembly was great. Getting it through the Senate unanimously is a modern-day miracle. Again, because of the hard work. And I look out at this crowd, I see representatives from the legislature and from the Congress and from the city council, and I see representatives from the coalition of unions that backed this incredible accomplishment. Now, I know that doing this was hard, but now that it is accomplished, we all have a right to be proud of New York. And I have to say that we owe the governor a huge debt of gratitude, but I also really appreciate that what the governor did shows the way to getting an increased minimum wage at the federal level. You know, there's a very poignant historical point. It was on this day that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. And remember what he was doing in Memphis, Tennessee. He was fighting for better wages and working conditions for sanitation workers. Because he knew that any movement for justice had to include economic justice. He understood that we've got to provide people with the opportunities they deserve to make the most out of their own lives. In addition to remembering that and celebrating today, it's important to point out that there are people who don't believe that the minimum wage should be raised. In fact, Donald Trump has said that wages are too high. And a lot of members of his party agree, right? He's fired. That's funny. That's very funny. But here's what I want you to know. The real value of our national minimum wage is lower than it was when Ronald Reagan was in office. So I don't know what the calculation is by Trump and others, but I'll tell you this. They are selling Americans short. And we need to build on what has been accomplished here in New York and go all the way to Washington and raise the minimum wage for everybody in America. And the other point I want to make is this budget includes another one of my highest priorities, paid family leave. You know, too many New Yorkers and Americans face impossible choices. I've met so many people. You know, when you have a new baby and you have got to go back to work in 48 or 72 hours, that's bad for the baby, it's bad for you, it's bad for your family. It's just plain wrong, and we are now going to end that in New York. When you have a sick spouse and you can't get time off to care for your husband or your wife, or you have an ailing older relative and you can't get time off to care for that mother, that father, that grandparent, what kind of society are we? That we don't let people do the most important work there is, caring for each other, supporting each other. This is something else that Americans deserve across our country. And I, again, will proudly take what's happened here in New York and go to Washington to get paid family leave for everyone. Now, you know, I'll tell you, I I was so proud to be a New Yorker all those 8 years I represented you. I have always been proud, but I'm even prouder today. Because this is what makes America great. This kind of bold, persistent experimentation, widening the circle of opportunity and justice and dignity, giving every person the chance to get ahead and stay ahead. That's who we are, and that's who we will be. So let's once more give a round of applause to the governor, the speaker, the Senate, and everyone in the labor movement. Thank you, and God bless you.
Who's gonna work for the working man?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. And thank you, Secretary Clinton. Thank you, Governor Cuomo.
Fashion and helping support Ukraine develop its military capabilities defensively. We continue to provide reassurance to the frontline states there, our NATO allies, to make sure that they have not just reassurance in words, but that we have actually deployed concrete assets that let them know that Article 5 means something, and that we stand by our commitments to our allies. And I have, in my budget, put forward a quadrupling of the resources that we spend, and a dedicated portion of that money to make sure that we've got ground brigades that send a clear message about our commitments to our NATO allies to the east. That does not mean that we are not continuing to work with Russia to try to find resolution to the problems in Ukraine. We think it is important to maintain a dialogue, and NATO has continued to consult with Russia and in very transparent fashion indicate the firmness of our resolve to protect our values and our allies, but also our interest in being able to reduce tensions and the dangers of potential escalation. So I just want to state how effective I think Secretary General Stoltenberg has been in managing a whole range of challenges. This is obviously a tumultuous time in the world. Europe is a focal point of a lot of these stresses and strains in the global security system. We are lucky to have a strong NATO Secretary General and a strong team that is such an excellent partner with us. And it is because of the strength of NATO and the transatlantic partnership, this transatlantic alliance, that I'm confident that despite these choppy waters, we will be able to continue to underscore and underwrite the peace and security and prosperity that has been the hallmark of the transatlantic relationship for so many decades. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. It's always an honor to be here, and especially on a day like this, because as you said, today is the anniversary of our alliance. NATO was founded in this very city. And NATO is as important as ever because NATO has been able to adapt to a more dangerous world, not least because of your personal commitment and your personal leadership, and we are very grateful for that. We stand together in the fight against terrorism. Terrorism affects us all, from Brussels to San Bernardino, and all NATO allies contribute to the US-led efforts to degrade and destroy ISIL. And just last week, we started training of Iraqi officers, and we will continue to support the efforts of the United States and other countries to fight ISIL. We also discussed how NATO can increase our support to other countries in the region to enable them to stabilize their own countries and to fight ISIL, and therefore different ways of building local capacity is high on our agenda in NATO. We welcome the progress we have seen in Libya when it comes to establishing a government of national accord, and NATO stands ready to provide support to the new government in Libya. We also addressed the migrant and refugee crisis in Europe. NATO assists, help the European Union, Turkey, Greece to handle the situation in the Aegean Sea. NATO has deployed ships in the Aegean Sea. Afghanistan is high on our agenda. Afghanistan is our biggest military operation ever, and it shows the importance of unity in North America and Europe, because our military operation in Afghanistan is a direct response to the terrorist attack against the United States in 9/11. And European, Canadian soldiers has fought together with the American soldiers in Afghanistan for many, many years. We are also responding to a more assertive Russia, responsible for aggressive actions in Ukraine. And I very much welcome again the leadership you have shown in increasing our collective defense in Europe with the European Reassurance Initiative, which is, as you proposed, going to be quadrupled in the budget you have proposed for the Congress. This is really a strong example of the transatlantic bond, how the United States is important for the security of Europe, and also other European allies, or the European allies are also stepping up. So together we are now implementing the biggest reinforcement to our collective defense since the end of the Cold War. I will work together with all the other NATO allies to make sure that they make good on the pledge they made together to increase defense spending. This is about that we have to invest more in our security when tensions increases, and therefore we have to make sure that we do what we promised, and that is to invest more in defense in the following years. We will meet again in Warsaw at our summit. We have a lot to do, but I'm certain that we will deliver, because we have seen time and again that North America and Europe is able to deliver when we stand together in a strong NATO alliance. So thank you once again for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Paul.
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
for their very generous introductions. And let me thank the UAW for allowing us to use their beautiful facilities today. I grew up, I am very proud to be a senator from the great state of Vermont, and today we're not going to have an argument about whose cheddar cheese is better. I fully concede Wisconsin has great cheddar cheese, but tastes Vermont cheddar cheese as well. But I am proud to represent Vermont in the Senate, but I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. All right, now we've got a Brooklyn right there. And I grew up in a rent-controlled apartment, 3.5-room apartment in Brooklyn. My dad came to this country at the age of 17 without speaking English, with no money, and he never made a lot of money, but he was very proud American because he was able to raise his family in the United States of America, and his kids were able to go to college. And you never saw an American who was prouder than he was. But I grew up and learned economics, not in college, but I learned economics by growing up in a family that did not have a lot of money. And I know what lack of money means in terms of stress in a family and very difficult choices that have to be made. That is a lesson I learned as a kid, and it is a lesson that I will never forget for my entire life. And that is that all over our country today, families are struggling. They're making difficult choices. And if elected President of the United States, my main goal is to create an economy that works for all of our people and not just the 1%. And I want to say a thank you to the men and women here in the UAW and other trade unions and trade unionists around this country. I think it is not widely known. Media doesn't talk about it terribly much. But in many ways, it has been the trade union movement in this country that gave us a middle class. And in a sense, what this campaign is about is building on what the union movement has done. You know, 100+ years ago, workers in this country were treated like animals. People sometimes were forced to work 7 days a week, 15 hours a day. Kids were working in factories. And what workers did under tremendous pressure and with great bravery, what they said is, hey, you know, we're human beings. We're not beasts of burden here. We need to be treated with dignity. We need to have some rights. You can't fire us arbitrarily for no reason. And we are going to stand together, and we're going to form unions. And I see this as places named after Walter Reuther, and we all remember that photograph of Reuther being beaten up by goons from Ford, I think it was. But how many workers were beaten? How many workers thrown in jail fighting to make sure that working people in this country were treated with respect and treated with dignity? Now, I understand that you have a governor here who is trying to destroy the trade union movement. Well, I've got some bad news for him. And that is, if elected President of the United States, we're going to do everything that we can to rebuild the trade union movement in this country. Without a strong labor movement, there will not be a strong middle class. And we're going to pass legislation that will make it easier for workers to join unions. If 50% of the workers in a bargaining unit plus one vote to sign a card to join a union, they will have a union. If a company refuses to negotiate a first contract with that union, that company will be severely penalized. And a lot of people don't understand this. But when workers negotiate good contracts for their members, it impacts every worker in the community because wages go up for everybody. In my 25 years in Congress, I have a 98% AFL-CIO voting record, and I'm not sure that I was the guy who was wrong on that 2%. So I am not a candidate who goes to the unions and goes to workers and leaves and goes to a fundraiser with Wall Street. You are my family. And I have worked with unions for my entire life and with working people. That is what this campaign is about. That's what I've been about my whole life. So thank you all very much for what you have done in fighting for the rights of working people. There is nothing more important than that. Now, when you want to think about the kind of administration Bernie Sanders would have, kind of think about Scott Walker in reverse. Scott Walker wants to destroy trade unionism. I want to build trade unionism. And here is another issue, and it's an issue that I would hope that people who may disagree with me or you on a number of points will agree with us on. Democracy is not a complicated idea. It really is not. Pretty simple idea. And that is, you got to vote, and you got to vote, and you got to vote. And you vote for whoever you want. You want to vote for me? Great. You want to vote against me? Great. Disagree with me? That's okay. That's called democracy. But democracy is not about denying people the right to vote, suppressing the vote. That's not democracy. And this is the absolute truth. I've run for office in the state of Vermont many, many times. I've lost some, and I've won more. But it has never occurred to me, you know, like every state, we got areas in the state where you do better and areas in the state you do worse. It has never occurred to me for 1 second, never mere, that I would try to figure out a way to make it harder for people to vote because they might vote against me. My idea has been to try to convince people with my ideas. And if I can't convince them, fine. If they vote against me, if I lose an election, that's called democracy. But that we have Governor Walker and Republican governors all over this country working overtime, trying to suppress the vote. Can you believe that? Trying to make it harder for old people to get to the polls, or young people, or people of color, or working people. That is a cowardly, un-American act. And it really is. And I really say to Governor Walker and the many other Republican governors who are trying to suppress the vote, that if you cannot participate, if you're not comfortable participating in free, fair, and open elections, get out of politics. Get another job. Now, all of you know that the United States has one of the lowest voter turnout rates of any major country on earth. Our job is to get more people into the political process, not to make it harder. And if elected president, I will do my best to pass legislation to make sure that everybody in this country who is 18 years of age or older has the right to vote. End of discussion. Now, Governor Walker apparently believes that it is a great idea to give tax breaks to large, profitable corporations and to cut education. Well, I believe it is a lot better idea to expand funding for education and demand that large, profitable corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. Governor Walker thinks it's pretty tough and pretty brave not to accept the Affordable Care Act's expansion of Medicaid, denying some 120,000 people in Wisconsin the right to have health insurance. I'm not so impressed. I'm not so impressed. You got poor people, some of them have never had health insurance in their lives, not being able to get the health insurance that the federal government, Congress passed. Some of those people will die because they can't get to a doctor when they should. Others will suffer unnecessarily because they can't get to a doctor. So I would say to Governor Walker and all of those other Republican governors who have rejected the expansion of Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, get beyond your right-wing ideology and do the human thing, the moral thing, and the right thing. Give people the health insurance that they need. I was elected to Congress in the House from Vermont in the early 1990s, and from almost the first day that I was elected, I understood that the trade agreements being proposed, NAFTA and then CAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China, were going to be a disaster for working people. And over those years, I worked very closely with the trade unions, trying to do everything that we could to defeat them. I remember back in the early 1990s being on the picket line in opposition to NAFTA. Now, these trade agreements really are not complicated. You don't need a PhD in economics to figure them out. Number one, they were written by corporate America to benefit corporate America. And what they are about, very simple. Corporate America sits up there and they say, well, why do I want to pay a worker here in Janesville or any place else in America a living middle-class wage, $20, $30 an hour, whatever it may be? Why do I want to provide health insurance? Why do I want to obey environmental regulations? Why do I want to have to negotiate with the union? Why do I want to do all of those things when it would be much simpler to shut down here in Janesville, go to Mexico, go to wherever, and then pay people pennies an hour in another country and then bring my product right back into America? That's what they wanted to do. That was the plan behind these trade agreements. And that is, in fact, exactly what has happened. As a result of NAFTA, as a result of permanent normal trade relations with China and other trade agreements, we have lost millions of decent-paying jobs in this country. Thousands and thousands of corporations have shut their plants down, thrown American workers out on the street, and have gone to low-wage countries. That is not free trade. That is not fair trade. That is not the type of trade policies that we should have or we should continue. If elected President of the United States, we are going to totally transform our trade policies, make them work for working people, not just the CEOs of large corporations. Just Ken, with your permission, I'd just like to tell you a brief story about the implications of these trade agreements. Way back in the early 1990s, I went with some other members of Congress to the Maquiladora area in Mexico, which is a special zone established by Mexico to attract foreign corporations, mostly Americans, some Europeans as well. And I went there in the early 1990s, and we looked at the factories, and they were really state-of-the-art, modern factories producing all kinds of products. And I said, well, I would like to now meet and go to the homes of the workers who work in the factories. Well, the problem was, and this is 100% true, we couldn't go to the homes of some of the workers because they did not live in homes. They literally lived in cardboard shacks. Do you know the cardboard that comes with refrigerators or washing machines? You know those big cardboard things? They had patched that together. That is where, now this is the early 1990s. Things may well have changed. They were then, again, back in the early 1990s, making 25 cents an hour. living literally in cardboard shacks, drinking filthy water. I saw the water that was coming in. There was one light bulb strung up there. Those were the folks who were doing the jobs that well-paid Americans, that Americans had been doing at decent-paying jobs. So these trade agreements threw American workers out on the street and exploited some of the poorest people in our hemisphere. We can do better than that. So my basic philosophy is not unfettered free trade, but fair trade. Fair trade. Protecting the needs of American workers, treating poor people around the world with respect. But we can help poor people around the world without destroying the middle class of this country. And that's what we've got to do. Let me just say, I don't have to explain to people in Janesville what happened to the GM plant here in 2008 and how many thousands of workers' lives and families were impacted, how many people had to leave the community. But also here in Wisconsin, as all of you know, in 1996, Johnson Controls shut down its Brew City valve plant in Milwaukee, moved to Mexico, where they paid workers there 72 cents an hour. Last year, Johnson Controls threw another 277 workers in Milwaukee out on the street, moved to Mexico, China, and Slovakia, even though this company was making record-breaking profits. And that's the point to be made. As often as not, these guys are already making good profits here in the United States. You know, and it's just a question of making more money by moving abroad. 15 years ago, Briggs & Stratton was Wisconsin's largest private employer with 11,000 manufacturing workers. Today, it only has 2,500 workers in Wisconsin after it moved plants to Mexico and China. Master Lock and Tower Automotive now employ more workers in Mexico than Wisconsin. And Rockwell Automation has slashed its union workforce in Milwaukee from 6,000 down to just 300 as it moved plants to Mexico, China, and the Dominican Republic. That is the story of disastrous trade policies. And not only have these trade policies cost us millions of jobs, they have done something else that we don't talk about very much, and that has helped us into the race to the bottom. Do you know what I mean by that? You take a look at the automobile industry. Now, there's some discussion. We are gaining jobs, new manufacturing jobs in automobiles and in other areas. That's good news. But what they forget to tell you is the wages of the new jobs are significantly lower than what the wages used to be. So you got an older worker working alongside of a younger worker, and that younger worker may be making 50% of what the older worker made. And the reason for that, and I'll tell you another story. In Louisville, Kentucky, piece in I think it was the New York Times. In Louisville, General Electric was expanding its manufacturing. And somebody said to the guy, well, you know, how come you're coming back into Kentucky here? Why are you expanding manufacturing? The guy said, well, look, we've looked at all of the numbers, and because wages are going down so much in the United States, we can hire people in manufacturing now for whatever it was, $11, $12 an hour. Workers here are more productive than in China. You don't have to worry about transporting from China. So it pays to grow in Kentucky. Point is that our wages now are catching up to China's. That is not the direction we want to go in. All right. So what we have got to do is create a whole entire economic program that works for the middle class. We should not see a shrinking middle class, a disappearing middle class. Yes, the very good news is the economy today is better than it was when George W. Bush left office and we were losing 800,000 jobs a month. But we have got to stop this shrinking of the American middle class, where real wages, you know why people are angry out there? They are angry because they are working longer hours for lower wages. They have a right to be angry. They're angry because they're working 2 or 3 jobs to make a living. They've got a right to be angry. They are angry because they are scared to death about what happens to their kids. What kind of jobs are going to be available for the younger generation? Which, by the way, if we don't change this economy, this younger generation, for the first time in the modern history of America, will have a lower standard of living than their parents. That is the American dream in reverse. We cannot allow that to happen, and we will not allow that to happen. So let me just, and by the way,
All right, everybody, we're going to step away from this and go to the daily White House briefing.
oh yeah, I forgot, I am running for president, yeah, all right.
Detainees remaining at the prison at Guantanamo Bay. Let me also express our gratitude to the nation, the Republic of Senegal, for this significant humanitarian gesture. The United States appreciates the generous assistance of the government of Senegal as the United States continues its efforts to close the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay. This is part of a strategy that the President initiated when he first arrived in the White House. The decision to transfer these two detainees reflects the careful analysis of a review board that was established to consider the individual cases of detainees. The review board's goal was to determine if there are locations to which individuals could be safely transferred under the right circumstances. And Senegal has agreed to put in place appropriate mechanisms that would mitigate the risk that these individuals could pose to U.S. national security down the line. So we certainly are appreciative of the cooperation we've received from Senegal for that effort. And this does enhance our ability to continue to make the case to Congress that we can effectively close the prison at Guantanamo Bay. And we can do that entirely consistent with our national security options, or entirely consistent with our national security priorities. And we're going to continue to make that case.
So even though it's getting farther and farther into the last year of this presidency, the current plan is to continue sticking with expecting that Congress at some point may reverse course and allow you to close the prison?
Yeah. Well, Josh, this refrain may sound familiar to you, but yes, the administration is going to continue to do our job, and Congress should do their job in fulfilling their responsibilities to look out for the national security interests of the American people. We certainly have applied that label when it comes to the Supreme Court, but it also applies to our to a range of national security considerations as well. And it's not just the president, it's not just this president that has made the case that closing the prison at Guantanamo Bay would clearly be in our national security interest. This is a case that has been supported by national security experts in both parties, including President George W. Bush and a whole range of officials who served in his administration. This is also a strategy that is strongly supported by the Secretary of Defense. So our national security interests here are clear, and we would welcome Congress stopping their efforts to obstruct the closing of the prison in Guantanamo Bay and actually work effectively with the administration to get that done.
I wanted to see if you had any information about the release of some private documents from this bank in Panama regarding some offshore accounts people had. The Kremlin has said that President Putin was the main target of that breach. Do you have reason to believe that's the case, and any other information about what it might have been behind this whole document dump?
Yeah. Obviously, we've seen the extensive reporting that's been done on these leaked documents. I don't have a comment on the specific allegations that are included in those documents, but I can tell you that the United States continues to be a leading advocate for increased transparency in the international financial system and in working against illicit financial transactions and in fighting corruption. There's been a lot of talk over the course of the last year or so about how effective U.S. sanctions that are imposed by the Treasury Department can be effective in advancing the national security interests of the United States. That's true if we are isolating the Russians because of their violation of the territorial integrity of the sovereign nation of Ukraine, or increasingly isolating and pressuring the North Korean regime to give up their pursuit of of nuclear weapons, or in targeting ISIL's financing operations. So that's why the United States is a leading advocate of greater transparency in these kinds of international financial transactions. Greater transparency allows us to root out corruption and to fight efforts to get around U.S. Sanctions that have been put in place. So, we're going to continue to be leading advocates for that kind of transparency, and there will continue to be large groups of national security professionals at the Department of Justice and at the Department of Treasury who will continue to be focused on these issues.
And in North Carolina, we've seen some major companies, Pepsi and even the state of New York, say that they're going to try and limit the kind of travel they're doing to that state, essentially boycotting the state over this law that they've enacted regarding transgender people. Is there any consideration about doing that as far as the federal government, not having federal employees travel there when they can avoid it to try and not promote what the state has done there?
I'm not aware of a policy decision like that that's been reached, but there are some both policy and legal questions that are raised by the passage of this law, and there are a number of government agencies that are thinking through those questions now and taking a look at what impact it may have on existing law. I can just say that more generally, this administration is committed to defending and even promoting the equal rights of all Americans, including LGBT Americans. And our commitment to that principle, that people shouldn't be discriminated against just because of who they love, is one that's worth fighting for. And this administration and this president will continue to speak out in support of those equal rights, because that's part and parcel of what it means to live in the greatest country in the world.
Can you be any more specific about what some of those things that you might be considering or effects from that people are taking into account?
I'm not able to be from here, but there are a range of individual agencies that are taking a look at this. So obviously you can ask them if they've reached any determinations about how this particular law would have an impact on their interactions with the state of North Carolina. I will just say that it's not surprising to me that there are a number of significant business entities that have come out to express their concerns about this law. Obviously, the state of North Carolina has an economy that has benefited significantly from what officials in that state proudly describe as a hospitable business environment. Passage of laws like this do not create a hospitable business environment, particularly if businesses are concerned that either their employees or their customers are not going to be treated fairly by the state or going to be singled out by the state. I'm not surprised to hear that government officials in North Carolina are feeling some pressure on this right now. Okay. Roberta.
Back to Gitmo for a second. The Democratic governor of Colorado has said that he opposes housing former Guantanamo detainees in his state. And I'm wondering whether the White House has talked to the governor about this and how his opposition might affect the president's pledge to close the facility.
Well, I don't have any specific White House conversations to tell you about, but obviously what the White House would be committed to is ensuring that we work effectively with state and local officials in implementing a strategy successfully. But to talk about any individual state is to get ahead of the game, because right now Congress is focused on preventing the transfer of those detainees to any state in the United States. Now, of course, Congress's position is rather ironic because there are already dozens of convicted terrorists that are currently serving prison time in the United States, on U.S. soil, in U.S. prisons. And the administration has forcefully made the case that the ability of our criminal justice system to prosecute those individuals and hold them accountable for their crimes in a way that's consistent with our values actually does enhance our national security. What also enhances our national security is detaining those individuals in prisons where they can not pose a future threat to U.S. national security. So we found a mechanism for handling these kinds of cases responsibly. That's why the case that is made by members of Congress is frankly inconsistent with available evidence. And particularly when we know that continuing to detain these individuals at the prison at Guantanamo Bay is inconsistent with our values and does give extremist organizations the kind of propaganda victory and recruiting tool that they've already used effectively. And why we would continue to provide that to them makes no sense to me.
So no specific comment on what the governor of Colorado has said at this stage anyway?
Correct.
Okay, and on Afghanistan, a topic that came up this morning in the president's meeting, General John Nicholson said today that U.S. and NATO are behind schedule in training because of the intense combat and fighting that has been happening there. And I'm wondering if you can speak about how that's going to affect President Obama's decision on when and how to further draw down troops there.
Well, let me start by saying that obviously we welcome the valuable contribution that NATO has made to our efforts in Afghanistan. Much of the progress that we have made in Afghanistan would not have been possible without the significant contributions that NATO has made to that effort. And it is that effective partnership that allowed the United States to succeed in decimating core al-Qaeda that previously operated with virtual impunity in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region. And we've made enormous progress in helping the Afghan government begin to assume much more control for the security situation in their own country. And that ultimately is the key to our success. And that's been a long road, and we've got a substantial journey ahead of us before we can see the kind of resolution in Afghanistan that we would like to see. But there's no denying that we've made important progress. The United States and our military personnel in Afghanistan are going to continue to focus on their two missions, which are counterterrorism and training Afghan security forces. NATO obviously plays an important role in supporting those missions, particularly the second one. And we have seen improved performance by the Afghan security forces on the battlefield, and they've been tested. There's no denying that. We're going to continue to stand with them as they counter the threat from extremists inside their borders. Okay, Mike.
Thanks. Two questions. To go back to Josh's question on the North Carolina law, the agencies, pointing to the agencies, the agencies might have the details, but I guess my question would be, is the administration comfortable that whatever the agencies decide, the White House is willing to accept, even if that decision would be, for example, to shut off all federal funding for schools in North Carolina, or all federal funding for housing, or all federal funding for transportation? If that would be what the agencies would decide, does the White House say, yeah, go ahead and do that, or do you guys have a position on how far you're willing to go in this? And then second, do you have any thoughts on the court's ruling today on one person, one vote?
Well, on the decisions that agencies have to make, I'm not aware that any of the agencies are considering going quite that far. I'm not sure that the law would allow it, let alone the broader policy implications of making a decision that's that far-reaching. But ultimately, individual agency officials will take a close look at what impact this particular law would have on the legal and policy questions that are raised.
Is that something the White House would eventually weigh in on before action were taken, whatever that action would be, more or less?
Well, I certainly, obviously the White House is in regular communication with these individual agencies, but right now, the work that's being done is at the agency level, and I certainly wouldn't rule out that the White House at some point would need to be involved in that effort. But right now, it's the agency officials who are taking a close look at this. Your second question was on the Supreme Court ruling today. Obviously, I think you've seen from the Department of Justice that they were pleased with the ruling. Many of the arguments that were effectively made by the Solicitor General before the court were incorporated into the decision that the justices reached. It certainly is consistent with, generally speaking, it's consistent with the arguments that the government has made about the most fair and effective way for American citizens to elect their representatives in government at all levels. Okay, Mary.
Back to the so-called Panama Papers. Several close U.S. allies are also implicated including the president of Argentina, who President Obama visited just 2 weeks ago, the Saudi king, whom the president's going to meet with in 2 weeks. How concerned is the president that several allies seem to be shielding their money in this way, and does he plan to address it with them?
Yeah. Well, I understand that President Macri, for example, has already addressed this. I'm not going to be able to consider the individual claims that are made based on some information included in the documents. Based on some of the reports that I've seen, there are some 11 million documents that have been released. So my guess is it's going to take even the most astute experts a little while to analyze all the information that's included in there. But look, this large volume of documents does not change the U.S. position, which is that there should be greater transparency in international financial transactions. And there are a whole host of reasons for that. Many of them are consistent with our national security interests, and we continue to advocate for that kind of transparency on an international scale. I can tell you that even in spite of the lack of transparency that exists in many of these transactions, there are determined experts at both the Department of Treasury and the Department of Justice who can examine these transactions or who are regularly examining transactions in the international markets to determine their consistency with sanctions that the United States has imposed or even laws that are on the books here in the United States.
And on the Supreme Court and the president's nominee, despite the White House's campaign efforts by Senate Democrats, there doesn't seem to have been much of any shift in Republicans' desire to hold any kind of confirmation hearing or a vote. Why do you think that is, and is Mitch McConnell outmaneuvering you on this one?
Well, you'll recall that just in the hours after Justice Scalia's untimely death, Leader McConnell was quite clear that the president should not nominate a successor to fill that vacancy on the Supreme Court. That, of course, is in conflict with the constitutional obligations, both of the president and of the United States Congress. And we've seen some visible discomfort on the part of Republican senators trying to defend that position. That's why we've seen such a large number of Republican senators come forward and indicate that they are, in fact, prepared to meet with the president's nominee. Tomorrow, the president's nominee will meet with two Republican senators, both Senator Collins of Maine and Senator Bozeman from Arkansas. And even over the weekend, Senator Cornyn, who is an enthusiastic supporter of Leader McConnell's position on this, has acknowledged that there's a slippery slope. He explained that that's why they're trying to draw a hard line here in refusing to in any way consider the president's nominee. His view is, those are his words, it's a slippery slope toward the confirmation of what he described as an Obama judge. And so that's why we feel like we have made some important progress here. I think that progress is evident from some of the public opinion polls that your news organizations have conducted, indicating that it's not just Democrats who oppose the strategy that Republicans have pursued here. It's even Republican voters who are uncomfortable with the position that is taken by Republican leaders on this matter. Even Republican voters believe that members of the United States Senate should do their job, and it is evident right now that many Republican senators are refusing to do so. They're refusing to do the job that they were elected to do, and they're not doing it because of some crisis of conscience. They're doing it because they're following the orders of the Republican leader in Washington, D.C. That's not really a recipe for success, because the last time I checked, and again, I'm no political expert here, but the last time I checked, the public's view of the Republican leadership in Washington, D.C. is not particularly high, is not particularly favorable, even among Republicans. And I think that is what is hard for Republicans in the Senate to justify to their constituents. And I think that's why, even as Chairman Grassley was doing town hall meetings in the most conservative part of his state, that he even faced some tough pressing questions about this. He described resenting the suggestion that somehow he wasn't doing his job. We heard Senator Moran in Kansas, who has taken a couple of different positions on this issue, indicate that he doesn't like being accused by his constituents of not doing his job. He'd prefer to just take a vote. I suspect that that position of refusing to take a vote is even more difficult to defend when the only reason you're refusing to take that vote is because you're taking orders from the Republican leader in the United States Senate. So that's why I feel like we've made some progress and at least putting some pressure on Republicans, and we're starting to see some Republicans acknowledge. You see some Republicans who've actually come out and say that there should be a vote. Senator Kirk put it rather colorfully himself in suggesting that his colleagues should, quote, man up and vote. He's right. And to her credit, even one of his colleagues in the Republican Party in the United States Senate, who's not a man, suggested that they should step up to the plate and vote. So, we are seeing some progress to be made here, and we're hopeful that Republicans will continue to venture down the slippery slope that Senator Cornyn described.
So you're still optimistic that these meetings and these conversations that are happening will still ultimately lead them to change their minds and hold an actual hearing or a vote? Because so far we're just hearing about conversations, not really, you're not seeing that sea change that you would need to get that decided.
Well, I think there has been a sea change when it comes to actual meetings, that there was an expression on the part of the Republican leadership in Washington that their members weren't going to have meetings with the president's nominee. But yet we've seen 17 different members of the Republican members of the United States Senate indicate a willingness to do that. And Senator Kirk met with Chief Judge Garland last week, and there'll be a couple more that Chief Judge Garland will meet with tomorrow, both Senators Bozeman and Collins. And again, I think the reason that this is complicated for Republicans is not just based on their constitutional responsibility. This would be a difficult position for Republicans to defend no matter who the president had nominated to the Supreme Court. But the fact that the president has nominated an individual of unquestioned legal credentials, somebody who has more experience on the federal judicial bench than any other nominee in the history of the Supreme Court, and the fact that the president nominated somebody who even a leading Republican has described as a consensus nominee, makes their position even harder to defend than it otherwise would be. And again, the fact that the only explanation that they can come up with is this is what the Republican leadership in Washington, D.C. wants me to do, that's a pretty tough position to defend. Okay, Justin.
I wanted to look back first on the NATO meeting this morning. I'm wondering the extent to which Donald Trump's comments last week about NATO either inspired the meeting or came up during the meeting between the two leaders.
The meeting with the NATO Secretary General was actually organized shortly after the first of the year. So this is something that's been on the books long before Mr. Trump's ill-advised comments about the importance of the U.S.-NATO relationship. I did not get a detailed readout of the meeting. I would be very surprised if there was any extensive conversation that involved Mr. Trump in the meeting.
I wanted to run down a couple other things that came out of the Panama Papers. The disclosures did show ties to more than 30 people who have been sanctioned by the U.S., whether Mexican drug cartels, North Korea, sort of all the things that you mentioned. So I'm wondering, I know that you said that we've got kind of dedicated people working on this, but do these revelations prompt new questions about the effectiveness of our sanctions regime, and is there something that the Treasury Department will be doing after these revelations to sort of change their enforcement of those sanctions?
Well, I think it's too early to tell whether or not a change in the implementation of these sanctions is warranted. I think the available evidence indicates to us that the efforts that are put in place by the Treasury Department to impose sanctions, to combat terrorist financing, are effective. We've seen since the imposition of international sanctions against Russia, for example, based on their violation of the sovereignty of Ukraine, the Russian economy has weakened significantly since then. There are a host of factors that have contributed to that, but part of that has been the effective implementation of sanctions. Going back to the agreement with Iran, the United States organized the international community to impose sanctions against Iran. That is what compelled Iran to the negotiating table and eventually compelled Iran to agree with the rest of the international community not to obtain a nuclear weapon. So I think we've already seen the effectiveness of our sanctions at work, and we're continually looking for ways to ensure that the implementation of those sanctions is more effective. That is why we continue to advocate for more transparency, for greater transparency in the international financial system. It's not at all a surprise to anybody in the administration, I don't think it's a surprise to you, that there are people who are looking for illicit ways to get around U.S. sanctions. And to the extent that there's any evidence that they are doing that, I think it would only be common sense that we might learn from steps that they have taken to ensure that our sanctions can have the maximum impact.
They also included details about Ukrainian President Poroshenko, especially that he had kind of created a shell company in the middle of the turmoil in 2014. A big part of your guys' effort in Ukraine, and especially tying aid to Ukraine, is rooting out corruption there. And so I'm wondering if anything in there has at all sort of led the U.S. to reevaluate either their support for President Poroshenko or heightened concerns about corruption in Ukraine.
No, and for a couple of reasons. The first is that, again, I can't comment on any of the specific allegations that have been raised by these documents. Given the large volume of documents that are included in here, I think it's hard to jump to any conclusions right away. But what's also true is that President Poroshenko has demonstrated a commitment, along with the rest of the government of Ukraine, to implementing a whole bunch of anti-corruption reforms in Ukraine. And all along, the United States has continued to encourage President Poroshenko and other senior officials in the Ukrainian government to follow through with implementing those anti-corruption reforms. There's more work that needs to be done, but when you consider the record of President Poroshenko's predecessor, it's clear that they've made some important progress. And what's clear also is that the successful implementation of those anti-corruption reforms will be critical to the long-term success of the nation of Ukraine. And as the United States continues to support Ukraine in offering some security assistance, but also in terms of providing economic assistance, we're also going to continue to encourage them to implement those reforms faithfully to ensure the long-term success of our partner.
There's been some calls from leaders around the world for kind of an international effort to address some of these flaws in the international banking system. I'm wondering if that's something that the U.S. would be willing to lead, and if there are any plans to use this as kind of a springboard for maybe things that the U.S. has been advocating for a long time, or new ideas that have come up kind of based on the revelations here.
Well, again, I'm not aware of any specific change in our policy or any, the creation of a new body as a result of these documents. But look, they've only been public for 24 hours or so now. But whether or not these documents reveal substantive, legitimate evidence of people thwarting monitors of the international financial system, the United States will continue to be a leading advocate of greater transparency in our financial system. And that's something that we have long pursued, and we're going to continue to be at the forefront of making that argument because it contributes to our national security. And there are officials both at the Treasury Department and the Department of Justice who have responsibilities here. The effective completion or the effective implementation of those strategies by the Department of Treasury and the Department of Justice also rely on effective coordination with our partners around the world. So there obviously is an opportunity for the United States to use some of our leverage as a leader in this field and as the world's largest economy to bring about some of the changes that we would like to see. And again, we've been doing that for a long time, and those efforts are only going to continue. Okay, Ron.
On the North Carolina front, you said that the White House is not involved at this point in this agency review that's going on. What is the president's level of interest and engagement? You've said some very strong things about the law from the podium. I'm surprised that you're essentially distancing or creating some separation between the White House and this issue of funding or other measures taken against the North Carolina because of the law.
Well, I don't mean to leave you with the perception that we're creating some distance. I just mean to leave you with the perception that this is the functional responsibility of individual agencies to determine whether or not this state-passed law has any impact on any rules or regulations that are on the books that would have an impact on agency funding or other agency policy decisions. So the agencies will consider that. They'll make that evaluation. They'll take a look at the law. They'll take a look at policy. If we reach the point where a process needs to be led by the White House to make that kind of decision, then we'll do that. We won't hesitate to do that. But right now, this is a process that individual agencies are undertaking.
Would you anticipate that might happen? You might get to that point, given what we know about the law already. You called it, I think the word was mean-spirited or something like that. And, given how outspoken the president has been about civil rights and gay and LGBT rights, again, would you expect that this might be something principle that you'd really try to push hard?
Well, I think as a matter of principle, ensuring that individual Americans are not discriminated against because of who they love is something that the president feels strongly about, and the president will be forceful in making the case that that he is going to stand on the side of fairness and justice and equality. And he's done that throughout his 7 years in office. He did that before he was elected president, and I'm confident he'll do that in the time that remains. As it relates to this specific law, though, and its impact on government policies, I think a lot of that's going to be determined by what agencies find. It may be that agencies find that there's not much that can be done. But again, it's the agencies that will lead that effort, and I'm confident that once they reach the point of announcing any decisions, that they'll be in touch with the White House about that.
On ISIS, at the nuclear summit the other day, in that session, the president emphasized that you had 50 world leaders, many of whom are part of the coalition. You have the NATO Secretary General here today. I'm curious about what specific asks there were, if any, by the president of this group to try and, I think he did use the words that there's now a sense of urgency because of what happened in Brussels and because of the ongoing. I'm trying to determine what actually happened or what was said or what was requested that reflects some sense of urgency that may make the strategy or the response different now, more robust, or are we expected to see things as they've been?
Well, look, the president is definitely committed to making sure that we continue to ramp up our efforts against ISIL. And we have been on this upward trajectory for quite some time now, and I think there are a variety of ways to evaluate that. One way to evaluate that is the important progress that we've made in retaking territory that ISIL had previously controlled. We've now retaken about 40% of the territory that ISIL previously controlled in Iraq. The percentage is smaller in Syria, but some of the strategic locations that have been recovered from ISIL are having an impact on ISIL's ability to operate in that country and in coordination with their cells, not just in Iraq, but in some other locations too. All that is valuable. We've also seen us escalate our campaign in terms of the efforts against ISIL's leadership in Syria. And I know that the Department of Defense over the weekend announced a couple of dozen strikes that were taken just over the weekend by United States and coalition fighters against ISIL targets inside of Syria. So, we maintain a pretty rapid pace here, and that's evidence of the priority that the president has placed on the effort to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL. I think the value of the meeting was to ensure that all of the leaders who are involved in this effort understands why this is a priority for the President of the United States. It was an opportunity to review the important progress that our coalition has made, and it was an opportunity to spend at least a little time discussing what are the priority areas that require the attention of our counter-ISIL coalition to further degrade and destroy ISIL.
What are those areas?
Well,
I'm trying to get at what specifically.
Yeah, well, I don't have a detailed readout of the meeting, but what I can tell you is that the president made clear that when people like Secretary Carter or when Ambassador Brett McGurk come calling to these individual nations and are visiting with their counterparts about important contributions that they can make to our counter-ISIL coalition, the president made clear that when those individuals are making a request to those countries, that they're making a request on behalf of the President of the United States, and that it should be prioritized accordingly. And we are hopeful that that will continue to allow us to leverage the contributions of a wide variety of members to our coalition to continue to ramp up our activities against ISIL, and whether that's our military contribution or whether that is a contribution to our counter-financing efforts or even a contribution to our efforts to counter ISIL's online radicalization efforts. There are a variety of ways that people can contribute, and we're hopeful that we'll see a steady increase in the contributions that are being made.
What about specifically NATO? Because as the Secretary General explained, NATO is not a part of the coalition, except that many members are part of the coalition. But inasmuch as there was an attack in Brussels down the street, figuratively from NATO headquarters, can we expect NATO to play a more, again, the word robust role in that particular mission against ISIS?
Yeah. Well, I think you'd have to ask Secretary General Stoltenberg about that, but I can tell you that we value the contributions that we've received from the large number of NATO members who are part of our counter-ISIL coalition, and it underscores why NATO is an important body. Each of the individual countries who's a part of the NATO alliance makes substantial contributions to their defense and security apparatus because of important NATO obligations that they have. And ensuring that our partners and allies have properly invested in that security infrastructure is one way that we can ensure that we've got partners around the world that can help us when we need it. And so that's how they can ensure that they're equipped to assist the United States and our counter-ISIL coalition partners, because they have those resources, because they've maintained that long-term commitment to a robust defense capability, and we certainly welcome that.
And is the President satisfied with where those spending levels are now? I think the Secretary General made the point of 2015 being the first year that the collective figure did not decrease.
Well, the case that we have made strongly to individual NATO members is that in order to fulfill their NATO obligations, they should devote 2% of their GDP to their defense capabilities. And there are some NATO countries that meet that and some that don't. And we're going to continue to make the case that that kind of investment on the front end is critical to the national security of every member of the alliance.
Did the President's free rider comment come up at all in the meeting?
I didn't get a detailed readout of the meeting, but if it did, I'm confident again that was not the focus of the conversation.
You said that the Trump comments didn't come up, or you look on your faces.
Well, I think my point is that they had a lot of really important things to discuss, and I'm not sure that Mr. Trump's comments would fall in that category. Okay, Mike, nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Was there any effort to reassure the Secretary General following Mr. Trump's comments in recent days?
I'm not sure that it was necessary, quite frankly. President Obama has spoken at length about how important the U.S.-NATO relationship is. Mike, you may even recall, you may have been covering the White House full-time at this point, back in 2011, when the President made a state visit to London, and he gave a speech to the members of the British Parliament about the importance of not just the U.S.-UK alliance, but the importance of NATO as a building block in the United States' national security posture. And that alliance is something that President Obama has long acknowledged is critical to our national security, and it has benefited from our investment in making sure that alliance remains strong. And the President will certainly be interested in advocating for the election of a successor who believes in the importance of maintaining a strong relationship with NATO.
With terrorism hitting NATO countries, is there an effort to reformat or refocus the alliance to focus on terrorism?
Well, I think, Mike, there are a variety of ways in which NATO member countries are very focused on terrorism, and whether it's fighting extremists in Afghanistan, which NATO has been doing side by side with the United States for more than a decade, or individual countries who are fighting extremism within their borders and benefiting from the support and cooperation of NATO allies. For example, the United States has been strong in offering our support to both the French and the Belgians in countering some of the extremism that they've seen inside their countries. And given the national security concerns of many of the members of NATO, it's clear that that the need to fight terrorism is a priority of NATO member countries.
The Navy says in recent days it stopped an Iranian vessel loaded with weapons, likely heading for Yemen. 1,500 AK-47s, 200 RPG launchers, 2150 caliber machine guns. Is that an example of the Iranians following the letter of the agreement, but not necessarily the spirit of it, or is that a violation?
Well, I think one thing that this illustrates is the commitment on the part of the United States to countering Iran's destabilizing activities in the region. We obviously work with a whole host of other countries in that effort, and one of the things that President Obama will discuss at the GC summit in Saudi Arabia next month, or I guess it's later this month now, will be ramping up our efforts to counter Iran's destabilizing activities in the region. And one example of their destabilizing activities is their ongoing material support for Houthi rebels in Yemen. What I can tell you is that we obviously are concerned about this development, because offering up support to the rebels in Yemen is something that is not at all consistent with UN Security Council resolutions. And I'm confident that the United States and our other partners on the Security Council will take a close look at this incident, consider the available evidence, and if and when it's appropriate, raise this for other members of the Security Council.
Would the United States like to see some kind of consequences for this kind of destabilizing behavior?
I think at this point it's too early to say exactly what we would suggest, but again, I think this is a clear illustration that the United States is quite serious about working with other countries in the region to counter Iran's destabilizing activities in the Middle East. Okay, Margaret.
Josh, on Guantanamo, you use the phrase significant humanitarian gesture by Senegal. That's not language you normally hear from the administration. What's so different about these two detainees versus the ones taken in by Estonia or all the other countries that have taken in released detainees?
I don't have the details about these individuals, about these individual detainees. I'm sure the Department of Defense could provide you with some additional information about them. But we certainly have welcomed the willingness on the part of other countries to take in Gitmo detainees, and in some cases we have described it as a humanitarian gesture. So I didn't use that language to send a signal that the case of these two individuals was a clear outlier, but rather to demonstrate our appreciation to the Republic of Senegal for agreeing to this step.
It's usually just DOD. The State Department used that phrase, you use that phrase here. And so I'm just wondering if, given where we are on the calendar, if there is something more to the gratitude you're expressing here. Is this because it is crunch time that we do really need these other countries to step up and take in prisoners if you're going to stick to your schedule of closing the place down by January?
Well, we certainly are going to be very focused in our diplomatic efforts to work with countries around the world to settle upon security requirements that could be put in place that would mitigate the risk that transferred Gitmo detainees would pose to the United States. And I certainly wouldn't rule that out. I think the other thing that I wanted to acknowledge today is the fact that this is actually these are the first two Gitmo detainees that Senegal has agreed to take. And so obviously they've made an important policy decision that benefits the United States, and it seemed appropriate in this setting to express our gratitude.
Can we expect then more transfers in the month to come, given where we are on the calendar and that it is crunch time?
I'm not aware of any specific. Well, let me just say it this way. I don't have any transfers to tell you about right now, but obviously there is a process that the Department of Defense and the State Department have been following to reduce the population at the prison at Guantanamo Bay. And before they can make a transfer like this, the Secretary of Defense has to personally certify that appropriate steps have been taken to mitigate the risk that these individuals would pose to the United States. So that is why we make a strong case that these transfers are clearly consistent with enhancing the national security of the United States.
But since the White House put forward that plan to shut down Guantanamo Bay, I mean, have you seen anything to signal that this is anything other than dead on arrival, and that you'll be entirely dependent on transfers like these?
Well, what I will say is that we have been disappointed by the reaction of many Republicans to this plan. We saw people like Senator Roberts from Kansas. It's unclear if he even read the document before he took a selfie of himself crumbling it and throwing it into the trash can. I think that is an indication that Republicans don't take this very seriously. And I think it is an indication, as I mentioned to Josh, that Republicans in particular are not willing to do their job when it comes to the national security of the United States. And they'll have to answer to the voters for that. And they'll have to make their case to the voters about why, again, taking a selfie of yourself crumbling a piece of paper and throwing it in a trash can is consistent with serious consideration of an important national security priority. But this administration is going to take seriously our responsibility to protect the American people, and that means working assiduously within the law to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay, primarily because it's a waste of money to continue to operate it in the method that is, in the manner in which it's currently operated. We could save hundreds of millions of dollars over the long term by closing the prison, transferring those that can be safely transferred, and housing the remaining detainees in a facility here in the United States. That also would remove an important recruiting tool that we know that extremist organizations have used to radicalize people around the world. So I recognize the politics of this are a little complicated, but by presenting basic facts, particularly the fact that there are dozens of convicted terrorists that are currently being detained on American soil and housed in American prisons, I think this is where you would expect people who are genuinely concerned about protecting the United States, willing to work cooperatively with the administration to advance that goal.
Question for you on refugee policy broadly. Europe began forcing migrants out of European territory back onto Turkish shores or other points. I mean, what is the White House view on this? Do you view it as somewhat similar to the forced deportations that the U.S. has undertook along its border?
Well, let me just start by saying that the United States shares the desire to protect people fleeing a desperate situation in Syria or other places across the Aegean Sea. We also are committed to supporting the effort to crack down on the deadly smugglers who prey upon these desperate individuals. Far too many innocent lives have been lost merely to line the pockets of criminal syndicates. And it's deplorable. And it's why the United States has been strongly supportive of the EU's efforts, along with Turkey, to try to confront this situation. And we commend the commitment from the EU, its member states, and Turkey, who have demonstrated that they are seeking a comprehensive and coordinated response to the current influx of migrants and refugees from Syria and other nations. We've seen both the EU and Turkey commit to making sure that the individuals, these migrants or these refugees, are being given access to due process to make sure that their international rights are not just respected but actually protected. And that obviously is an important priority of the United States. What's also an important priority is making sure that we can find an orderly way to meet the basic humanitarian needs of these individuals. We're talking about, in some cases, families who have fled their homes just trying to escape violence, or in some cases to escape genocide. And that's why the United States has stepped forward and offered more than $5 billion in humanitarian assistance to try to meet the needs of these individuals. The United States is actually the largest bilateral donor of humanitarian assistance. That, in some cases, that means offering direct humanitarian assistance to those who have been displaced internally inside of Syria. In other cases, that actually means providing assistance to other countries like Turkey that are bearing a significant burden by housing a significant number of Syrian migrants. And The United States is serious about continuing to offer that kind of support, and that will continue.
Did this come up in the meeting with the NATO Secretary General, and is it similar to the U.S.'s own deportation of migrants?
I don't know whether or not this came up with the NATO Secretary General in the President's meeting with him today. I think it is difficult to compare these two situations, both the situation of the refugees fleeing violence in Syria and the situation that we've seen with some Central American countries. I think the one thing that they do have in common is a commitment on the part of the United States to the basic protection of the human rights of individuals who are fleeing violence in their home countries. And certainly in the United States, we've made access to due process a critical component of this process. And we've been gratified to see the EU and Turkey prioritize those rights as well. Okay, Michelle.
Despite how these Panama Papers got out there and the fact that this is private information, and I mean, some of it is not illegal activity, likely, I mean, there's 11 million pages there. Does the White House think that this is a positive thing that it was leaked?
Well, I think at this point it's hard to assess whether or not that's an entirely positive thing. I think what's still unclear is exactly how these documents became public. And I know that that even that is something that continues to be under investigation. So I think that's going to prevent me from reaching a hard and fast assessment about that right now.
But you use the leak as a way to state that the U.S. has been a leading advocate for transparency. But this transparency, obviously, the reason it's out there is because of some leak that wasn't intended.
Well, again, I don't want to speculate about why it may be out there. It also may be out there because somebody stole the documents and gave them to a reporter.
Exactly.
So,
it's a leak.
Well, I think stealing documents and giving them to a reporter is different than sharing information with a reporter that might not otherwise be public. I'm not an attorney, but I do think that there is a difference there.
It was private information on people's financial records that was unintentionally and without their permission put out there. But you sort of answered the question as if this was a positive thing. So.
Well, I think I tried to answer the question by suggesting that regardless of whether or not these documents had been made public or not, the United States would continue to be a leading advocate for making more of these transactions more transparent. And the value in that is it will enhance the ability of the United States and our national security professionals to enforce U.S. sanctions, to counter corruption, to shut down terrorist financing, and put an end, or at least limit, the kind of illicit financing efforts that are actually contrary to U.S. national security interests.
Okay, and at the Nuclear Security Summit, the President, of course, took a question on Donald Trump, and he took the opportunity to answer pretty extensively.
He did.
So he gets these questions all the time now, pretty much every time he does a press conference, and lately he has been more effusive in his responses. So does he dread these questions that he's always going to get now, or does he relish the opportunity to counter that messaging?
Well, again, if Mr. Trump does become the nominee, I suspect that over the course of the summer and fall, as the president's campaigning for the Democratic nominee, the president will have many more opportunities to highlight the difference in approach between that which is advocated by Mr. Trump and that which is advocated by Democrats and in some cases even this administration. I think, particularly when it comes to questions related to nuclear policy, I think the president welcomed the opportunity to use Mr. Trump's unwise position to illustrate the wisdom of the approach that this administration has pursued, which is to prioritize the international effort to prevent the spread of nuclear materials. And the president was able to make a strong case in describing exactly why that is in our national security interest, and to describe the important progress that we've made over the last 7 years in removing nuclear material from some 13 or 14 countries around the world. And that certainly makes that nuclear material harder to be turned into a nuclear weapon or to be stolen by terrorists with bad intentions. So there are a variety of ways to make that case, but in comparison to the ill-informed, unwise intemperate remarks of Mr. Trump, I think only serves to illustrate the benefits of President Obama's approach.
And both you and the president have said on multiple occasions that that kind of rhetoric that some of the candidates, including Trump, have been putting out there is damaging to the U.S.'s standing in the world. Do you think that that damage has already been done?
Well, no, I don't think that that damage has been done. I think that the damage is in concern that is expressed by people around the world about whether or not the United States is going to continue to stand for and fight for the kinds of values that have been central to this country since our nation's founding more than 200 years ago. The fact that Mr. Trump and other Republican candidates want to walk away from some of those values, and in some cases even talk down those values, isn't just disappointing, it's unsettling to our allies that continue to depend on the United States as an ardent defender of basic human rights, of smart policy, particularly when it comes to something as important as nuclear weapons or our NATO alliance. I think ultimately ensuring that we have leadership in the United States that continues to support those values and to be a leading advocate in fighting to advance those values isn't just critical to our national security and isn't just important to living up to the values that the citizens of this country have long cherished. It's also critical to ensuring strong relations with some of our closest allies around the world.
So, I mean, the president met with a number of leaders at this summit. Does he find himself needing to reassure people and counter the stuff that's been going on in the campaigns this season?
Well, I don't think the president spends much time saying something to those who ask him about this in private than he does in public. And what the president said in public is he's not particularly concerned about Mr. Trump becoming president of the United States. He doesn't think that's going to happen. He has expressed his concern about the way that other Republican candidates have, in a desperate attempt to try to keep up with Mr. Trump's supposed popularity, have even given voice to some of those comments. But the president retains a lot of confidence in the commitment of the American people to those values, and I think that's one piece of evidence that you can point to is the way that the Democratic candidates for president have strongly supported those values throughout the campaign and have not wavered on them, even in some difficult political situations. So I think that gives the president, the American people, and our allies around the world confidence that the U.S. commitment to basic human rights, to smart nuclear policy, to our NATO alliance is unwavering, despite what you hear at some Republican campaign rallies.
You did mention that it's unsettling to allies, that there's concern out there.
Mm-hmm.
So does the president have to have conversations with them about this specifically?
But yeah, he does. I think he's admitted as much, at least in that news conference on Friday. But again, the conversations that he has in public are not that different, or in private, are not different than the kinds of than the confidence that you've heard him express previously in public. Okay, April.
Josh, I want to ask you, why and how did Senegal get in the mix when it came to the detainees? And is there a history with the Senegalese having high-value prisoners in their possession at any time?
Well, this is actually the first time that Senegal has agreed to take Gitmo detainees. These two individuals are the first two Gitmo detainees to be transferred to Senegal.
So you asked, the White House asked them?
Well, the administration did, and the State Department is obviously the lead of negotiating these diplomatic agreements with other countries to both get them to agree to take these individuals, but also to adhere to a whole set of security requirements that prevent them from posing an undue threat to U.S. national security. And the Secretary of Defense is responsible for certifying that those security requirements are sufficient to mitigate any risk that they would pose to the United States.
So is there any involvement with the African Union when it comes to these detainees in Senegal?
I don't know the answer to that, but I suppose you can check with the State Department about that. Okay. Juliet.
Hi, Josh. I was wondering if you could provide a little context to the HUD policy that's being rolled out today, which is saying that a person's criminal record should not be an automatic disqualifier to being able to rent housing in the United States.
Well, the idea here, and this is a policy that Secretary Castro will roll out, is that the agency wants to ensure, or at least take a significant step toward ensuring, that people with criminal records aren't being illegally denied housing opportunities. And the idea is to make clear to housing providers across the country that blanket bans against people with criminal records violate the Fair Housing Act when they disproportionately deny housing to people of color. And this pursuit of eliminating discrimination in the housing sector is something that President Obama has made a priority. But I can tell you it's something that both Secretary Castro and his predecessor, Sean Donovan, who's now at OMB, also made a priority. And understanding the way that housing policy can have an influence on communities all across the country is to understand why preventing discrimination in this field is something that can have a significant impact on our broader society. And
Can you describe to what extent you think this has been a problem? For example, returning offenders, or how has this played out? This idea that people in the past have been denied.
well, the concern obviously is that a broad application of a ban against people with criminal records disproportionately impacts people of color. And that is a source of significant concern. Eliminating that kind of discrimination in our housing policy can have broader societal effects. The second thing is the administration has obviously made the ability of people who have served their time and paid their debt to society to re-enter our society is a critical part of criminal justice reform. Giving people a second chance, particularly people who have paid their debt to society, is a priority, not just to the administration, but I think of the country. And again, this goes to something that Speaker Ryan talked about last week in talking about how his faith and his sense of values animates his view of the importance of giving people a second chance. And there are already a whole host of significant obstacles that people re-entering society and coming out of incarceration face.
All right, everybody, they did switch out. We are now going to be getting the State Department feed in just a little bit here.
Megan, good to be with you. You're looking well. I didn't see. But James I do not think I was, that I witnessed that. What happened after I had left.
Well, I come to know that since I can't remember.
As on international relations, I have very useful insights. Yeah. Please do. Do you know how the hacker who's being extradited from Romania pronounces his name? Gucci. So it's like Gucci with a fur and Goosebumps. The guy who's hacked in and especially hacked security. Gucci.
This is a take on Lucifer, so we'll
Right.
make that Lucifer.
But it's two C's, and it starts out with the word Gucci, so it's not his real name.
Gucci Lucifer.
No, it's not his real name. His real name, according to the Department of Justice, is Marcel Lahel Lazar of Arad, Romania, 44 years old. I think I'd go with Gucci. You go with what? Gucci. No, because Versace, right? That's Versace.
Hey guys, and please indulge me. I gotta get out of here very quickly. So, if I could ask for you guys to not pepper me too much today. Good afternoon. Pepper me with questions. Good afternoon, guys. At the top, just a couple quick things. First of all, Secretary Kerry is going to deliver global policy. The Global Policy Keynote Bloomberg New Energy and Finance's Future of Energy Summit at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in New York City tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. His remarks will focus on the link between energy choices and climate change and the path forward in the wake of the historic Paris Agreement and the transition toward a global low carbon economy. Since 2008, BNEF's Global Future of Energy Summit has convened key decision makers from the business, finance, and policy communities to focus intently on critical energy challenges ranging from power, transportation, and regulation to energy finance and energy security. And just FYI, that speech will be live streamed on state.gov. Also, very quickly, but I did want to note that today, April 4th, 2016, marks the 100th anniversary of the origin of the Diplomatic Security Service. So it's part of a year-long commemoration of the DSS centennial. As you all know, DSS is an integral part of the U.S. Department of State, serving as our department's security and law enforcement arm. The protection of people, property, and information is, of course, a top priority. The men and women of DSS facilitate our work, not only in Washington, D.C., of course, and New York, but also in 29 other U.S. cities, as well as 275 U.S. diplomatic missions worldwide. So we pay tribute to them, certainly today, as well as this entire year. Matt, my first question to you, who's going to win tonight?
I'm so far out.
Oh, come
I've gotten completely destroyed. But I did notice that Notre Dame is not playing tonight.
I know,
Sorry-
and I'm a
sorry
Philly
about
guy, so I mean, I'm going to go with Nova. But
All right,
that's,
well.
good luck to both teams. Anyway,
that.
go ahead, Matt.
Got to go for the Big East.
That's right.
I wanted to start with the secretary spoke to Foreign Minister Lavrov this morning, I believe, or today, so, at some point today, and at least according to the Russians, he did. And I am curious, apart from wanting to know what they might have said about Syria and the situation there, what they may have said about the situation with Armenia and Azerbaijan now. I saw the statement from over the weekend, but has there been any change in how the U.S. sees this?
Sure. Well, they did speak today via phone, obviously, to discuss, and topic number one was to discuss efforts to secure an immediate end of the violence that has erupted along the Nagorno-Karabakh line of conflict, and encourage both Armenia and Azerbaijan to get back to, resume rather, settlement talks under the auspices of the OSCE. I can go deeper into Armenia and Azerbaijan, or Nagorno-Karabakh, but I can also read out the rest of the call, so it's up to you. Why don't I do that? Okay, great. They also discussed the ongoing, the cessation of hostilities, current status of them in Syria, and the urgent need for the Assad regime to stop its violations of the cessation. The secretary stressed the importance of expanding and improving on humanitarian access. Obviously, that's something we want to see solidified, including access to medical supplies to all Syrians in need, and the urgent need, obviously, for progress toward a political transition in Syria. And then they did also discuss Ukraine briefly at the end, and of course, Secretary Kerry urged Russia to comply with its Minsk commitments. You had mentioned whether we had anything new to say about Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, certainly, as you saw in the Secretary's statement yesterday, we condemned in the strongest terms the violence from this weekend. Obviously, a very high number of casualties, including civilians, which is deplorable. And we urge both sides to stop using force immediately and to avoid any kind of further escalation.
All right. On the cessation of hostilities
Yeah.
in Syria.
Yeah, sure.
Are you aware of any violations of it since the incident?
2 days ago?
You put a statement out about a couple years ago.
Which statement are you referring to? I'm sorry, Matt.
I think there may have been one on last week. Have there been instances of COH violations in the last, like over the weekend, the last few days?
I think we did see some reports over the weekend about some additional fighting between opposition and regime forces. Obviously, we're working and continue to work in Geneva and through other channels to just ensure continued compliance. So we're obviously concerned by those recent clashes.
To the best of your
Yeah.
knowledge, has the task force in Geneva actually confirmed a single violation of this cessation of hostilities?
By confirmed, what do you?
Well, have they found?
We
that-
haven't given.
There have been a lot of
Sure.
Everyone's been sending allegations in. Has
Sure.
the task force actually agreed that any violations have happened so far?
I think so. I believe that's the case. I mean, we haven't obviously issued a scorecard or anything like that. What we have seen is that the Assad regime continues to be the biggest "quote unquote" violator.
You guys say that, but I haven't
That's
heard
right.
that coming from the actual, the task force.
And I'm not aware that
you
the
and
task force
Russians.
is going to necessarily. I mean, what the task force does is within the various parties vet these and try to address them by going back to the involved parties on the ground and try to mitigate or
So there has been
have
no
them
consequence.
de-escalate.
So there has been no consequence for any of the what you believe to be violations of the agreement so far.
By no consequence, you mean?
Well, it was my understanding,
Sure.
or it was I think the broader understanding that if people were found to be in violation, they would be kicked out of the agreement, basically, that they would no longer be covered. That has not happened.
That has not happened.
That's it.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thanks, nice to be back with you. And forgive me in advance if some of the ground I cover with you has been covered recently. On Iran. When the deal was announced in July, was it contemplated anywhere in the main text or in any of the annex papers that Iran might somehow enjoy access to US dollars?
I don't have the JCPOA in front of me. But what I can say is that the administration has not been and is not planning to grant Iran access to the U.S. financial system. I would refer you to, obviously, to the Department of Treasury. You can speak far more and with greater expertise on this matter than I can.
Has any official in the United States government, to your knowledge, declared that the recent series of missile tests by Iran, including of ballistic missiles, have been in violation of the relevant UN Security Council resolution?
Yes. I mean, you're talking about
As
the
opposed
latest
to,
round
yeah,
of...
as opposed to being inconsistent with.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. They were found to be inconsistent with, again, a separate piece of the JCPOA, but we always said we were never going to back away from other bad behavior on the part of Iran, even if it's not part of the JCPOA. And we're going to continue to apply sanctions and we retain that ability to apply sanctions as appropriate.
But as you know, some have made an issue of the language employed, that declaring something to be inconsistent with the law is not as strong a measure as declaring it to be in violation of that law. I assume you're sensitive to the distinction, and if so, you can explain why the administration sees fit to make it.
Well, I'm aware, and we've had some of these discussions here, as you noted. Look, I mean, just what I think is the most important aspect to emphasize in all of this are two things. One is that the agreement we reached regarding Iran's nuclear program we're convinced, if Iran continues to comply with it, and thus far it has, prohibit Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That was the goal from the outset of this. That said, as we negotiated this agreement, we also retained the ability to apply sanctions, continue to apply sanctions, and recognize the fact that we're under no illusions that Iran is going to change its behavior in other fields, such as some of its nefarious actions in the region, via Hezbollah and other involvement in Syria, elsewhere, but also its testing of ballistic missiles. So we can parse the language, but I think what's important here to emphasize is the fact that we still retain the ability to apply pressure through sanctions on Iran for its behavior.
It sounds somewhat dismissive when we talk about parsing language, but that's a good deal of what diplomats and lawyers in this building do. And so certainly the United States has not been shy about describing past Iranian behaviors or the behaviors of other countries as warranted, as violations of relevant UN Security Council resolutions, which carry the force of international law. Why the hesitancy in this case? Why go with the sort of Weasley language of inconsistent with?
Not sure it's, I would term it Weasley. Look. You're not sure? I am sure.
How about ferret-like? Weasley doesn't.
That's hyphenated.
Badger.
Okay.
Badger.
That's right.
Don't pepper him.
That's right. Don't pepper me. Stop it. Again, inconsistent with, you're right. I mean, it's in the sense that it is very parsed and diplomatic language. It reflects the consensus that it took to reach agreement on how we would move forward in addressing some of our concerns about Iran's behavior. But again, what is really critical in all of this is that we have given up no ability to carry out where we see a need to sanctions or our ability to sanction Iran when it acts. As I said, I mentioned a number of areas, but you mentioned ballistic missiles, when it acts in a way that we believe undermines regional stability.
The reason for this series of questions, and I'd like to wrap it up with this, this one, and perhaps move to something else that will go by much more quickly, I assure you, is that, as you may know, Congressman Pompeo, member of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, has launched kind of an informal effort to determine whether lawmakers were the subject of, to use the word he used, deception on the part of the administration in the period where senior officials were testifying before Congress about what the deal would and would not include. So I guess the point-blank question to be put to you is, did this administration mislead the Congress or deceive the Congress about the terms of this deal?
So two things. One, of course, will respond to Congressman Pompeo's concerns, as we do with any congressional inquiry or concern. To your very pointed question, no. We made every effort, and I can give you the statistics in terms of numbers of hearings of high-level U.S. officials, including the Secretary on multiple occasions, including Secretary Moniz, made ourselves available to members on the Hill to explain every aspect of the JCPOA agreement, and made every effort in engaging with Congress to be as transparent as possible about what we were trying to achieve through the actual agreement, but also the fact that we would retain every ability to continue to exert sanctions and pressure on Iran when we saw it exhibiting bad
You may
behavior.
retain the ability. I think what's coming under question here is the willpower to do so.
Again,
If you're not even going to call a violation, but you're going to call a violation something that's inconsistent with the law, then doesn't that legitimately call into question your willpower to do the right thing?
Not at all. And I think you saw with ballistic, the recent tests is that we actually did, follow through and are taking action. And we're going to continue to do that through the UN Security Council, but also unilaterally.
Mark, I have a follow-up on this.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
You said in response to one of James's earlier questions that the U.S. government has no plans to grant Iran access to the U.S. financial system. Does that mean that does that statement rule out granting non-U.S. companies, like say a European bank, the ability to do transactions with the United States where the end party on one side of the transaction is Iran? In other words, European company wants to buy something from Iran or wants to do something with Iran. They want to do a payment. The payment has to go through dollars at some point. Is it okay, or are you considering the possibility? Is your statement meant to imply that you would not allow a European bank to clear or handle such a transaction?
The president actually spoke to this question on Friday. The specificity of your question, I'm not certain of, but he did mention the fact that there are other available options for some of these companies that are separate and apart from the U.S. Financial system. As to the specifics of your question, I'd have to look into it. I have to take that question. I just don't have the
Let's make it
level
less specific.
detail. Yeah.
You might have to defer to Treasury on this, but allowing Iran to have access to transactions that are conducted in dollars is not allowing them access to the U.S. financial system. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So, in other words, okay, so that's the deal.
But one other thing.
So you would make clear, or the administration intends to make clear to banks, to foreign banks, that if they want to handle transactions where the ultimate payee is in Iran, that those transactions can use dollars and that won't run afoul of any U.S. law. Is that correct?
Right. I mean, it's not necessarily that we are going to take the approach of them going through dollar-denominated transactions, but it is possible for them to work through European financial institutions, and we're going to work to continue to clarify that to the
That
to
doesn't
any
answer
businesses.
Matt's question, though.
I think that what you're getting at is you're saying that the administration is at least considering and may actually go ahead with plans to clarify or to issue a new rule that would make it clear that foreign banks would not face any kind of penalties from the United States if they cleared currency transactions in dollars, even if the payee, the ultimate recipient of the money, is in Iran.
Again, for that level of specificity, and for I mean, we're not there yet. I'd have to refer you to Treasury for any.
One other question.
No such plan or inkling of such a plan was put before the Congress at the time you were testifying in behalf of the Iran deal, correct?
But again, I mean, the JCPOA specified what steps in terms of companies or businesses, what they were able to do if Iran has complied with or met its obligations through the JCPOA.
Right. And my very first question to you was whether any language appeared in the main text of that document or the annex documents suggesting that Treasury might make it permissible for Iran to access U.S. dollars through selected foreign banks. Was that part of the deal that was briefed to lawmakers at any point?
I'd have to look back and see if it was in the original text. I don't have that in front of me.
You don't recall it having been in that text?
I don't recall it.
So
but that said, what it did clearly lay out was a clear, a clear list of actions that Iran had to take in order to comply with the JCPOA, and if those actions were taken, that certain sanctions would be lifted, but also that certain companies could do business with Iran. And as I said, the president spoke to this, I thought, very eloquently last Friday when he said, part of this is about Iran changing its behavior and convincing many of these companies that it is a place where it can do business, where they can do business, and that includes, frankly, changing some of its some of the actions that it takes and continues to take in the region. And he said, he talked about ballistic missile testing. He talked about other behavior that Iran continues to take that sends, frankly, a message to companies looking to invest in Iran that isn't favorable.
One other thing on this, please. Sorry, we're just
That's
still
okay.
in the
Sure,
weeds,
sure.
but it was in fact originally the State Department position put forth by Kirby that if it turned out that Iran had launched these ballistic missile tests, that would be a violation. I mean, that's in the transcript. That's inarguable.
That is, yes.
And then
yes.
subsequently, he then moved to the not in compliance with or in defiance of the resolution, right? So just so we're clear, as I understand it, it is not the U.S. government's position that ballistic missile tests are a violation of, I think it's 2251. Is that not correct? It's in defiance of, but it's not a violation, correct?
I'd have to check the specific wording on that, Arshad. I think that's correct.
Can we move?
Sure.
Can we change topics?
Yeah, sure, man.
I've spoken to European officials who say that they're concerned that their bankers are unwilling to do business in Iran. They were hoping that they would get a windfall, as the Iranians would, out of the JCPOA. But their bankers are concerned that they'd be arrested by Preet Bharara next time they set foot in New York. When you say this needs to be clarified, is this because of requests from the private sector, from foreign governments, from Iran, or just from questioning in rooms like this one?
Well, I mean, it's also incumbent on us, and we've been actually working with banks and governments around the world to provide this kind of guidance and ensure that they do understand clearly what, or to the extent rather, that of U.S. sanctions relief provided under the deal, but also the appropriate, so that the appropriate relief, I guess, is rather put into effect under the JCPOA. And that's going to continue. We're going to continue to have these discussions with these companies and with banks and governments around the world to, as we move forward, to make sure that they understand the
Be
playing field.
issuing the clarification in the form of waivers or just public guidance?
Public guidance.
Can I move on to the Palestinian-Israeli issue very quickly? I met today with.
Guidance and not the
Not
issuance
pu-
of waivers
sorry,
or a general license by the Treasury?
I'd have to refer you to the Treasury on that. I don't have that specificity.
Something
Yep.
that is a bit more mundane. Let me, I wonder if you are aware that a Palestinian deacon, the head of the Palestinian Presbyterian Church, is in town. I think he will be meeting with some officials at the State Department and so on. Apparently there's a foundation called the Urban Moskowitz Foundation, was able to get $10 million together and so on, and transact some sort of a transactional deal, which the church was not aware of, and they purchased the land, and consequently they threw the church out. I mean, these are American foundations that, under all kinds of fraudulent covers, claim to purchase land in the West Bank and so on, and consequently, the Presbyterian Church in Bethlehem cannot use its facilities. I wonder if you're aware of that,
Yeah.
or if you have any comment.
I think you're talking about the Palestinian Presbyterian Church of
Beit
Bethlehem.
Barakah, yes.
I can say that Ambassador Saperstein, who's here in town, is meeting with, I think, the son of George Awad.
Danny
and I
Awad,
think
yes.
Danny, thank you, Danny Awad. And that's going to be later this afternoon. And we've already spoken to this issue, I think, back in January, but we remain very concerned about this decision to kind of expand the existing settlement boundary of the Gush Etzion Regional Council to include a former church compound.
Okay. Well, see, the issue is the land, the West Bank, is still governed by Jordanian law, and Jordanian law prohibits the sale of church property in this case. I don't know how they came up with some fraudulent documents and so on. So, this is the issue that Ambassador Saperstein will be discussing with Father Awad today.
I mean, he's clearly going to talk about this action that is going to obviously push the church off of its property. I can't tell you to what level of detail they're going to get into, but obviously we are always concerned when we see decisions that, as I said, seek to expand existing settlement boundaries. And certainly when that involves pushing churches off their land, that's concerning.
A couple more questions on the Palestinian issue.
Yep.
There are, according to UNICEF, according to the UN, 400 Palestinian children under the age of 18 in Israeli prisons, among them a 12-year-old girl, Dima Wawi. Do you have any comment on that?
Other than to say we have an ongoing dialogue, I would say, with the government of Israel about our concerns on this specific issue. And we also discuss it in detail in our human rights report.
And my last is the excessive use of force. Since the confrontations between the Palestinians and the Israeli occupation army erupted in September, 209 Palestinians have been killed, among them 48 children under the age of 18, mostly execution style. Does that propel you in any way to sort of, or does it cast any kind of urgency on your response to the Senator Leahy letter that came into light last week?
I think Elizabeth spoke in detail about the Senator Leahy letter and our response to that. I mean, on Friday, I would just say overall, it certainly adds urgency to our efforts to have both sides de-escalate tensions in the region. Certainly, as we've said many times, Israel has a right to defend itself against these attacks and violence against its people. But we've also many times called on Israeli security forces to exercise restraint. And so, we do have concerns about the mounting violence in the region.
Have you responded to that letter?
Not that I'm aware of, no, not yet.
Been over a month.
It's been...
How long does it usually take?
Yeah, it's been a couple months. I mean, I can't give you a timeline on these kinds of letters. You know,
Have spell check, yes.
I mean, did you even let him know that you received it?
Sure. Let me finish and answer his question, and I'll get to you guys. I mean, yes. I mean, we're of course we're engaged with Leahy's staff and talking to Congress and engaged in our response in this letter. But you know, we're going to do.
But
We're going
the
to.
department has yet to respond to the letter. Is that
My
correct?
understanding is that it is not yet.
But you can clarify that it is a response and not an investigation that you are doing, right? You will
It's a
not
response. I mean,
investigate-
we're always.
Right.
I mean, we have a
'Cause we don't
team.
understand. I mean, you could
No,
say.
that's okay.
Your
But we.
response could say, we received the letter and we hereby acknowledge it and so on. But it's a different thing altogether to let's say, go by the law that, you know, that was passed in 1997.
So, again, we will respond to the letter when appropriate or when we are able to. But our vetting via Leahy goes on all the time. You know, that we have a team of people working constantly on the vetting, or rather, excuse me, conducting Leahy vetting of various organizations, of various groups around the world, not just with regarding Israel and Egypt, and that work continues around the clock, or not around the clock, obviously, but continuously.
Mark on Turkey.
I have a question. Karabakh?
Let's do Karabakh, Turkey, and then over to you.
Right. The fighting continues even after the weekend. There was a unilateral announcement from the Azerbaijan president. But and then I wonder if you see the announcement from President of Armenia that the ongoing fighting may escalate into a full-scale war, and he has also warned Armenia may recognize the independence of Nagorno-Karabakh. I wonder if you have any response.
Well, I would just say, you know, we've expressed our concern about the escalating violence. Ultimately, it is up to the leaders of these two countries, Armenia and Azerbaijan, to find the political will to reach peace, to reach a ceasefire, and to achieve a lasting peace to this ongoing conflict. For our part, we're going to continue as one of the co-chairs of the Minsk group to make efforts to get both sides back to the negotiating process.
Last week, Secretary was welcoming the president of Azerbaijan here at the State Department. I wonder if he reached out to both sides after the conflict has escalated over the weekend.
Whether Secretary
of
himself has
State.
reached out to
Right.
to both sides. Let me just check this. Handy dandy. He hasn't spoken to either leader. You know, but obviously it came up during their. I mean, excuse me. You know, it came up during their discussions during the bilat. But since the violence escalated over the weekend, I don't believe he's talked to either leader.
Be your response if Armenia recognized the independence of Nagorno-Karabakh and normalize relations?
I think what's important here is that, first of all, the violence stops. We don't want to see any kind of escalation. We want to see de-escalation. We want to see a credible ceasefire return. There is also a process here via the Minsk group that can lead to, we believe, a peaceful negotiated settlement with respect to Nagorno-Karabakh. So we would urge both sides to return to that process, de-escalate the situation, and then hopefully work out a political or a resolution to the ongoing hostilities. Yeah, in the back, yeah.
On the 1st of April, Russians ally Armenia started attacks against Azerbaijan again. They are killing civilians, destroying schools and houses. The normal life of the local population has been disrupted. Don't you think that it is a reaction to the successful visit of the President Aliyev to Washington? And what is the United States position to the continuing Armenian aggression?
So, certainly not for me to speak to what the motivations might be behind this recent escalation, except to simply reiterate our strong belief that both sides need to de-escalate, end the violence, return to a ceasefire, and then again, there is a mechanism in place, the Minsk group, through which we've been working very hard with both sides to reach a peace settlement or a settlement to this conflict. And we would urge both sides to return to that. The violence over the weekend only exacerbates the situation, only increases tensions. We need, again, both governments, both presidents to step back from further escalation and return to what is already an established process to reach a peaceful settlement.
Same topic.
Yeah, please.
Okay. On March 30th, you guys issued a statement attributable to John Kerry, and in the statement, John Kerry actually expresses full support of the United States government to territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. And he also expresses commitment of the U.S. government to working with the sides to reach a comprehensive settlement based on international law, UN Charter, Helsinki Final Act. So, as you know, there are 4 UN Security Council resolutions, 822, 853, 874, 884, which demand unconditional and immediate withdrawal of Armenian troops from Azerbaijan. So when you make statements calling the sides to restraint, why is it that the State Department is not also asking or demanding, for that matter, the Armenian government to comply with the UN Security Council resolutions? That because they're at the core of the international law on this.
Sure. What I would say to that is we strongly support the Minsk Group process. We strongly support the co-chair's efforts to mediate a fair and just resolution to Nagorno-Karabakh that is based on the principles of international law, the UN Charter, and the Helsinki Final Act, particularly principles of non-use of force, territorial integrity, and self-determination. As I said, ultimately, this is up to the 2 leaders and the 2 governments to find the political will to reach that lasting peace. We are willing, through the Minsk Group process, to work with them to get there. Guys, I'm really pressed for time.
Different
Karabakh.
subjects.
Let's
No,
finish
same
Karabakh.
subject. Just finish up. The call you read out earlier with Mr. Lavrov.
Yes,
Was
sir.
that a call you planned to have anyway about Syria and Ukraine, and then Azerbaijan, Armenia came up, or did you initiate the call because of concerns about Azerbaijan and Armenia? And if it was for that, or if that obviously became a very important part of the call, you think Russia is a partner in trying to end this this conflict? That there was something you want Russia to do, or Russia not to do?
Well, I mean, Russia is, part of the Minsk Group. Our own ambassador, James Warlick, is one of the co-chairs, but with Russia and with France, we continue to work diligently to try to come up with proposals.
Mr. Lavrov, but not with Mr. Aliyev or anyone in Armenia.
And I don't know, frankly, I don't have I don't have an answer for you in terms of whether this call was scheduled. I believe he did reach out to him this morning, but I don't know if it was already scheduled or not. But I mean, there is real concern, obviously, with on the part of the secretary, as we've seen with other leaders, including Russia, about this sharp escalation.
Different subject, really quickly.
Yep.
What role did the State Department have in the extradition of the hacker, or the suspected hacker known as, I may get the pronunciation wrong here, Guccifer, from Romania?
I don't have it, no.
This was the hacker who exposed the Clinton Blumenthal correspondence and thereby the Clinton email account?
I don't believe we had any, I mean, other than, this is an extradition of a hacker, I think it would be Department of Justice, it would have the specifics on that.
Department of Justice, Panama Papers, do you have anything on that?
Very briefly, we're obviously not going to talk about the contents of any leaked documents. As you know, we assiduously avoid that for a variety of reasons. But what I would say is that it's very important to note that the U.S. government does focus on strengthening financial transparency and global compliance and investigating any possible illicit and sanctions evasion activity. And we use all sources of information, both public and non-public, to do so. That's really a Department of Justice function. I think Treasury's, forgive me, Department of Treasury function, I think its Office of Foreign Assets Control does carry out these kinds of efforts, drawing from both publicly available information, law enforcement, intelligence community sources, as well as other sources of information.
Mark.
You, sir, and then that's it. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mark. Today, half a dozen Turkish journalists arrested and their house raided. This just happened a day or two after President Obama criticized Mr. Erdogan's press record. Do you have any comment, and do you see any tie between these two events?
I can't speak to whether there's any tie. As you said, saw the president made very clear that he's concerned about this ongoing trend that's counter to Turkey's commitment to a free press. It's part of any number of issues that we continue to discuss with Turkey, who's a strong partner and NATO ally, but we do have concerns about the ongoing trend there.
About these arrests of today?
Not to arrest today. I don't have any comment on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
First. That is the issue that will be decided tomorrow, whether we put America first or whether we put
All right, everybody. This is a live Donald Trump rally in Superior, Wisconsin.
It was Ted Cruz who pushed to double the number of Muslim migrants coming into this country. No security, no screening. He didn't care whether it damaged our communities or threatened us with terrorism like we've seen in Belgium, because Ted Cruz is an extremist and a radical, and he is too extreme for the state of Wisconsin. One final thing before I leave you today. There's been some people in Washington, D.C., rich lobbyists and consultants and the special interests, who moan and weep and cry and complain because they don't like Mr. Trump's tone. They think he's too tough on crime. They think he's too tough on illegal immigration. They think he's too tough on offshoring. Well, let me ask all of you a question. Did those special interests, did they ever weep when your factory closed? No. Did they shed a tear when you or someone you cared about lost a job? No. Did they cry when Americans like Kate Steinle were killed by illegal immigrants? No. Because they don't care about you. But you know who does care about you? Donald Trump cares about you. Donald Trump cares about each and every one of you, and he will fight for you, and he will never stop fighting. This election is a referendum on 40 years of failed leadership. A vote for Ted Cruz is a vote for 40 more years of failure. It is a vote to send every last job you have in this state in trade overseas, and it is a vote to keep our border open. And you will not let that happen, will you? Will you seize tomorrow, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Will you seize this once-in-a-lifetime chance to save your country? Will you vote for a man who will put jobs and wages for Wisconsin first? Will you rise to the occasion? Will your friends and family rise to the occasion? then I ask all of you, one more time, one last time, will you vote to save Wisconsin tomorrow? God bless you, and vote tomorrow.
I knew she was gonna meet her connection.
Thank you, thank you. I feel so guilty. You know, we have 4,000 or 5,000 people trying to get in. I don't know how they're going to get in anyway. But we have speakers right in the back, thousands of people trying to get in. Something's going on, folks. Something good is going to happen tomorrow. Remember that. Remember I said it. We're tired of being the dummies. We're tired of being the ones that are just ripped off all over the world. Everybody rips off our taxpayers. They rip off our people. We're not going to take it anymore. The big change is coming, so we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens tomorrow. You know, it's sort of interesting. I've been watching and discussing a lot of different subjects and a lot of different waste, fraud, abuse. You see what's going on with our country. And one thing I noticed, I went home last night. I'm watching in a very nice hotel room. I don't ask for much. You know what I want? Clean. I want clean. And when I'm in Wisconsin, it's clean. Do we like that? That's all I want is clean. But I went home and I see commercials. Oh, millions of dollars worth of, it's like about Trump, millions of dollars worth of commercials. And I say, if these people could save their money, give it to charity. The commercials are so false, for the most part. Little truths every once in a while. But so false. And it happened to me in Florida. You know, in Florida, we won in a landslide. They spent $38 million on commercials. They had thousands of commercials. I turned on the television. I couldn't stand it. I said, turn it off, turn it off. During one of the major golf tournaments, it's my golf tournament. During the commercial, before they gave out the trophy to Adam Scott at Doral, they come up with a commercial, 4 in a row, anti-Trump. And you know, I said something, I just wrote it down. It's called Never Trump. Did you hear this? Never Trump. You know what these are? These are establishment people that don't want to see it happen because they're all under troth. They're all making a lot of money. I don't even think in many cases they care who wins. They want to keep it going. And you know, I just said, never Trump. If they worked this hard to stop Obama, Obama wouldn't have had a chance. You know that? Obama wouldn't have had a chance. So I was writing over it. It's like my favorite topic because I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting up my own money, right? And nobody does this. I guess the last might have been Ross Perot. I don't know. I don't know of anybody that does it. I have turned down tens of millions of dollars from special interests and from people, and frankly, from friends of mine. They want to give me millions. One guy in Palm Beach recently said, Donald, we'd like to give you $10 million. Now, for me to turn it down is, you know, it's like against my grain. Because my whole life I've been taking money. I take. That's what a businessman does, right? Or a businesswoman. We take. And, you know, they come up, I'd like to. And one guy in particular, he's a very rich guy, member of the Mar-a-Lago Club. And I see him like a few months ago. Donald, I'd like to make a major contribution to you or your PAC. I said, I don't have a PAC. I don't have. You know, all these guys have these phony PACs. In fact, I saw where Cruz the other day had an event run by his PAC. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. They said it was paid for and run by his PAC. You're not allowed to do that, that's a whole other story. But this guy comes up, he said, I'd like to give you whatever money you want for your campaign. I said, I can't take it. He looked at me, he said, you're kidding, right? You know, he's a business guy. He said, you're kidding. I said, no, I can't take it. I have turned down so much money. If I would have accepted it, you know, I think Bush, Jeb, had the biggest of all the PACs. He had like $148 million or something they raised. And I think it even got a lot bigger than that. I could have had that times 4 or 5 if I would have taken the money. And coming over, I said, you know, I don't think it's appreciated. I really mean, and I'm not knocking you. But when people look at me and then they look at this guy Cruz, who's totally controlled by the people that give him the money, 100% totally controlled. But when they give him that money, or when they give, how about Kasich? Kasich is 1 for 32, okay? You know what he is? He's a guy just doesn't stop, which I respect in one way, because I always say never quit, never give up. But, you know, if you go by that theory, and by the way, the people from back there are pouring in as we speak. You don't mind, unless you want to wait for about 2 hours. You want to wait? No, I didn't think so. But how about Kasich? He's won, how many states are there that we've gone through? Like 30 or 32, whatever it is. He won one, and I would have won that one if I had 2 more days. I stayed in Florida to campaign because I thought it was closer. We won Florida, by the way, in a landslide, won by almost 20 points. And I should have left Florida a little bit early, but I didn't want to take a chance on losing Florida. So if I went to Ohio 1 extra day, maybe 2 days, I would have won. We came in very close against him and the machine that's in Ohio, which is fine. I understand it. But here's a guy, he's 1-32, and the 1 is his home state. I mean, give me a break. And he almost lost it. So he's 1 for 32, and he just says, I'm going to keep running. I'm going to keep running. I don't care. And he's taking my votes because he's not taking from Cruz. He's taking from me. And I say to myself, it's unfair because Marco could have stayed. Marco was doing much better than he was. Marco could have stayed. They all could have stayed. Jeb Bush could have stayed, right? You know, he would have liked to have stayed. Low energy, he would have stayed. Just stay. But they all could have stayed if you go by that theory. So I think it's unfair. And I will tell you one thing about Kasich. He voted in favor of NAFTA. He's in favor, which is a disaster. That sucked the businesses from Wisconsin and every place else. You have to see New England. Just took them away. He voted in favor, and what he wants now is TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, a total disaster for our country, led by the special interests, led by the lobbies, led by countries that want to rip us off and take our jobs, led by people. This is going to make NAFTA look like a baby, folks, and you shouldn't allow it. Ted Cruz wants it. Ted Cruz wants it badly because his people that give him money are telling him we want it. And it's a bad thing for our country. Believe me, folks, a really bad thing. I love Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. You know, it's funny. We had a situation where Cruz was going to win the South, remember? Until I came along. But he was going to win the South. And he was actually, they were thinking New Hampshire, but somebody else was supposed to win New Hampshire. It looked like Jeb was going to win New Hampshire. And I came up, we won New Hampshire in a landslide, right? Landslide. And by the way, I spent a tiny fraction of the money. Isn't that nice? When you can spend less and come out number one. Isn't that good, right? Don't you want that as your president as opposed to let's spend? So anyway, so I won New Hampshire. We went to South Carolina. And by the way, won Massachusetts, almost 50% in Massachusetts. Now, Tom Brady likes me a lot, so that helps, right? And he did say you have a great quarterback, okay? So that's good. Do you have a great quarterback? I think so. And you're going to have a good year, too. You're going to have a good year. But I will say, so we won Massachusetts, but we went down to South Carolina, and that was Ted Cruz's territory. Lying Ted Cruz. The Bible held high. Bible held. You ever see a guy lie like this guy? What he did to, how about Dr. Ben Carson, one of the great guys, right? So he endorsed me. But how about what he did in Iowa to Ben Carson? He said, Ben Carson has left the race. That was during the election, not before or after. And thousands of people voted for him as opposed to Ben. And he lied. I just lied. He just said they left the race. And then he just lied. Lying Ted. Lying Ted. Lying Ted. I will say with Cruz, and I don't want his endorsement, by the way. I really don't. You know these politicians? They say never really do this because you want the what? Look at this poor Lindsey Graham, this poor guy. He said the other day, I know more about the war. I've been fighting it for many years. That's the problem. Guys like this, they fight it for many years. They don't know how to win. In South Carolina, I was at 42. He was at 2, and he's the sitting senator of South Carolina. So he hates Ted Cruz, right? So he goes out, and he endorses Ted Cruz because he can't stand me. Look, I hit him hard. Hey, look, we have to hit hard. We got to win. My wife is always saying, and Ivanka, you heard of Ivanka, right? Right? Just had a baby. She's great. But they said, darling, be more presidential. Daddy, be more presidential during the debate. I said, I will, but I got to knock off the final 2 first, if you don't mind. Right? You know what they mean. I could be presidential. But if I was presidential, we'd only have about 20% of you would be here because it would be boring as hell, I will say. Now, let me be unpresidential just for a little while longer, and maybe I'll be a little bit unpresidential as I beat Hillary because, we'll beat Hillary so badly. Don't forget, I haven't started on Hillary yet. I haven't focused on Hillary. So we started off with 17 people. I've now got 2 left. I call them the leftovers, right? I now have 2 left. And we're way up on both of them. I mean, the one guy I told you, he's got, it's ridiculous. And at least Cruz, he's got some. I saw him the other day, and it was from the debate. He goes, I'm the only one. You know, he can't talk normal. He's got to always pretend he's debating. Does that bother people? Do you ever have a conversation? Donald, I say, well, what's going on? But he goes, I'm the only one that has a proven record of beating Donald Trump. I'm the only one. I've beaten Donald Trump. That's true. He said, I beat him 6 times. Then I looked at him, I said, yeah, but I beat you 22 times. Right? And it's true. And it's a famous picture where he just stands there, like he doesn't even say anything because he's lying dead. Most guys wouldn't really, he could say, he said it again today. He said he's the only one with a proven record of beating. And I'm killing the guy. So it's really disgraceful. I tell you what, politicians are a disgrace in many cases. I've met some that are very good. But the lying, the deception, the viciousness. But I've met people that are much tougher than Ted Cruz. But I've never, ever met anybody that lied like him. This guy lies so much, right? Do you remember the voter? Remember Iowa? Remember what he said? Looked like it came right out of the IRS. Voter fraud, voter whatever the hell, and he puts it up, and people saying, what's going on? And it said, the way you get out of it is you have to go and you have to vote for Ted Cruz. I mean, give me a break. So here's what the facts are, folks. We have a very, very big deal coming up. And I don't know, the polls now, a poll just came out where essentially we're even, and I'm feeling it. You know, when I went to New Hampshire, I wasn't supposed to win, right? And I went around for about 4 days. I've been here for 4 days and then went home for like 2 seconds because I had that meeting with the Republican National Committee, right? Reince. We'll find out. Don't worry. I have my eyes wide open. My eyes are wide open, right? You all trust me. My eyes are wide open. He's a nice man. Somebody said, is he a nice man? I said, yes. I said, are they going to treat you fairly? I said, I have no idea, but I'll let you know in 6 months. But my eyes are wide open, all right? And I'm representing a tremendous number of people, and we are not going to be taken advantage of by people. You know, I'll give you an example. I go to Louisiana. I worked hard, made speeches all over, made a final speech in a hangar that was massive. The place was packed. I end up winning. And then I didn't get as many delegates as the guy that lost. I said, what kind of a system is this? So we're dealing with a corrupt system. We're dealing with a system that's not fair. And I say to people, I don't care what it says. If I won, I should get more delegates. So we agree? I don't care. But we're doing well. We have almost 300 delegates more. We have millions of votes more. You know, people don't ever talk about that. They never mention a little thing, but we have millions of votes more. Now, here's who you have to be careful of, those people back there. Because, no, I don't even know if they're evil. Some of them are. They're unbelievably dishonest. Congratulations. Unbelievably dishonest. Unbelievable. Because every time I say something, for instance, it was asked to me about NATO. And, you know, look, I've made a lot of money. I built a great company. I did my filings. Everyone said, oh, filings, and they were down. They were hoping the company would be a nothing. We would have had the biggest story you've ever seen. Frankly, if it would have been a nothing, I would have never run because you have to file your papers, right? So I filed this, like, massive, almost 100-page document. And it showed not only some of the greatest assets in the world, but tremendous cash flow, very little debt, a tremendous company. Turnberry in Scotland, Doral, many buildings all over the place. Bank of America building in San Francisco with a great partner. Lots of great deals, right? Great buildings. 1290 Avenue of the Americas, one of the biggest office buildings in Manhattan. Trump Tower, so many buildings, right? So I have this great company. Again, very little debt, tremendous cash flow, tremendous company. And they didn't complain. They couldn't. They were devastated. They went up. The federal election said they've never seen so many people wanting to see a report before. And a friend of mine said, I know how successful you are, but I had no idea it was that successful. I said, how did you know? Did you read the paper? He said, no, because I know you wouldn't have run unless your papers were damn good. And it's true. You couldn't have run because you have to file everything. I'm a private company. You have to file. So I filed. And the reason I tell you that story is because that's the kind of thinking we need in the United States. We have to get our house in order, folks. We have to get our house in order. And we can't let China, who I like, Mexico, who I like, Japan, Vietnam, India, name a country, name any country, name a country. I guarantee you that country is taking advantage of the United States. It's amazing that we have a country that continues to chug along. You know, we have no GDP. We're like at zero. If China goes to 7 or 8%, it's like a national catastrophe. We have nothing. Last quarter, like zero. It's slightly more than zero, but essentially it was zero. And believe me, they worked hard to make sure it kept them out of that negative territory. And you don't see it. You don't see numbers like that. So that means we're losing our jobs. And you look at Carrier, you look at Ford, you look at Nabisco, you look at all of these companies that are leaving our country, leaving jobs. You look at Pfizer, the great pharmaceutical company. They announced they're leaving, they're moving to Ireland. I hope it's next to some of the land I own. I own a lot of land in Ireland. What the hell? I bought it 4 or 5 years ago when things were cheap, right? You know, we want to buy at the right price, right? So I'm sorry, folks. Sorry. International businessman, what can I say? But you know, we want to keep our companies here. We want to keep our jobs here. And I tell the story, and it could apply to any one of them. It could apply to Nabisco. It could apply certainly to Ford. Ford spent $2.5 billion building a plant, a massive plant in Mexico to make cars, trucks, and parts. What do we get out of it? Now they make the cars, they make the trucks, they make the parts, they send them across the border. Probably those cars are driven by illegals. Why not? They can get them for the right price. Nobody checks them, so why can't they? The illegals take the Ford car and they drive it right across the border, and everybody's happy, especially the Democrats, right? They're happy. So we're going to stop it. We're going to have such a strong border, and we're going to have a wall. It's going to be a real wall, believe me. We're going to have a wall. And the drugs aren't going to be pouring into this country anymore, poisoning our youth and poisoning everybody else. We are going to have a strong border. We're going to have a wall, and Mexico is going to pay for the wall as sure as you're standing here. Certainly. But you know, the part of it that's so tough, and I can go through the different things, I can go quickly because you've all heard me speak, you know what I represent. I represent, very simply, America first, okay? America first, no more. So the question was asked to me the other day by one of the commentators about NATO. So I said, well, here's the story. You ready? NATO's obsolete. They all go, what? Oh, Trump doesn't know anything about NATO. 3 days later, they're all saying it was genius. Nobody, you know, they study it, and they watch it, and they look at it, and they're so close to it that they don't even see it. It's obsolete. But then I said something more profound, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. I said, it's obsolete, and we pay proportionately way too much. We have 28 countries, and some of the countries are along for a free ride or almost a free ride. So what the hell are we doing? So they get attacked, and we protect them. Oh, isn't that a great deal? I love that deal. That's great. That's great. So I said, we have to get those countries to pay, number one. Number two, and there are many of them. There are many of them. I think we're paying 72% the cost. 72, we're one country. We're stupid. We're led by stupid people, folks. We can't do it anymore. We can't do it anymore. We have incompetent leadership, and we're not going to stand for it anymore. And not only incompetent, remember this. You know, a lot of people come up to me and they talk about a certain deal. They say, Mr. Trump, our politicians are so stupid. I said, no, they're not stupid. They're taken care of through campaign contributions. They're not stupid. Some are stupid, frankly, and some deals, many of the deals are stupid. But many of the deals are made because these companies and various other people that want to make the deal are totally controlling of your Ted Cruz's of the world. Totally controlling. For instance, Cruz has a personal financial statement, the disclosure form, which is a big deal. He forgot to put on, he said, I forgot. Lying Ted. Lying Ted. He said, I forgot to put that I borrowed $1 million at almost no interest. An interest rate anybody in this room would be proud of, okay? Because he's a United States senator. They give him all the money. He could have gotten it for nothing, probably. He probably said, well, at least put something there. You know, got to make it look a little good, right? So he borrowed $1 million from Goldman Sachs and Citibank, didn't put it on his personal financial disclosure form. Then he goes around and he acts like Robin Hood, like he's going to protect you from the banks. Give me a break, folks, okay? Doesn't work that way. Nobody knows politicians better than me. That's why I'm doing so well. Don't forget, with all these people, one after another, they're gone, they're gone, they're gone. I've been on center stage. You know, center stage of debates. We had like 11 or 12 debates. I skipped one because I wasn't treated fairly, but that's okay. That might have been a mistake, or maybe not. Who knows? Raised a lot of money for the vets. Raised a lot of money for the vets because I skipped. Remember that. And I would have done it again. But here's the thing. So we had like 11 or 12 debates, and I've been center stage on every single debate. That meant I've been in the lead. And, you know, it's funny, during the debates or before they announced, I said, are you going to say that I'm center stage if I'm number one? No, we won't say that. I say, why wouldn't you? Well, we just don't do that. Now, some of them did, but some of them wouldn't do it because they refused to acknowledge that I was number one. But that's the way. Every single debate, I've been exactly center. And some of these guys, they're falling off the platform, left or right. Remember Jeb? He hit me. I said, Jeb, next week you're going to be off the platform. You're going to be falling off the platform. And don't forget, Jeb, and I can only say this because he endorsed. You know, now all of a sudden, Cruz is becoming establishment, even though they all hate him. But he's becoming establishment because he's taking a lot of money, and these people want. You know, I had one guy come in. It was interesting. He's a friend of mine. He wanted to give me tremendous amounts of money. I said, I don't need. I'm richer than he is. Much. He said, I know you're richer than me, Donald, but I want to give you millions. I said, here's the problem. I can't take it because I'm self-funding my campaign. You know, I take the little contributions where people send in $250, they send in $17, they send in even $500, $1,000, but the small contributions, right? The minimal contributions, because I can't send the money back. Number one, it's expensive to send it back. Number two, half the time you don't know where the hell to send it. And number three, if I sent a woman back who sent, literally I have a woman wrote a 4-page letter with a check for $17.50. If you send that back to a woman, it's almost like insulting no matter how you put it, right? So, no, it really is. But here's a guy, they spend so much money. They're spending money like it's water. And it's so against the system. And it's so against what we all stand for. And what it is it's inverse. It's actually inverse. The more money they spend, and some of them, they raise money. They're really good at it. Remember this about politicians. They're good at two things. Raising money for themselves and getting elected. He said, and lying. Well, that's true. That's true. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the system. And we have a movement going. We have a movement. All over the world they're talking about it. It's been on the cover of Time magazine like 4 times in a short period of time. I've been on the cover of Time magazine a lot over the last 6 months. But 4 times over the last short period of time, the cover of Time, the cover of the New York Times, the Washington Post, everything. I mean, the biggest story is what's happening with Trump. Today there's a story, and they were just reading it to me. I don't even know where the story is, but that Trump has made the networks and television a fortune. They're having the best year they've ever had because everybody wants to watch Trump. Look at this crowd. And by the way, I wish the press would go to the back and see what I'm talking about. I just waved there, and part of the problem is, you know, you have to go through the machines, unfortunately, which is too bad. But so many people back there what's going on. And we have one today later on in the evening. In fact, my wife is flying in for it. We're going to have one that's so unbelievable. It's going to be packed. And Bernie was right next door, and he canceled his because they can't compete with what we have. They cannot. It's true. It's true. They cannot compete with what we have. They can't compete with our crowds. It's a movement. And you know what it is? It's a movement to common sense. It's a movement to say we're not going to allow it to happen anymore. We're not going to allow our country to be stripped of its jobs, of its factories. We're not going to allow it. Do you know that people in this area, and Steve read you some statistics, they're terrible. You know, when Scott Walker, I should have brought it, maybe I did. Do I have it? Do I have it? Oh, tonight? Oh, you wouldn't, I like this crowd so much though, no? You'll see it tonight. I'm bringing it tonight. So, no, Scott Walker came up to my office a year ago. He gave me this beautiful plaque because I gave him a lot of money. I figured, what the heck, he's fighting. Give him money. What do I know what he's doing? But then when I looked at the numbers, when he announced he was running for president, and did you notice we got along very well? And they all said, well, first they said Jeb was going to win. I took him out, right? I took him out. So he was gone. Then they said Marco was going to win, the face of the Republican Party. And we had a great time in Florida. So he goes, bye-bye, bye-bye. Then they said a lot of other guys, everyone's going to win, right? They're all going to win. Then they said, remember the last one was going to be Walker. When he went in, they said, well, this is a great young Republican, which is true. I hope it's true. But, you know, he's against me, so as far as I'm concerned, there's no truth to that. But the fact is you're doing very mediocre. But when he went out, Walker, everyone thought that, well, he was going to win. And I was very nice to him. He was very nice to me. We went along a couple of months. He was doing well. I was doing well. And he was toward the beginning of the pack because, you know, he had this little reputation going. And then they had a fundraiser. And his fundraiser, his chief fundraiser, again, fundraisers, always funds. Money is the root of all evil, right? But they had a fundraiser. And his guy said some nasty things about me, like really, really nasty. And I said, thank you so much. And I was reading a magazine, and I was reading what was going on in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin is a much different place. You know, you're losing a lot of jobs. You're not going up. You're going sideways. You're very average compared to your neighboring states. You're right in the middle, which is fine. But I thought it was like this great thing. So he had this false deal going. And I said, look, he just said bad things. Thank goodness. So I got all the information. I started reading it. He went from number one to out of the race. And you know how quickly he got out? You know why? Because he couldn't fight the statistics. He couldn't fight it. And he got out. And if he wouldn't have done this, now, I never called him and asked for support, in all fairness, because I felt I couldn't. Hit him too hard. You know, when you hit people, it's like me calling Jeb. Jeb, I'd love to have your support. How can he do it? How can he do it? And yet Chris Christie gave me his support. Dr. Ben Carson gave me his support. We have tremendous support. We have tremendous support. We have tremendous support. Sheriff Joe in Arizona. I mean, who's tougher? Who's tougher? Do we love Sheriff Joe? Sheriff Joe gave his support. How important, let me ask you a raise of hands, because you're pretty far away from a certain border. How important is border security for this crowd? Right? We're going to have such a strong border, folks. We are getting ripped off left and right, and the numbers that are coming in are just disgraceful, and you see what's going on with the crime. So on June 16th, when I announced that I was running for president, I talked about two things primarily: the border and the lack of safety and the death that's been happening. But I talked about illegal immigration, and I talked about trade. They were very close to my heart. And I shot up to number one in the polls. And then we had Paris, which was a disaster. And I talked about radical Islamic terrorism. And I said lots of things, and I said very, very strong things. And we have to be strong. We have to be smart. We have to be strong. We have to be very, very vigilant. We cannot be politically correct. I'm sorry. It's not working. Political correctness is not working. And everybody said, that's the end of Trump. It's over for Trump. Remember I said we have to do a temporary ban on the Muslims until we find out what's going on, right? I don't want to do that. They said, that's the end. You know how many times I've been given the end? Like, I've been given the last rites. How many times? Like 10? Every week. It's the end of Trump. Then they walk in, sir, I don't know what happened, but your poll numbers just went through the roof. Sir, could you... I mean, many, many times. And you know what? I don't even care. I have to tell the truth. I speak the truth. And I think people get it. And these guys are liars. But look, the press lies. And I'll give you an example. So I talked about NATO, and I said it's obsolete. And I said we're paying too much. And I said they don't really focus on terrorism. They focus on the Soviet Union, which no longer exists, right? It was set up very much for that reason. And we have Russia, which is a real threat, too. It's not as big as the Soviet Union, but a real threat, run by a very smart cookie, much smarter, much more cunning than our president. I will tell you that right now, whether we like it or not. And I like him because he called me a genius. He said Trump is the new real leader. Trump should be the leader, and he's a total genius, and it got out in the paper. So he called me a genius, but it's not going to happen. No, don't worry about it, folks. I am not seduced easily, believe me. I don't care what they... You could call me that, or you could call me the word. I still feel the same. It's going to be on a fair basis. But it wouldn't be bad to get along with Russia, right? It wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad to get along with some of these countries that we're not on our terms. Only on our terms. But it wouldn't be bad. But, I watch what's going on. I look at that Iran deal, which to me is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen signed, one of the worst deals I've ever seen signed. And what happened yesterday? Obama now is finally, he saw. Because did you see what they did? They captured a ship from Iran, bringing guns into Yemen. And I mean, this was a lot of stuff. This was serious weaponry. But Obama's now saying that, not because of that alone, he's saying he's angry at Iran. He thinks they've essentially violated. I don't think he wants to say it the way. I'll tell you what it is. They've defaulted. That's what the real word is. They've defaulted on a stupid agreement that should have never been signed. We should have had our prisoners out there long before we started negotiating. We should have had our prisoners out. You leave the room, we want our prisoners, and you double up the sanctions. They give you back the prisoners in 24 hours, folks. We're ashamed of ourselves for what's been going on with that deal. So Obama yesterday, for the first time, essentially said that he's very unhappy with Iran and the way they're behaving. I could have told him that 3 years ago. I could have told him that. Did you all see that? I could have told him that years ago. It's unbelievable. We're run by babies. We're run by either babies or maybe worse. I mean, there's something going on. There's something going on. So a lot of bad things are happening. So when I talked about NATO and I talked about the cost, I get a big call from somebody. Oh, Donald, they're really hitting you on NATO. Why? Well, they said, you want NATO broken up. You want NATO to be terminated. You don't like NATO. You want all these countries to protect themselves. That's not what I said. You know what I said? I said, NATO's okay. It's obsolete. But we have to rejigger it, change it. And we got to ask them to pay. We owe $19 trillion. We're going to $21 trillion. Your jobs are all being lost. Do you know that in 17 years, a lot of the people in this audience have not had a pay increase effectively? You haven't had a pay increase. And then people wonder, why do I get 21,000 people to come and see me in Orlando? Why do I get 35,000 in Mobile, Alabama? Why do I have thousands of people standing in the back of this building trying to get in, listening to this speech by loudspeaker? Why? Why? And we have a packed airplane hangar. Why? The reason is we're sick and tired of what's going on. And let me tell you, one of the people, actually, it was sort of interesting, it was the governor of South Carolina, right? You know who I'm talking about. She came out and she supported Marco Rubio. And I said, oh, that's the end of that. Governor Haley. Oh, these names. I wonder if those brands will stick forever. I hope not. Right? I hope not. Do you think? Lion Ted's going to stick because he's never going to change it. Lion Ted. Isn't it amazing? I have the evangelicals because they know I'm a straight shooter. And they also know that I'm going to do it right. They know I'm going to do it right. And by the way, Haley, Governor Haley, when she supported Marco, everybody said, oh, that's good, that's good. And I even figured, hey, that's got to be a pretty good endorsement. And then I win South Carolina in a landslide. And it reminded me of this. Because you have Walker, who can't support me because I hit him hard. But I hit him hard to win. And I hit him hard to tell the truth. I just told the truth. I basically read a story I took one page out of an otherwise wonderful story, but the one page was about like the economics of what's going on and the job losses and everything else that what's going on. And people are saying, oh, he shouldn't be fighting the governor. The governor's popular. He's a nice guy. First of all, he's not popular. Statewide, he's very unpopular. I think I made him unpopular in the state. You know, the truth is he should have supported me. I think he'd be popular if you want to know the truth. So she supported, in that case, Marco, and he, you know, I won big. And I think a lot of big things are going to happen tomorrow. I think I'm seeing people that are professionals. And, you know, the polls are pretty even. Right now, the polls are pretty even. But I have a feeling we're going to have a very big day tomorrow, folks. I think so. We're going to be doing a lot of celebrating because we're bringing our country back. But I have a feeling it's going to be an unbelievable day. So when I talk about things, I wish the press would go through the whole scenario. So you heard about Japan. I saw it yesterday about Japan. Donald Trump knows nothing about our defense, or he knows nothing about, and I'm saying to myself, what I said was great. We defend Japan, right? We defend. Why are we defending Japan? We defend Japan. Now, we don't want them to have nuclear. I don't want them to have nuclear. But you know what? It comes a price. It comes a time at which you say, you know, good luck, defend yourself. We're not going to continue to pay for your defense and lose a tremendous amount of money, all right? So what happens is, here's what my theory is. They've got to pay us a lot of money, all right? Because we cannot continue to do this. And if they don't, you have to be prepared to walk. And if they walk and if we walk, they're going to arm. Because their primary problem is North Korea. Now, he's a whack job and he's got a problem, all right? No, he's got a problem. And frankly, maybe they're better off defending. What the hell do we have to be over there for, right? I mean, you know, you could make that case. I could make that case. Now, they'll say, Donald Trump knows nothing about the nuclear strategy. Let me tell you about the nuclear strategy. Pakistan has nukes. China has nukes. So many people have nukes now. It's the biggest problem facing the world today, all right? But there's so many countries that have them. But who has them also? North Korea has them. So we have 28,000 on the border between North and South Korea. We have Japan that's making, I mean, we're just doing their military for peanuts. We have South Korea. I love South Korea. I love Japan. I have great friends in Japan, great friends in South Korea. South Korea, like Japan, is an economic behemoth. Every television set you order, Samsung, LG, they all come from South Korea. I order thousands a year for different projects, right? They come from South Korea. I wish they came from Wisconsin. I swear I'd order them. Even if it was a no-name, you know? I like Samsung. I like LG. I like names. Even if it was a no-name, if you ordered, I'd love to order them right out of Wisconsin. But we don't make televisions anymore. We don't make anything anymore, folks. We don't make things anymore. We're going to have a time in the not-too-distant future, if I win, where Apple and other companies are going to make their products here. And we're not going to have them made in China and Vietnam and all these other places. I'm telling you. And that's going to happen. And that's going to happen. So the story is that they have to, the press, the media, they have to tell the full story. So they come out yesterday. Donald Trump wants to see Japan nuked, meaning they have the nukes, right? Donald Trump thinks it's fine for Japan to have nuclear weapons. Well, I don't like that. But look, we cannot continue to be the policeman of the world. We cannot continue to protect every single country. I know what's probably going to happen. Not definitely. I'm prepared to walk. But probably when I say, listen, you have to help us out, you have to pay substantially more money because we cannot continue to pay, they will probably say no, and I'll probably walk, and that meaning our country, and they will probably call back and say, let's go. Or they'll have to defend themselves, folks. They'll have to defend themselves, and that's the way it goes, okay? That's okay. You have to be prepared to walk. Same thing with South Korea. I mean, you know, look, we have 28,000 people there on the border, soldiers, young, beautiful soldiers. I mean, that's a dangerous border. And they're not paying much. And every time North Korea acts up, you ever see the ships start going and the planes start going and they mobilize it? We're always doing attacks, you know, fake attacks, whatever the hell they call it. We're doing them all over the place. We're working with them. I say, wait a minute, at what point do we stop this? At what point do people either pay us or something, or do whatever. We can't let this, we cannot continue to go on like this. Saudi Arabia, remember this, Saudi Arabia, they're fine, I have many friends from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, before the oil went down, was making $1 billion a day. They have the largest funds in the world. They're loaded with money to the gills. The United States protects them. We get like practically nothing. Why? You know why? Because our leaders don't have business instinct. They don't have political instinct. They have no instincts whatsoever. Now, here's what's going to happen. We'll say to Saudi Arabia, fellas, you got to help us out. They'll say no. We'll say bye-bye. About 2 days later, they'll call and say, get back here fast. We hear somebody's going to make a raid. We'll go back. They'll pay us so much money. And you know what? That's fine, okay? That's fine. We've got to change our ways. We've got to do something with, as an example, with NATO. Because all of these countries that are getting a free ride, they got to pay up. Why should we be protecting all these people in all these countries and protecting them from what? We don't even really know. But why should we? Now, one thing, I want them to pay up, but I want them to also pay us back for years of delinquency. For years, we've been protecting them. I want the money back. We've got to make our country strong financially again. Now, if we don't do that, we're sitting on the top of a very ugly bubble, folks. We're not going to have the country that you know it pretty soon. We are going to have an explosion of a bubble like you've never seen before, believe me. If I'm president, that won't happen. It won't happen. Because we'll equalize things, we'll normalize things. We have these trade imbalances that are massive. If you look at our trade imbalance with Japan, they send us millions of cars. You look at those boats, the biggest ships I've ever seen in Los Angeles, they come in cars pour off. It's like a highway, boom. We send them practically nothing. And they don't want anything. And when we do, when we send them farm products and things, they send them back, and they're perishable. They send them back, they don't want them. Because their farmers don't want them, and we take them. So we send, they send back. You take a look at the balance. The automobiles, hundreds of thousands of cars up here, and what we send over, that's imbalance. China, the same thing. China is a disaster. $500 billion trade deficit. They've taken our jobs. They've closed our factories. Millions of people are now working in jobs that they don't want. Because, you know, we have a lot of bad jobs. Even the other side, meaning the Democrats, they say the jobs are bad jobs. They're not good jobs. They're not like great jobs anymore. We have bad jobs. It's called bad jobs. We're going to change that around. We're going to bring our companies back. And we're not going to let our companies go so easy. When Carrier Air Conditioner wants to go to Mexico, we're going to talk to them. We're going to say, listen, you want to go? I think it's great. You're going to let all these people go that have helped you build the company for many years. They're great people. I looked at that tape, and I looked where that looked like a mid-level management guy was telling them, we're closing Carrier, we're moving to Mexico, and you're all unemployed. And those people were crying, and those people were there for years, and they do a great job, and nobody disputed that. I ordered Carrier air conditioners, many of them. I'm not going to order them anymore, by the way. But here's the story. Somebody from our country has to tell them, we are going to be charging you a big tax, like 35%, every time you send an air conditioning unit from Mexico into the United States. And you know what? They're not leaving, and they're not leaving. And folks, they won't be leaving. And the same goes for Ford, and the same goes for Nabisco, and the same goes for all of these companies that think they're being cute and they think they're being smart. Do you ever notice that the politicians, thank you, man. Do you ever notice that the politicians, they talk about this and they're trying to stop the countries from moving out? They don't, well, we might do this and we might do that and let's do that. It's all, you're wasting time, folks. You're wasting time. I'm the only one that understands. They leave, that's fine. They want to come back, they have to pay a tax. Okay, that's all. Now, you can say I'm not a free trader, and I am a free trader, but our country has run amok. Our country has been led by people that don't know what they're doing, and it's out of control. Millions of jobs have been lost. Thousands of factories have been closed in Wisconsin and everywhere else. Everywhere else. You have to see New England. It's like, I mean, it's incredible what's happened up there. But thousands of factories have been closed, and we're not going to let it happen anymore. So here's the story. Here's the story. We're going to be strong on the border, very strong. We're going to be very, very strong on the border. We're going to build the wall. Believe me, Mexico is going to pay for the wall. Remember this. You know, one of the politicians on stage said, Donald, come here. There's no way you're going to get Mexico to pay for the wall. I said, it's easy. I didn't want to really explain because, you know, these politicians, they copy. The other day I heard Ted Cruz says, we are going to build a wall. Where did that come from? Where has he been? And you know he's never going to build a wall because the special interests aren't going to let him build a wall, okay? He's never building a wall. It's all talk with these guys. They're all talk, no action, and he's not building a wall. But it sounded good. He sees the response I'm getting. He said, well, let's start using it. That's all they do. I mean, that's all they do. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start winning again as a country. We don't win anymore. When was the last time we won? We don't win in trade. We can't beat ISIS with the military. So we're going to start winning. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. Our military is depleted, totally depleted. Our military is totally depleted. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS, and we're going to build a military bigger and stronger and better than ever before, and it's the cheapest thing we can do, believe me, and hopefully we'll never have to use it, but nobody's going to mess around with us, folks, okay? Nobody. Nobody. We're going to take care of our vets because our vets have been absolutely handled so badly. People that come into our country illegally, illegal immigrants, are treated better than our vets in many, many cases. And believe me, you can look statistically, that's a fact. We are going to take care of our great vets, okay? We're going to get rid of Common Core, and we're going to bring education local. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, which does not work. Doesn't work. I don't know if you see, and I'm sure most of you do, your premiums are going up 35, 45, 55%. Your deductibles are so high you'll never get a chance to use it. Hopefully you don't want to use it, but you'll never get a chance to use it. It's no good. It doesn't work. We will have alternatives that are so good, that are so much less expensive, and that work much better. That work much better. It's like me versus some of these guys. I spend less money and I'm number one. They spend much more money than I do and they're way, forget it. And they're never going to win. We are going to protect our Second Amendment, which is under siege. We are going to win on trade. We are getting killed with every single country on trade. We are going to renegotiate our trade deals, and we're going to have the greatest trade deals we're going to be back again. We're going to be back again. We're going to bring our jobs back. We're going to make great trade deals. I have the greatest people in the world. I have the greatest business people in the world, many of whom I know. The ones that I don't know, I'm finding out about. I'll tell you, we have the greatest negotiators and the greatest business people in the world, and we don't use them. We use political hacks to negotiate the biggest deals with these massive countries. Those days are over. We're going to make great trade deals, and they're not taking our jobs any longer. And we're going to have a very powerful and very, very strong border. We're going to have the wall. We're going to have a strong border. And by the way, people can come into our country, but they come in legally. They come in through a process, and they come in legally. No more walking across in honor of Wisconsin. You know, we talk about cheese. Now we'll just talk about a certain kind of cheese. What kind of cheese? Swiss cheese, big holes in it. Right now, they walk across. By the way, I'm very honored because not only Sheriff Joe Arpaio, but yesterday you saw the U.S. Border Patrol. These are great people. They never endorsed a presidential candidate before. I didn't even ask for their endorsement. We got a call. 16,500 Border Patrol, they endorsed Donald Trump for president. That tells you, right? I mean, that tells you. So, folks, it's such an honor being here. It's cold outside, and it's cold for you, and you waited. Some of you were waiting 3-4 hours, and some of the folks are still trying to get in. But I'll tell you, I love you all. We're going to do an amazing job for you. You're going to look at this afternoon as being, you're going to look back in 4 years or 2 years or 20 years, and you're going to say this was one of the most important afternoons you've ever had. More importantly, tomorrow's vote, you will look back and you will say it was the single greatest vote you've ever cast. That's when our country became great again. We will make America great again. Thank you, Wisconsin. I love you. Go out and vote. I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all ready for this?
I'm never gonna get over that song. The fact that they use jock jams makes me dance and smile every single time. Yeah, that was Donald Trump's second speech we've had today. We're expecting a third. The lighting in that venue was awfully fantastic. We are anticipating a very intense day tomorrow, so we'll probably see a lot of all of the candidates today. I do have Hillary Clinton in New York. I'm going to take you there now. But thanks so much for tuning in, and know that we do have Donald Trump coming up again here pretty soon.
And so they left us with my grandparents, and they came to New York because New York was a place where you could find a job, and when you found that job, you could take care of a family. Well, over the years, we lost a part of that. When we elected Governor Cuomo, he brought jobs back to New York, and so you could still find a job. But sometimes you had to find 2 or 3 of them in order to take care of your family. And so now the governor has decided that no longer in New York should you have to work 2 for the price of 1. And so that he asked us to participate with him in the Mario Cuomo Economic Justice Campaign. And I said, oh, I hear you. I said to the governor that I know when you name a campaign after your father, you are committed to that campaign and you believe in the campaign. And Governor Cuomo has proved me right. He has been willing. He has been willing to stand up and face the naysayers that say you are jeopardizing the economic prosperity and atmosphere of New York by raising the minimum wage. He said, no, that's not true. Now, you know, I would have said it a different way, but that's why I'm not the governor. But either way, and he got into a RV, and we went around the state in a justice tour, upstate, Long Island, downstate, to talk to working people about how important this is and how we needed them to call their legislators. And along the way, we got support of people like Senator Klein to come in with the Independent Democratic Caucus and help us. Of course, we knew that this was an issue that affected
All right, it looks
so
like
many
I have some breaking news. I have a
only
Bernie
get the
Sanders event that's
message out.
live. This Hillary Clinton event was not live, so I'm going to go to this live Bernie Sanders event. I thought I saw that, I come in the afternoon, but I believe that I saw we had an incident earlier. Let's see. Oh no, that was on the 1st. Protesters try to shut down Bernie Sanders rally in Green Bay. It was interesting to see activity like that at a Democratic debate or at a Democratic event, because it feels like there are a lot more hecklers and protesters at Republican events. So that was interesting to see. But let's head back over to Bernie Sanders. I'm going to lower the volume because I do believe this is top 40, although I might leave it raised if it were dropped today. I might have other feelings about it, but I don't want us to get flagged by YouTube for copyright. So I'm going to go ahead and lower the volume, but when somebody takes the podium, I will raise that mic for you.
Wisconsin. Hi there. Hi back there. I'm here today to talk to our friends in the Democratic Party that feel Bernie in their hearts but are supporting Hillary with their pragmatic brains. These are not bad people. They fear the Republicans' radical and dangerous divisiveness as much as we do. We've all been fed a steady stream of simplistic propaganda that furthers the establishment's narrative, that Hillary is the presumptive nominee. This narrative is strong and persuasive. It's been promulgated for months by CNN and the New York Times and by, so many in the mainstream media. And if we were sheep, if we had gotten in line, there would be no problem now. The media and the ghosts of the DLC would have had their way, and government would carry on as it has carried on for the last 30 years. Establishment figures would get elected and re-elected without any accountability for their bad decisions. Outsider candidates like Bernie Sanders would be marginalized and tolerated for a few primaries before falling in line with the Democratic Party structure. But the DNC and the Clintons have a big problem. Times have changed. Bernie is not Howard Dean. Bernie is not the obligatory progressive that will keep the left in line until the presumptive moderate nominee emerges. Bernie is not the Democratic Party insider that will bow down to the wishes of the elite of the party. We are done with that patriarchy. We are done with compromising our ideals. We are done with triangulation and fear-based politics. Now, I understand our friends' resistance to Bernie Sanders. They've been told repeatedly by the mainstream media that Bernie doesn't matter, that he's unelectable. Well, I'm here today to encourage our Democratic friends that want big change to happen, yet don't believe that it is possible. Our friends that believe that they are not worthy of dreaming big. Our friends that have surrendered their ideals to political pragmatism, that somehow believe that change will happen by choosing a candidate entirely entrenched in the dysfunctions of the past. There are moments in history where political pragmatism can lead to disaster, where a politician's future ambitions compromise their constituents' safety and security. These are the moments that define the man or the woman. Will that individual risk their political future because of their beliefs? Will they risk being marginalized as radicals and extremists? All of us that opposed the Iraq War were marginalized. We were called radicals. We were called extremists, terrorist supporters, for demanding evidence of weapons of mass destruction before we invaded. How radical was that? We were shouted down by the mainstream media. We were threatened. And some were intimidated into silence or compliance. Not Bernie. Bernie faced that same intimidation and remained steadfast. And those that did the politically expedient thing, that didn't ruffle feathers in an attempt to remain within the status quo, in an attempt to retain their positions of power, these people were rewarded. In the media, they were promoted. In politics, they were reelected. Some even received medals for getting it wrong. There were no apologies. There was no reckoning. There was no accountability. This was a defining moment for our country. The good news is that there are millions of thinking, feeling people in this country that, despite the massive propaganda that buoys up this failure, still hold on to the truth. And that truth is that the Iraq War is and was a bellwether. How you voted on this truly matters, because it winded us up in such a morass. This was a time in our history where political pragmatism led to a massive disaster to our economy, a disaster to our world standing, a disaster in the lives lost in this manufactured war. We cannot afford to go down that road again. No, CNN, because you ignore Bernie doesn't make him go away. The New York Times can ignore on its front page Bernie's victories in Washington, Hawaii, and Alaska. We are no longer surprised. We get it. You want Bernie to go away. You want your anointed candidate to win. After the Southern primaries, you had called the election. And who's fooling who? Winning South Carolina in a Democratic primary is about as significant as winning Guam. No Democrat is going to win in South Carolina in the general election. Why do these victories have so much significance? Who is winning independents? Not Hillary. Who is winning the young vote that will do the hard work of canvassing and organizing and turning out the vote? Not Hillary. Who has won the last 6 out of the last 7 contests and clearly has momentum on their side? And who is going to win tomorrow in Wisconsin? Perhaps the people in this country are voting this way because they are no longer willing to reward the failures of pragmatists and war-supporting Democrats. Perhaps the people of this country want leaders that can see clearly and make the right decision regardless of the way the wind is blowing. Perhaps the voters want a candidate with integrity. With this primary season, we are once again at a moment in history where political pragmatism can lead to disaster. This concept that Hillary is the presumptive nominee has rankled a critical mass of people. No, they are saying to this anointing. No, they do not want to be told in a free and open democracy who to vote for. No, they will not be intimidated by moderates in the Democratic Party who have been on the wrong side of history. To the Democratic Party, you take this movement of Bernie voters for granted at your own peril. These people have had every opportunity to embrace your presumptive nominee. They have received your constant stream of publicity, suggesting Hillary is their anointed. They have been given the message, like everyone else, and they have overwhelmingly rejected this notion. No, they say, this is not my candidate. This is the candidate of a DLC Democratic Party that has brought us moderation when we needed bold action. This is the wing of the party that has brought us war and bank bailouts and mass incarceration. If Hillary had been on the right side of these issues, we would not be here today. We are here today because we want more out of our party. To start with, we would like an opposition party, a party that is truly for the working man and woman, a party that helps their constituents with actual policy, not just lip service every election cycle, that deals more with fear of the Republicans than with any actual change. We are the ones that marched against the Iraq War that Hillary voted for. We are the ones that have opposed for years the suicidal environmental future that politicians like Hillary have sanctioned with their support of the fossil fuel industry. We are the ones that marched against NAFTA. We are the ones that were outraged that the Democratic Party policies embraced a new strategy under Bill Clinton that demonized welfare mothers and supported legislation that disproportionately incarcerated African Americans in this war on drugs. We are the ones that opposed the tar sands pipeline that Hillary originally supported until she realized that it would be politically expedient for her to oppose. We are supporting a candidate that stood with us, that voted against the Iraq War, that is opposed to fracking, that voted against NAFTA, that is opposed to the death penalty. We are supporting a candidate that has throughout his career stood up for the working people, that has stood up for veterans, for the unemployed, for the poor, for abortion rights, for LGBT rights. We are supporting a candidate that has taken principled positions when others have compromised. We are supporting a candidate that has advocated for civil rights throughout his life, a man that marched with Martin Luther King, a man that advocates for those without a voice. We are supporting a candidate that has risked his political future time and again by remaining true to a strong moral commitment to peace and justice. And now the nation is starting to understand what the great people of Vermont understand, that have kept Bernie in office because he is a genuine voice, an honest voice, a principled man that stands his ground and votes his conscience. The good people of Vermont may not agree with him on all the issues, but they recognize Bernie as a man of integrity and consistently re-elect him. What a radical concept. A politician that has a moral bottom line. A politician that is not swayed by polls or reckless ambition or inner party pragmatism. Could Bernie Sanders be leading us into a new paradigm? A paradigm where one's previous actions actually are relevant to one's current campaign. A time where accountability actually matters, where politicians are held responsible for their bad policy decisions. A time where the expedient and pragmatic within the political and media establishment are no longer rewarded for their compliance and subservience to corporate interest and party politics. We are in a new time, and you here in this hall, on this day in Wisconsin, are leading us into a new future. You realize how important this election is. You are the visionaries that realize that the time is now. Now is the time for the truth. Now is the time for tolerance. Now is the time for love. Now is the time for unbridled idealism. Now is the time to dream big. The time to believe that we can actually accomplish great things beyond the accepted realm of possibility. Now is the time to elect a leader that will lead us into a future of prosperity, peace, and real progressive change. Now is the time for Bernie Sanders.
There are a lot of people to thank, and I'm going to do that in a moment, but let me just thank Tim. Tim is not only one of the great actors in our country, I think many of us have seen his movies, but what he has done, which a lot of celebrities do not do, is he has used his fame to fight for justice. He is right now working on a brilliant and important criminal justice issue dealing with recidivism and trying to stop the fact that so many of our people who leave jail end up coming back into jail. So, Tim, thank you all so much for what you have done. Let me also thank Carl Lays and Galen Goodwill and Pat Feldhusen and Sharon Wasilensky and Ryan Heyman and Christian Ellis and Eric Reimer and Eric Genrich for their introductory remarks and their work in the music. Well, we were here a few days ago and we are back in Green Bay. The reason that we came back is we consider Green Bay to be one of the important locations in the state of Wisconsin that we're going to have to do really, really well in. And with your help, we will do well. Here's where we are. Let me be as honest as I can. As Tim mentioned, we have won 6 out of the last 7 caucuses and primaries. And the story tomorrow is pretty simple. If there is a large voter turnout, I believe we win. If there is a low voter turnout, we will probably lose. I think it's going to be a close election. So my request is to reach out and make contact with your friends and families and co-workers and let them understand how very, very important tomorrow's primary election is. Turns out that Wisconsin, not only because of the size of the number of delegates that you elect, but for whatever reason, Wisconsin has played a very pivotal role in selecting the Democratic nominees for the U.S. presidency. So let's do it again tomorrow. Let's bring out a large voter turnout. I think the point that Tim just made a moment ago is a point that I want to repeat. And that is, in 1,000 different ways, a lot of it has to do with media, we are taught to think small. We are taught not to believe that we can change the status quo. We are taught to believe that what exists today has to exist tomorrow and 10 years from now. But that does not have to be. If we have learned any lesson from history, that lesson is that real change never comes from the top on down. It comes from the bottom on up. And that's the history of America. And I want all of us just to recollect some of the major changes that have taken place in American society over the years. When you think about worker exploitation, when you think about the fact that 100 years ago or more, there were workers worked 7 days a week, 15 hours a day. They had no say about anything. You're fired for whatever reason. You're hired for whatever reason. You can't negotiate a contract. You get this, you get that. And workers said, you know what? Working people are human beings. They're not beasts of burden. They will have dignity on the job. And against enormous opposition and pressure, they formed unions in order to protect the rights of workers and to end employee exploitation. That took place. What is the history of the civil rights movement? There was a few people on top who made it? No, it was not. For hundreds of years, from starting when slavery was in existence, African Americans and their allies said, we will continue the fight against racism, against segregation, against bigotry, because that is not what this country should be about. Many of those people went to jail. Some of those people were killed. Many were beaten. Many lost their jobs. I will never forget. I was in Birmingham, Alabama, a couple of months ago. Do you all remember that terrible incident where a church was bombed and 4 beautiful children were killed? Do you all remember that? I knew that, and I went to that church. But what the pastor there told me, which I did not know, should have known, I didn't know, there were 14 bombings in Birmingham in that month alone. 14 bombings trying to intimidate African Americans from getting the right to vote. It was, in a sense, a city then run by terrorists. And yet the people of that city stood up and fought back. And if you look at the women's movement, let's not forget, and many people do. Do you know what the condition of women in America was 100 years ago? 100 years ago, women did not have the right to vote. People say, that's not possible. That's 100 years ago. It's not a long time in historical context. Did not have the right to vote. Could not get the education they wanted. Could not do the jobs they wanted. And yet, the women of this country stood up with their male allies. They went to jail. Some of them died. Some of them went on hunger strikes to make certain that in America, women would not be treated as second-class citizens. All right? That was that fight. If we were in this room, and I want you to think about this, because this is the essence of what Tim was talking about and what I'm talking about. If we were in this room 10 years ago, no time at all, some person jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, I think that by the year 2015, gay marriage will be legal in 50 states in this country. The person next to them would have said, you're nuts, that can't happen. It did happen. And it happened again, because the gay community and their straight allies said that in America, people have the right to love whomever they want to love. And they took on all kinds of bigotry, all kinds of hatred. And to now, and up to now, right now, we have in 50 states legal gay marriage. Let me give you another example. And all of this is about how change takes place. If we were here 5 years ago, no time at all, and we had a meeting like this, somebody jumps up and says, you know, Bernie, this $7.25 an hour minimum wage is a starvation wage. And you know what, Bernie? We've got to double that minimum. We've got to raise that minimum wage up to $15 an hour. Now, go back 5 years, all right? 5 years. This is my point. 5 years ago, somebody said that. You know what the person next to them would have said? They would have said, you're nuts. Yeah, you're right, 7.25 is a starvation wage. You can't double it. You know, maybe you get $8, maybe we go to $9. I don't know, maybe it's even possible if we're really, really lucky to get $10 an hour. But then you know what happened? What happened is that workers in the fast food industry, workers at McDonald's, in Burger King, Wendy's, they went out on strike. And they stood up and they fought back and they talked to their communities. And then you know what happened a few years ago? Seattle passed $15 an hour. San Francisco, Los Angeles, $15 an hour. Oregon, $15 an hour. In the last couple of weeks, California, New York State, $15 an hour. So what my point is, and I think this was Tim's point, is that if we have a vision, if we are prepared to stand together, there are enormous things that we can accomplish. But if we accept the media's definition of what is possible, then we will accomplish very, very little. And I see a picture right here, gentleman has a picture of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And as you all know, when Roosevelt came, that's really apt. When Roosevelt came to power in 1932, what he said to the American people is, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And he redefined at that moment the role of government. and said, you know what, in a democracy, government has got to stand up for working people. And 4 years later, when he was renominated for his second term at the Democratic Convention, what he also said is, he said, I understand, I don't know the exact words, that all of what he called the economic royalists, all of the big money interests at that time, they hate my guts. I welcome their hatred, he said, because I'm going to stand with the working families of America. So that's kind of where we are today. And what I think is that at this pivotal moment in American history, the American people are looking around, and I've been all over this country from California to Maine, and people are beginning to say, you know what, the status quo is not acceptable. They're looking around them and they're saying, how does it happen that I have to work 2 or 3 jobs, and yet almost all new income and wealth is going to the top 1%? Not acceptable. How does it happen that in this great country, which once had such a proud middle class, that the middle class is now disappearing, and we have the most unequal distribution of wealth of any major country on earth? Today you have the top 0.1% now owning almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. That's exactly what people are saying all over this country, just in those words. It is not right. It is not acceptable. How does it happen that in the richest country in the history of the world, we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth? Now, we get used to these things, and this is Tim's point, this is my point. We get used to seeing people sleeping out on the streets. We get used to seeing veterans not getting the benefits that they earned. We get used to seeing more people in jail in America than any other country on earth. Disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native Americans. We get used to the fact that today in Wisconsin or today in Vermont, a woman is having a baby, a beautiful day. But if that woman is working class or low income, do you know what happens to her in 2 or 3 weeks? She's going to have to separate herself from her baby and go back to work to earn enough income to take care of that baby and her family. And that we are the only major country on earth that doesn't have paid family and medical leave. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And that is what, in many ways, this campaign is about. It is demanding that the American people think outside of the box, think outside of the status quo, and create the kind of nation that all of us know we can create. Now, one quick way of knowing what a Sanders administration will look like is to take a hard look at the administration here in Wisconsin of Scott Walker and then think just the opposite. And let me start on something that I feel really passionately, strongly about. And that is that we have Republican governors all over this country, including Governor Walker, who are working overtime trying to suppress the vote. Okay, now we, as you know, in our country, we all have conservative friends. Honest people can disagree about anything. But I should hope that there is no disagreement that in an American democracy, We want to do everything that we can to involve more people in the political process, not to make it harder for people to vote. So what Governor Walker and Republican governors all over this country are doing, trying to make it harder for young people, for old people, for poor people, for people of color to participate in the political process. I regard that as political cowardice of the worst kind. And what I say to Governor Walker and all the other Republican governors, if you don't have the guts to participate in free, fair, and open elections, get out of politics, get another job. Governor Walker wants to suppress the vote. If elected president, we are going to make it easier for people to participate in the political process. Bottom line is, you're 18 years of age or older, you're an American citizen, you are entitled to vote in the United States. I want us to have one of the highest voting turnout rates in the world, not one of the lowest. Now, when we talk about democracy, there's another aspect that we have to deal with. Governor Walker is good pals with the Koch brothers, who I gather support him financially. I am not a good friend of the Koch brothers. In fact, I think it is incredibly undemocratic that as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, you now have a handful of billionaires, the Koch brothers being at the top of that list, who are prepared to spend some $900 million in this election cycle to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. When you got one family and a few other billionaires spending more money than either the Democratic or Republican parties, you know what? That's not democracy. That is oligarchy. We will not accept that. A lot of talk about Supreme Court nominees. Let me make it very clear. No nominee of mine to the Supreme Court will get that position unless he or she is prepared to state loudly and publicly they will vote to overturn Citizens United. Governor Walker here in Wisconsin has been at war with the trade unions, both public and private. I am an extremely strong supporter of trade unions. And I believe that we will not have a strong middle class unless we have a strong trade union movement. Governor Walker thinks it's a great idea to give huge tax breaks to large profitable corporations and then to cut education. Well, I kind of think exactly opposite. I think it is exactly the right thing to demand that large profitable corporations start paying their fair share of taxes so we can expand education. Governor Walker thinks it is a brilliant idea to deny 120,000 people in this state the benefits of the Affordable Care Act, and that means that those people do not get the health insurance that those of us in Congress fought to make sure they had. I don't think that's a brave idea on the part of the governor. I think that that is an outrageous idea. I think that is putting ideology at the head, in front of the needs of so many people in this state. But I'll go further. Not only do I think Republican governors should allow for the expansion of Medicaid, I believe the United States should join the rest of the industrialized world, guarantee health care to all people as a right. And again, getting back to what Tim was saying, and the status quo and how media defines how we think, we are the only major nation on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. Now, I'm on the committee that helped write the Affordable Care Act. It has done a lot of good things. We've done away with so-called pre-existing conditions. That's right. That was a terrible idea given to us by the insurance companies. We have done away with we're now allowing young people to stay on their parents' health insurance plans. We have expanded health insurance to 17 million Americans, and we have done away with discrimination against women in terms of how much they have to pay for their health premiums. Those are all important steps forward. But today, despite those gains, 29 million Americans have zero health insurance. More than that are underinsured with high deductibles and high co-payments. And every day we are getting ripped off by the pharmaceutical industry that charge us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. You want to hear crazy? Crazy is when 1 out of 5 Americans cannot afford to buy the medicine that their doctors prescribe for them. That is crazy. You go to the doctor because you're sick. Doctor writes out a prescription. You can't afford to fill that prescription. We got senior citizens in Vermont, Wisconsin, all over this country who are cutting their pills in half because they don't have the money to buy the medicine they need. A new drug came out last year, an excellent drug for hepatitis C, which impacts many veterans. Cost of that drug, $1,000 a pill. Okay. Now, despite all of that, we end up spending almost 3 times per person on health care what any other country on earth spends. We spend almost 3 times more than the British. We spend 50% more than the French. We spend a lot more than the Canadians. In my view, therefore, what we have got to do is do what every other country on earth does, major country on earth, and that is pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. Governor Walker is trying to make it harder for women to control their own bodies. I disagree. I believe passionately that women have the right to control their bodies, not the government. Now, one of the areas of disagreement that Secretary Clinton and I have deals with how we raise money for our campaigns. And that's a very important issue because it tells you kind of where that candidate is coming from, whom they are dependent upon. When we began this campaign, we were 3% in the polls. We were about 60 points behind Secretary Clinton. We had no money. We had no political organization. And one of the very first decisions we had to make is, do we do what every other campaign does and establish a super PAC? Well, it took us about 1/10 of a second to agree with you. We do not represent the billionaire class. We don't represent corporate America. We don't represent the fossil fuel industry, the drug companies, Wall Street. We don't represent those entities, and we decided we didn't want their money. We would not establish a super PAC. But what we did has really blown my mind. I never thought that it would be possible. And that is what we went out to the middle class, And we said to the middle class, look, if you want a candidate who is going to stand up to powerful special interests and fight for you, we need your help. And what happened is mind-blowing. Over the last 11 months, we have received more than 6 million individual campaign contributions, unprecedented in American history at this point in a campaign. And by the way, what that means and what is revolutionary about that is that we have showed the world that we can run a campaign without being dependent on big money. Anyone here know what our average contribution is? It's $27. Think about that. $27 is our average contribution. To paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. Secretary Clinton has chose to raise her money in a very different way. She established several super PACs. Her largest super PAC reported last month that they had raised $25 million from special interests, including $15 million from Wall Street. Now, every candidate in the history of the world who receives huge amounts of money from special interests, they always say the same thing. Those contributions will not influence me. So the question is, why do those entities make those contributions? Now, you can say whatever you want about Wall Street, and I will say something about Wall Street in a moment. These guys may be crooked, they may be fraudulent, they may be reckless, they may be irresponsible, but they are not dumb. They know how to make investments. And in addition to that, Secretary Clinton, as you know, has given a lot of speeches behind closed doors to Wall Street institutions. And she gets paid $250,000 a speech, which is not a bad day's work, I will say. So I kind of think that if you're going to give a speech for $250,000 a speech, it's probably a pretty fantastic speech, don't you think? It must be a mind-boggling speech. Probably a speech that could solve all of the world's problems. Probably written in Shakespearean prose. So I kind of think that a speech that brilliant, that earth-shattering, should be made available to all of the people. Now, as you know, Secretary Clinton has said, well, yeah, I am prepared. She is prepared to release the transcripts if other people do the same. All right. So are you ready here in Green Bay for a dramatic announcement? This is it. It's a very dramatic announcement. Don't breathe. Here it comes. I accept the challenge. I am prepared. No? I am prepared to release all of the transcripts of all of the speeches that I have given on Wall Street. And that is pretty easy because there were no speeches. But, you know, I got my cell phone on, and I'm waiting for that call from Wall Street. And I don't want $250,000 or $25,000 or $2,000 or $2. I don't want anything. But I would like the opportunity to say hello to some of these guys. And this is what I would tell them. I would tell them that as a result of their greed, their unquestionable greed, their recklessness, and their illegal behavior, they drove this country into the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. And as a result of that greed and illegal behavior, millions of Americans lost their jobs, lost their homes, lost their life savings. And many, many of those people have not recovered yet. Now, as you all know, against my vote, Congress bailed out Wall Street. because presumably the banks were too big to fail, meaning that if they went under, they'd take a large part of the economy with them. They were bailed out because they were too big to fail, but guess what? Turns out that 3 out of the 4 largest banks in this country today are bigger than they were when we bailed them out because they were too big to fail. Turns out that the 6 largest financial institutions in this country today have assets equivalent to 58% of the gross domestic product of America, over $10 trillion. 6 banks. Turns out that these 6 banks issue 2/3 of the credit cards in this country. 2 out of the 3 credit cards the people in this room have issued by one of the 6 top banks, and they write about 1/3 of the mortgages in America. In other words, you have a small group of people who have incredible economic and political power. And in my view, when you have such a small group of people with so much power, it is time to break them up. And I want to say another word which combines the issue of criminal justice, which is clearly a broken system in America today, with Wall Street. A couple of months ago, Goldman Sachs, one of the large financial institutions on Wall Street, reached a settlement with the United States government for $5 billion. They reached that settlement because obviously they were guilty of selling worthless packages of subprime mortgage loans. Now, if some kid in Wisconsin today gets arrested for possession of marijuana, that kid will have a police record for the rest of his life. Okay? That's right. And that's exactly right. And having a police record is no joke. It means you go in, you look for a job, it becomes harder to get that job. But there is not one executive on Wall Street, not one, whose illegal behavior drove this country into a terrible recession that will have a criminal record. That is wrong. Together, we're going to bring back justice to the criminal justice system. And while we're on the issue of criminal justice, let me just say this. This is something that Tim Robbins has been working hard on. We have in America today, shamefully, more people in jail than any other country on earth. 2.2 million people. We spend $80 billion a year locking up fellow Americans. That is something that together we are going to change. We're going to get to the cause of why people get in jail, and we are going to significantly lower the number of people who are in jail. Now, what does that mean? What it means is, for a start, you got to look at things like youth unemployment in this country, something the media does not talk about at all. Here's the fact. Today, for kids who are between 17 and 20 who graduated high school, I'm not talking about a dropout here, graduated high school, those kids are white, 33% of them are unemployed or underemployed. Latino, 36%, African American, 51% of those kids unemployed or underemployed. And if anybody here thinks there's not a correlation between that outrageous high rate of unemployment and the fact that we have more people in jail than any other country, I think you are missing the point. And that is why I believe fervently that we have got to invest in education and jobs for our young people, not jails or incarceration. All of us are tired of looking at videos on television of unarmed people, often people of color, being shot by police officers. Now, I am a former mayor. I've worked hard with police officers in my own city, in my own state, and all over this country. Vast majority of the police officers in this country are honest, they are hardworking, and they are doing a very, very difficult job. But But like any other public official, if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We have also got to take a hard look at the so-called war on drugs. Now, I know this is controversial, not everybody will agree with me, but here's where I'm coming from. Over the last 30 or so years, millions of Americans have received criminal records for possession of marijuana. Okay? Millions. Now, right now, today, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug, the highest level, right alongside of heroin. Now, you can argue, and scientists do, the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but nobody thinks that marijuana is the equivalent of a killer drug like heroin. And that is why I have introduced legislation to take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. States make the decision as to whether to legalize marijuana or not, but it should not be a federal crime. And when we talk about drugs, let me tell you what I think most of you already know. I will tell you that in my state, neighboring New Hampshire, and states all over this country, we are facing a major crisis in heroin and opiate addiction. And every day, every single day, people are dying from drug overdoses. Now, the way we have got to handle that crisis seems to me to be moving forward in saying that substance abuse and addiction should not be treated as a criminal issue, but as a health issue. And what that requires is a revolution in the way we do mental health treatment in this country. In America today, not only do you have God knows how many people addicted to drugs who need help, but you have thousands of people who are walking the streets of our country who are suicidal or who are homicidal. We must make mental health treatment available to people who need it when they need it, not 6 months from now. Secretary Clinton and I also strongly disagree on the issue of trade. Now, trade is not a sexy issue. It's not an issue media talks about much. It is an enormously important issue, which has impacted millions of families in this country over the last 30 years. It is clear to me that our trade policies of NAFTA, CAFTA, permanent normal trade relations with China, have cost us millions of decent-paying jobs. All right? It is true, I was just in Janesville earlier today, and as you may remember, in 2008, General Motors shut down its manufacturing plant there. Thousands of people lost their jobs, and many of those jobs went to Mexico. Throughout your state, plants have shut down. Throughout my state, the same thing. We need a trade policy that tells corporate America they've got to reinvest in this country, not just in low-wage countries all over the world. I have helped lead the opposition to every one of these disastrous trade agreements. Secretary Clinton has supported virtually all of them. Secretary Clinton and I strongly disagreed on the war in Iraq. Tim Robbins is right. That war has been a disaster for our country and for the Middle East in general. I heard what Bush and Cheney and all the rest had to say. I didn't believe them. I voted against that war. Secretary Clinton voted for that war. One of the growing issues that we are going to have to deal with, a very serious issue, is whether or not we're going to have enough clean drinking water in this country and around the world. That is why I am opposed to fracking, and I want fracking phased out. As Secretary of State, Secretary Clinton actively pushed the technology of fracking to many countries throughout the world. This campaign is doing well because we are listening to ordinary Americans and not just wealthy campaign contributors. We are listening to workers who tell me every day that they cannot make it on $8 or $9 an hour, and that is why we're going to have to raise the minimum wage in this country to a living wage, $15 an hour. This campaign is listening to senior citizens and disabled veterans. And what they are telling me is they cannot make it on $11,000 or $12,000 a year Social Security. And you know what? Nobody can make it on $12,000 a year Social Security. Despite that, my Republican colleagues in the Senate, many of them, want to cut Social Security benefits. Well, I've got some very bad news for them. We're not going to cut Social Security. We're going to expand Social Security benefits. This campaign is listening to women. And what women are telling me is that they are tired of working for 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. And they are right. And that is why I know that every man in this room will stand with the women in the fight for pay equity. This campaign is listening to people who don't often get listened to, and that is young people. You know what young people are telling me? They're saying, you know, Bernie, our parents, our teachers, everybody said we should get the best education we should. Okay? And they're right, we should. And everybody tells us we live in a highly competitive global economy and America doesn't succeed unless we have the best educated workforce in the world. And that's right. But why does it have to be that after we go to college we come out $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt? Why do we have to spend decades, in some cases, paying off those debts? Talked to a guy in Nevada some months ago, 55 years of age. He's been paying off his student debt for 25 years. He's more deeply in debt today than when he took out the debt in the first place. Talked to a mom in New Hampshire. She's paying off her kids' student loans while she's still paying off her own student loans. Talked to a kid in Iowa, $60,000 in debt after 2 years in college, dropped out. Okay? So the point is that we should not be punishing our young people for getting an education. We should be rewarding those young people. And that means doing two things. Number one, rethinking what public education in America means today. Throughout the history of this country, what we have always had, which was very important, free public education, first grade through 12th grade. I went to public schools, first grade through high school. Very good. But the world has changed. The economy has changed. Technology has changed. And the young people today need more education than used to be the case in order to get a good job. In fact, you can argue that a college degree today is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 years ago. Yep. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree, you can go out and get a pretty good job. Today, you often need a college degree to do the same. And that is why I believe that we must make, when we talk about public education, public colleges and universities tuition free. And when we talk about student debt, of which millions of people are now carrying, millions of people are deeply indebted because of going to college or graduate school. I think it is time to say to those people that you can refinance your loans at the lowest possible interest rates you can find. Now, a lot of my establishment critics, they say, well, Bernie, you know, you're Santa Claus, you're just a nice guy. You know, you're giving away all of this free public college tuition and free tuition at public universities, and you're going to lower student debt. How are you going to pay for it? And this requires thinking outside of the box again. When Wall Street's greed and illegal behavior nearly destroyed this economy, Congress bailed them out, right? That's what the big money interests told us had to happen. I voted against that, but that's what happened, okay? Now it seems to me that we should be imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation. And that will raise more than enough money to make public colleges and universities tuition free. And to lower student debt. Now, Wall Street may not like it, but it seems to me that we bailed them out. Now it is their time to help the middle class of this country. This campaign is listening to people whose voices are not often heard. We're listening to the Latino community, and they are saying, with 11 million undocumented people in this country, they are tired of being exploited, tired of living in the shadows. They want, and I agree with them, a comprehensive immigration reform bill and a path toward citizenship. We are listening to the African American community, and they are asking, how does it happen that we can spend trillions of dollars on a war in Iraq, we can give tax breaks to billionaires, but somehow we cannot rebuild the inner cities of America? And they are right. I was in Flint, Michigan, 6 weeks ago. And what I heard from parents in Flint, what I saw with my own eyes, was beyond comprehension. I literally could not believe that I was hearing things taking place like Flint in the United States of America in the year 2016. It was like a third world country, okay? But it's not just Flint. We have hundreds of communities all over this country are struggling with inadequate water systems, with inadequate wastewater plants. My state of Vermont, our bridges are in bad need of repair. Roads all over this country are crumbling. Our rail system is falling behind many other countries. Our levees, our dams need massive work. We can and we should invest at least $1 trillion rebuilding our infrastructure, creating 13 million decent-paying jobs. This campaign is listening to people who almost never get heard, and that is people in the Native American community. This is a community of people who have been lied to, cheated, and treaties that have been negotiated in good faith have been abrogated from almost day one when the first settlers came to this country. We owe the Native American people more than we can ever pay back. Some of the best aspects of our culture come from them, and we have learned a great deal about the environment from the Native American people. what they have taught us is that we are part of nature, and we've got to live with nature. And that if human beings on this planet are going to survive, we cannot destroy nature. Which takes me to another issue of global consequence. I am a member of the Senate Committee on the Environment, and I've talked to scientists in our country and scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity. Climate change is already causing devastating problems in our country and around the world. We as adults, as parents, as grandparents, we have the moral responsibility to make certain that we leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable to our children and our grandchildren. We have got to take on the fossil fuel industry, whose greed is causing enormous damage. We've got to tell them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. We've got to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And when we do that, and when we move to energy efficiency and wind, solar, geothermal, and other sustainable technologies, we create millions of good-paying jobs. As I said earlier, I believe that health care is a right, and if elected president, we will fight together to create a Medicare for all single-payer program guaranteeing health care to every man, woman, and child in this country. Okay, my friends, all of you know that tomorrow is an enormously important primary day here in Wisconsin. And as I said earlier, what this campaign has shown me is that we do very, very well when the voter turnout is high. That means when working people, many of whom have given up on the political process, so angry and disgusted with what's going on in Washington, they don't want to participate. But if those people are prepared to come back in and stand up and fight for their kids and their parents, and if young people, many of whom have never participated in an election before, come out and vote, and middle-class families, we can win tomorrow if there is a large voter turnout. So I am asking you not only to come out to vote tomorrow, I'm asking you to bring your aunts and your uncles and your brothers and your sisters and your friends and your co-workers and everybody you know. If we have a large voter turnout, we can put Wisconsin in the ranks of those states who are fighting for a political revolution. Thank you all very much for coming out today. Let's win tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. What we are waiting for is this Amtrak press conference to start in about 10 minutes here. They're going to go over the horrible accident that happened over the weekend that left 2 people dead and more than 30 injured. We're going to hear from that in about 9 minutes here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, folks, and if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are just about 5 minutes away from this NTSB press conference in Philadelphia over the weekend. Just a horrible, horrible accident involving an Amtrak train. 2 people were killed when the lead engine of Amtrak's train 89 running from New York City to Savannah, Georgia, came off the track shortly before 8 a.m.
Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2 3 4 5.
Seconds, I'm sorry, no. He said he was sorry. And there we go.
Hello, my name is Ryan Frigo, F-R-I-G-O, and I am the National Transportation Safety Board investigator in charge assigned to this accident. I have with me Jim Southworth, S-O-U-T-H-W-O-R-T-H, an investigator from our Washington, D.C. office. Again, we offer our condolences to the families of the deceased. The NTSB was formed in 1967. We are an independent federal agency charged by Congress with investigating transportation accidents in all modes of transportation, including aviation, railroad, highway, marine, and pipeline, and issue safety recommendations aimed at preventing future accidents. Our on-scene work involves fact gathering, and I will be briefing you on factual information only. I will not speculate. We have established the following investigative groups: mechanical, operations and performance, signals, track, and survival factors. Investigators have examined the locomotive and passenger cars. The examination included the collection and inspection of maintenance records. At this time, no anomalies have been found. Additional equipment inspections will be conducted tomorrow to include train braking systems. Prior to arriving on scene, the NTSB secured signal system equipment for our investigation activities on scene. At the same time, we secured recorded information from the Amtrak communication system for our review and examination, which has begun. There is a large amount of data to be looked at from these activities. The track group has identified the point of impact at milepost 15.7, which is just north of the Booth Street underpass. The track and engineering group will begin interviewing employees of the work crew tomorrow.
Survival Factors investigators documented the equipment damage and will be testing emergency systems such as the public address system and emergency lighting tomorrow. Investigators in the NTSB lab have reviewed the event recorder data. The event recorder data was of good quality and recorded up to the point of collision. The engineer placed the train into emergency approximately 5 seconds from the end of the recording. Speed at that time was 106 miles per hour, and the track speed at that location is 110 miles per hour. The forward-facing video was of good quality, captured in color, and contained audio. The video recorded up to the collision. The video shows that there was construction equipment on the track and work train equipment on the track immediately adjacent to the Amtrak train's track. I will take some questions at this time.
You say it was on the track adjacent. Then how the collision or the impact? Did that backhoe then move off the adjacent track and get onto the main track that the 89 was operating?
Again, let me state what our investigators in the lab in DC stated from the forward-facing video. The video shows that there was construction equipment on the track and work train equipment on the track immediately adjacent to the Amtrak train's track.
So is that equipment on the track, the backhoe, obviously, and then the excavator or the rail back on the other track?
The backhoe was on the track where the Amtrak train was traveling.
Based on what you know, that train was in the right place where it was supposed to be? Is that determined?
I can't speculate at this time.
The train was authorized to be on that track. Can you talk about that? And was the construction equipment authorized to also be on the track?
I cannot speculate at this time. We're still gathering facts on that information as to who had the authority to be on that track.
What track was being worked on? The track the train was traveling on, the adjacent tracks?
Again, I do not have that information at this time.
Do you know what kind of work was being done?
I do not know that as well. That is something that tomorrow we have interviews scheduled with the work crew, and our investigators will be looking at that tomorrow.
What's the protocol for something like this? If there is going to be maintenance with a rail back and a backhoe on a track, what is the protocol in terms of the, I guess you would call them internal controls that should be in place to prevent something like this?
The Federal Railroad Administration sets safety standards for railroad operations. I would have to refer you to the Federal Railroad Administration to answer that question. Yes, ma'am.
Whether or not there's any miscommunication between a dispatcher and a foreperson during the change?
We have secured all the communication downloads and equipment, and we will be reviewing that. But again, I have to stress that there is a lot of data and a lot of information that investigators in our laboratory in Washington, D.C. will be sifting through.
Is the experience level of either the dispatcher or the foreperson part of the investigation?
It is part of our investigation. Our Operations and Human Performance Group will be interviewing those individuals starting tomorrow.
How many workers were on the track at the time of the crash?
I do not have that information at this time. There were several workers, correct, but I do not have an exact number at this time.
Are you releasing the names?
The NTSB does not release the names of the deceased. I will have to refer you to the Delaware County Medical Examiner's Office for that.
Can you tell me who owns this stretch of track? Is it Amtrak track?
This is Amtrak, correct.
Was it supposed to have positive train control, and would positive train control have influence? If it did not, would positive train control have any influence on this kind of accident?
Positive train control is something that is part of this investigation. We do have as I mentioned before, we have a signals group and a signals investigator that is looking into that.
All right, so the backhoe operator was operating the backhoe. And where was the supervisor? Have you been able to determine where the supervisor was that was killed?
I do not have that information at this time.
When you say the engineer put the train into emergency, does that mean he hit the brakes?
Correct. He initiated an emergency brake application.
You can see the collision on the footage. Can you see the workers in the footage too?
I have not viewed that video. The information that I have from our laboratory is that again, I'll restate it. The video shows that there was construction equipment on the track and work train equipment on the track immediately adjacent to the Amtrak train's track.
What is the work train?
The work train is it's a piece of LORAM equipment. It's a ballast cleaner.
Can you just tell us what the LORAM does? I looked on their website. It looks like it scoops the rocks away to re-level it.
Correct. It scoops the rocks away and cleans that information. If you would like some further information, I would have to refer you to LORAM at this time.
You said the train was traveling near the speed limit of 110 miles an hour through there. Is it a requirement that trains slow down when they're going through a construction area?
Again, the Federal Railroad Administration has stringent requirements for safety along the right-of-way for workers and for the safe operation of trains, and I will have to refer you to the Federal Railroad Administration. And if I could take one more question at this time.
What was the backhoe that was part of the collision authorized to be on the track? Was that part
That
of
is something that we're looking at as part of our investigation, and I do not have that information at this
Do you know
time.
when the last shift change happened for the dispatchers?
Again, that is something that we're looking at, and you know, one of the things I'd like to say is that for any further information, please contact Terry Williams. He's with the NTSB's Office of Public Affairs, and he can be reached at 202-314-6100. Thank you.
Is the official time of the accident, was it before 8 or after 8? Can you change that at all, the official time of the accident? You guys had said it was before 8 o'clock. Others were saying it was maybe a little bit after 8 o'clock.
We haven't determined the exact time, and I don't want to speculate. I would like to give you factual information. Again,
So you're not sure if it
if
was
you
before
reach
you-
out to, what I can do is, this evening, I will make sure that Mr. Williams has that information. So if you reach out to, again, Terry Williams, 202-314-6100, I will make sure that we put that information out there.
Do you plan to do this again tomorrow? Is it going to be another briefing? Or?
Again, please contact Terry Williams. Thank
Right, I
you.
just want to clarify one thing so I don't get an email from Terry. The recording ended at the point of impact, so five seconds before the impact, the train went into
That's
emergency
the
braking.
data we're looking at. I can't
Or is it-
speculate anything right.
So it's not fair to say 5 seconds before impact.
Can't comment on that. We're working out a lot of data. Thank you.
He said earlier.
All right, everybody, that was an update from Philadelphia from the NTSB on that tragic accident this weekend in Philadelphia. Much more will be conducted for this investigation, but right now you can tell they're right in the beginning stages of that investigation. I do want to show you now an event that we had a little bit earlier today. Hillary Clinton in New York City as with the New York governor talking about a new minimum wage.
New York, because even though we loved our hometown in the South, they couldn't take care of their family there. And so they left us with my grandparents, and they came to New York because New York was a place where you could find a job, and when you found that job, you could take care of a family. Well, over the years, we lost a part of that. When we elected Governor Cuomo, he brought jobs back to New York, and so you could still find a job. But sometimes you had to find 2 or 3 of them in order to take care of your family. And so now the governor has decided that no longer in New York should you have to work 2 for the price of 1. And so that he asked us to participate with him in the Mario Cuomo Economic Justice Campaign. And I said, oh, I hear you. I said to the governor that I know when you name a campaign after your father, you are committed to that campaign and you believe in the campaign. And Governor Cuomo has proved me right. He has been willing. He has been willing to stand up and face the naysayers that say you are jeopardizing the economic prosperity and atmosphere of New York by raising the minimum wage. He said, no, that's not true. Now, you know, I would have said it a different way. but that's why I'm not the governor. But either way, and he got into a RV, and we went around the state in a justice tour, upstate, Long Island, downstate, to talk to working people about how important this is and how we needed them to call their legislators. And along the way, we got support of people like Senator Klein to come in with the Independent Democratic Caucus and help us. Of course, we knew that this was an issue that affected so many people in New York that if we could only get the message out, we knew the people would stand up for the message. So we got it. We got it thanks to you. And so y'all didn't come here to hear me? And tell the truth, y'all ain't come here to hear me. And I didn't come here to hear me either. And so it is my pleasure to bring to you the Chief Executive Officer, our Governor of New York State, Andrew Cuomo.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. First, I want you all to know that this morning I signed a bill into law. You don't know what the bill is. I signed a bill into law, and that bill will grow this state's economy for everyone. It will restore economic fairness, and it will make life better for over 2 million New Yorkers when we raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And the thanks go to the people in this room. It is the labor movement that built this nation's middle class in the first place, and we're rebuilding the middle class for a new economy today. And the thanks goes to the New Yorkers who got involved, who put aside their institutional differences and their political differences to make this law a reality. Speaker Carl Heastie, give him a round of applause. Senate Leader John Flanagan, because the Senate passed this with all 60 votes, and we give him a round of applause. And we had the support of great advocates and great unions, and we want to thank Mary Kay Henry. Give her a big round of applause. George Gresham, who not only had to work very hard to get it passed, he had to endure me in that RV day after day after day. So give him a second round of applause. And Hector Figueroa from 32BJ. Mario Salento from the AFL-CIO. Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, Senator Jeff Klein, Senator Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and many, many more. We defined the problem. We explained the unfairness, and the people of the state of New York responded, because the people of this state demand fairness and demand justice. And there is still a right thing and a wrong thing in life. And New Yorkers do the right thing every time, and they did on this bill. And the truth is, we told it, is yes, people are angry. You don't need to turn on the TV and watch those talking heads to tell you that people are angry. We know people are angry. Middle-class people, working family people are angry. And it's not a feeling, it's the facts. They should be angry. Because the truth is, in this economy, they have been going backwards for decades. And this new economy is not a fair economy for the working families and middle class of this country. That's the truth. The people at the top are making more and more, and the middle class and the working families are going backwards. Productivity has gone up 70%. Workers' wages have only gone up 9%. Top 1% has gone up 138% at the same time. That's not right, it's not fair, and we won't let it stand in the state of New York. People are angry. People are angry because they're afraid, and they feel that the American dream is slipping away. The dream that said your children are going to have a better life than you, that every generation does better. They're afraid they're losing that dream. Why? Because you can't afford the cost of living increases when you have stagnant wages. And that's right where we've been. How do you afford, if you're a working family, middle-class family, how do you afford the increases in college tuition? How do you afford a home? How do you afford property taxes? You can't. We want fairness, we want economic fairness, we want economic justice, and we want it now. That was the claim. So, people are angry. Yes, not only in this state, it's in this nation. But the real question is, what do you do now with this anger? Where do you take it? And where do you lead the state and where do you lead the country? Because we're at a fork in the road. We can go two different ways. There's a positive fork and there's a negative fork. We named this campaign for Mario Cuomo because Mario Cuomo said when you have a problem, what you do is you confront it. And you confront it together. And you don't divide people. You come together and you resolve the issue. And Mario Cuomo said the economy doesn't work for any of us until it works for all of us. That the greatest feast is the feast where the most people share in that feast. That was his vision for New York. And that's our vision for New York. And that's what we did. And we worked together, Democrats and Republicans, Assembly and Senate, labor and management, and we passed a new budget, a new plan for the state of New York. That is revolutionary. That is a new vision for this state going forward. A vision that says we need an economy that has full employment, and we have to create jobs not just for high-tech geniuses, but we need an economy where we manufacture things again, where people who work with their hands have a place in the economy. We passed a budget with the greatest investment in infrastructure in the history of the state, $50 billion. We're literally going to build a new future. We're building LaGuardia Airport. We're going to build a new Penn Station, new subways, new rails, new roads, new bridges, all across the state. We are. Thank you. Thank you. We are reducing the burden on the middle class. We cut taxes on the middle class, listen to this, to the lowest rate since 1947, over 70 years, because the middle class needs a break. And we're investing over $1 billion in college affordability because everyone's child should be able to go to college and no one should be turned away because they can't pay the tuition. And we are restoring respect and pride and dignity to the worker with paid family leave, which says no one should choose between seeing their child born and earning a paycheck. And we're restoring the promise and fairness by saying when FDR proposed the minimum wage, you know what he said? If you work full time, you should be paid a wage that provides a decent living. That's what FDR said, a decent living. And the truth is, at $9 an hour, you can't afford to raise a family in New York. And that's why we're going to raise it to $15 an hour to restore fairness and decency. Now, I'll tell you what we did not do in New York. We didn't take the anger, and we didn't fan the flames of the anger, and we didn't use the anger politically. And some voices out there want to do just that. They want to take that anger, and they want to use it politically, and they want to use it as a way to turn us against each other. That's what they're saying. They're taking that fear and they're saying, well, you know what causes that fear? It's the people who are different. The differences are the problem. You know, those different people. Those people with a different color skin. Those people who speak different languages. Those people who have a different sexual orientation. Those people who worship a different religion. The differences are the problems. And the differences are the immigrants. So here's their solution. We're going to make a list, a long list, of all the immigrants. And we're going to write down all their names, and then we're going to go find them. And we're going to kick them out of the country. And just to make sure they don't come back, we're going to build a wall. I don't mean a little wall. I mean we're going to build a really, really big wall. I mean our wall is going to make the wall of China look like a curb. This wall is going to be so big, and it's going to be a good-looking wall. No, this is going to be a handsome wall. This is not going to be a cheap wall. It's going to have a golden band at the top of the wall. It's going to be a beautiful wall. That's their plan. What kind of plan is that build-a-wall plan? Now, if you think that's how you make America great again, I say to you, you don't know what made America great in the first place. What made America great is this room made America great. African Americans working with Latinos made America great. Italian Americans, Irish Americans made this country great. Christians and Jews and Muslims all working together. That's what made this country great. That spirit of unity. You think that you can make us fear our diversity? We celebrate our diversity. You think we're going to fear immigrants, man? Look in the mirror. We're all immigrants. That, my friends, is the essence of this country. This country was never formed on one race or one religion. We had a unique premise. We put a welcome sign and we said, you're all invited in. People from all over the globe come to us, join the family of America, the family of New York, and we will work with you to make your life better and your families better, and we'll help you get an education and we'll help you get health care because we want you to do well. Because when one of us does well, we all do well. Because we believe there is a cord that connects you to you to you to you, and that cord weaves a fabric. And that is the fabric of society. And in that fabric, when one is raised, we're all raised, and when one is lowered, we are all lowered. That's what we believe. And this state is the laboratory of that American experiment in democracy. The Statue of Liberty is in our harbor. You say that the future is in building walls and dividing. New York says the future lies in building bridges and unifying people. And today, at this time of adversity, at this time of fear, at this time of anger, New York says we can rebuild this economy. We can do it together. We can include the working men and women with rights and fairness and dignity and make this place a better place for all of us. That's what this bill was about, and that's what this campaign was all about. And that was the essence of Mario Cuomo, that we are all here together, and that they think the strongest four-letter word is hate. We think the strongest four-letter word is love. And we believe there is nothing we can't do when we come together. And we showed that in this campaign. We showed that when we signed this bill into law. We showed that when New York stood up and said, look at us. We're going to make this place a better place together. Mario Cuomo is looking down on us today. And he is smiling today, because he is proud of the example that his state has set for the people of this state and the people of this nation. Thank you for making it a reality. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I have a real special treat. I had the great pleasure and the great honor to work in the Clinton administration for 8 years. And I had the great pleasure to work with this person all across the country, countries all across the globe we visited. And I know her on a personal level, not just as a representative of New York, where she was fantastic. But I had enough time with her where I spent time looking in her eyes and looking in her soul and getting a sense of what this woman's all about. She has the right values and the right vision for this Democratic Party. And she has something else. She has the ability to get it done. Now, we're talking about my father today. My father used an expression when he described himself as a progressive pragmatist. Progressive pragmatist. Every time my father spoke, you needed a dictionary to figure out what he was saying. Progressive pragmatist, that he was progressive, but he was a pragmatist, meaning that it was about getting things done. It was about making government work. One thing that would drive my father crazy, when there was a politician who was all talk. He had a sign for all talk. You go like this. That meant the guy was all talk. Government is not about talk. Government is not about advocacy and giving speeches. It's about getting things done and knowing how to make the government work to get things done. That's what he meant by progressive pragmatist. He said, we don't need ideas that sound good. We need ideas that are good and sound. Hillary Clinton is a woman of values and vision, but she is also a woman who can get things done and make the government work and bring people together. She's also a person who can win this election and make this country a better country for all Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big New York welcome to the next President of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Hello! Hello, New York! This is such a great day for our state. This is a real watershed. Just as you heard the governor say, it's a result of what is best about New York and best about America. And I know that it's going to sweep our country, because a budget is more than just numbers on a page. What was accomplished here reflects our values and our priorities. It shows the world what kind of community we are and what we can get done when we work together. And what you have heard is a perfect example of building a coalition, sticking with it, convincing people it was right, and achieving the goal. I have to thank everyone who was a part of this. Up here on the stage, you've got labor leaders, legislative leaders, and the governor. That's how this works. It started with a movement, the Fight for 15. Fast food workers marched for higher wages and a union. Rank and file laborers from the public and private sector, everyone from home care workers to airport workers, stood together with a very simple but profound message. We have to do better for New York families, because when families are strong, New York is strong, and America is strong. And this movement built a strong foundation. But you and I know that a movement alone, as the governor just said, talk alone, even marching alone, may not get it done. And what the Fight for 15 did was to build that base even broader and deeper. Now, I wish I could have been in that RV with the governor and George. I think you could chart its progress across New York by just mapping out the Dunkin' Donuts stops. But think about what they did. They went on the road outside of New York City. They went across this state, making the case, the fundamental fairness and equity and justice case. And they began to convince people. And they began to broaden one more time the Fight for 15 movement. And the governor has demonstrated such principled leadership. And I know how strongly he felt about this in his heart. And I know naming it for his extraordinary father was a signal to everyone about how deeply he felt. But again, feelings have to be matched with politics. He had to put together the votes. That's right. Now, some people get bored by that kind of talk. Don't bother me with the details. Let's just make it sound good. Let's just feel good. Well, I think we'd still be sounding and feeling good if it hadn't been for the hard work and the incredible commitment that the governor made to this issue. And he had a great partner in the Speaker, who has...
All right, everybody, we are going to be pausing this event and taking you to a live breaking news right now coming out of California. Recycling plant on fire.
Fire address is going to be the 4700 block of East.
All right, folks, this is in Montclair, California. A large fire happening right now, burning at a recycling center. You can see, though, that it is now affecting homes in the nearby area. Montclair, California. As you can see here, folks, a major fire here in California. You are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. This is Montclair, California, where it's at a recycling center, but you can see that it's affecting homes in that area. Huge, huge smoke right there. Wow. Yeah, you can see here, folks, it's really a sad sight right now, and that this fire is now affecting neighborhood structures that are right next to this recycling center in Montclair, California, at this recycling yard. You are watching this all unfold right now on Fox 10 News Now, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Boy, very sad. As you can tell, folks, this is a very fluid situation there in Montclair as they are trying to attack this fire. You're watching this all break down right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. you can see the helicopter getting a different angle here. As crews are really just trying to knock this fire down. We welcome everybody that's being part of this stream here. Welcome if you're just joining us. We are watching these live images coming out of Montclair, California, where as you can see, there is just a huge fire at this recycling plant that is now crossed over into a neighborhood, and it has several structures on fire as well. We're going to watch this very closely, but you are all watching this right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Welcome everybody. If you're just joining us, you're watching these incredible and very sad images coming out of Montclair, California. Right now it's at a recycling yard, but it has crossed over into neighborhoods, and yep, As fire department is trying to knock down this fire, they're going to have a long, long day and night ahead of them. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. As you can see, we do have a large fire here in Montclair, California. This is at a recycling plant that has now skipped on over to a neighborhood. As you can see firefighters right there on that roof there. Wow. Very, very scary situation for them as they're trying to save what they can in this neighborhood, because this fire just really skipped on over to the adjacent neighborhood, and it is causing devastation. All right, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream from Montclair, California. There is a recycling fire that has skipped over from the plant and now into a neighborhood. You're watching this all unfold live right here on Fox 10 News Now. And folks, while we are covering this from Montclair, California, I also want to talk to you about this other breaking news that we are following right now. We do not have any video yet, but we are learning that 5 people have been killed in a Tennessee tourist helicopter crash. This is a developing story coming out of Eastern Tennessee this evening. Tennessee Emergency Management Association spokesman tells the Associated Press that 5 people had died in the crash in Eastern Tennessee. A Federal Aviation Administration spokeswoman says the Bell 206 sightseeing helicopter crash was reported at 3:30 Eastern Time. It was not immediately known how many people were on board at the time. The owner of Smoky Mountain Helicopters also told WVLT-TV that 5 people did die in the crash. The group was on a sightseeing ride as part of a popular tourist activity about 200 miles east of Nashville. We are going to continue to cover that story there for you, and once we get some video out of that area, we will share it with you. But right now we are looking at live pictures from Montclair, California, where there is a recycling plant fire that has crossed over into some neighborhoods. So we have a very active day on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You guys are watching News Now. All right, folks, we are going to continue to follow this story here for you, as well as the Tennessee story that I just talked about. We're going to take you now to another live event happening right now. Hillary Clinton, another campaign rally.
Also from the Capital District, Assemblywoman Patricia Fahey.
Hello, Cahos. It's great to be here, and what an amazing turnout. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for, who would think in April that you'd have to come through snow and slush to be here? But I have to say, pulling up, it was absolutely inspirational to see those lines and to see hours ago that people are here. You're here for Hillary. This is the town, this is the state that loves her because we know her best. We absolutely know her best. I couldn't be more proud to be here. I have to just share a couple of personal things because I feel like I've had a little bit of a parallel life. Not only am I from Chicago, as is Hillary, New York, I couldn't be more proud to call New York my adopted home, as Hillary does, and we both married men from Arkansas. Little known fact, my husband's been here over 25 years, but he's from Arkansas. And I just love, it was one of our first conversations. I also had the extraordinary privilege of working for her husband, Bill Clinton, in the U.S. Department of Labor under then Bob Reich as Secretary of Labor. And I lived in D.C. at that time. They were some of our most prosperous years. Let's bring back, we need to recapture that spirit of America. And this is the woman who knows how to get it done. We have... There's no time. There is no time. We know what's going on internationally. We know what our economy needs. There is no time now for a training period This is a woman who can hit the ground and get us moving again. Is there anybody you know who is more battle-tested? I think she's more battle-tested than most four-star generals. So let's go through that snow and slush again. Let's get out that vote on April 19th. I couldn't be more proud, and I think my daughter is here somewhere as well. Where's my daughter? Eileen, please wave. Couldn't be more proud to be here. Thank you, everybody. Please keep fighting for Hillary. Experience does matter. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage from our next door county, Schenectady, Angelo Santa Barbara.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. It's an exciting day in New York. Come on, let's hear it for Hillary Clinton. I'm so very thrilled to join all of you to welcome Secretary Clinton back to New York and to the Capital Region. And for many, many reasons. She has served our state for 8 years as senator representing the middle class. She's been a champion of middle class. She fights for the things we fight for in the New York State Assembly. Things like paid family leave. Things like raising the minimum wage. Let's hear it for her. Let's hear it for her. I'm so pleased to see a candidate that has recognized challenges that our families are facing. My family, I have a son, Michael, born with autism. She is out front on these issues. She wants to make a difference for these families. Let's hear it for her. She is a champion of the working class. My daughter, Mariana, she's front and center right here with my wife, Jennifer, and she is paying attention. She's only 12. She's got her eyes on this race because Hillary Clinton will make history as this country's first female president. Hillary Clinton is the president our working families, our children, and our economy deserve. And today I'm very proud to join all of you to welcome to New York the next president of the United States of America, the greatest country that this world has ever known. Thank you. God bless America.
And now from horse country, Saratoga Springs, Carrie Warner, Assemblywoman.
Wow, what a crowd. Whoa. All right. How many of you, for this is going to be your first presidential election? How many young people do we have here? All right. I want you to give it up for Hillary Clinton if this is going to be your first election. Come on. Woo! You know, I have a niece, and this is going to be her first election. And I am so proud that she's going to have a woman that she can vote for on this ballot. We have waited a long time. When I was young, my heroes were Susan B. Anthony, Elizabeth Blackwell, Elizabeth Cady Stanton. I dreamed of the day when there would be a woman on the ballot for president, and our day has come. You know, here's what I know. Women in government get things done. Right? We know how to do it. We're practical. We're pragmatic. We know how to get things done. And what we know, Secretary Clinton, is that when she was Senator Clinton, she got stuff done for the people of the state of New York. And, right? And I know that when she's president, she's going to get things done for the people of the United States. So what we need you to do is we need you to come out on April 19th. We need you to bring people to the ballot. We need you to call. We need you to write. We need you to text. Get your friends out. And let's make Hillary Clinton the next president of the United States. Thank you.
And now, Cohoes, a warm round of applause for your state senator, Neil Breslin.
Hello, people from Cohoes. I have a feeling that you're here for the same reason I'm here. And what are those reasons? Hillary Clinton is the smartest candidate for president we have seen in generations. Is that correct? Hillary Clinton is the most prepared person in generations to be president. Is that right? And I'll tell you something else about Hillary Clinton. I think she's the nicest person in government. Is that correct? They've said it before. We'll say it again and again and again. On the 19th of April, you're going to go out and vote. You're going to get the rest of your family out to vote. We can't be complacent because we have the opportunity of a lifetime. We have never seen a candidate like Hillary Clinton. And Hillary Clinton will bring back the dignity that this race hasn't seen with some other folks who are running. She is the person we can all be proud. We can open that curtain and let people see who we're voting for. So the 19th and then again in November, and who'll be our next president? Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. Who's going to be the president? Hillary Clinton. Let's hear it again. Hillary Clinton. Make sure you're yelling and telling everyone the 19th and then again in November. Thank you very much.
salute. Your first name is King, last name is Dumb, 'cause you still believe in everyone. When the baby first breathes, when night sees sunrise, when the well hugs the sea, when man recognizes freedom, breathing. We are from heat, the electric one. Does it shock you, see? He left us the sun. Atoms in the air, organisms in the sea. Sun and yes man are made of the same things.
At the end of this debate, the candidates were asked a revealing question. They said, anything we hadn't talked about tonight you want to? And she was called on first. She said, yeah, I want to talk about the lead in the water in Flint, Michigan, and what's happening. She spent a year at the Yale Child Study Center when we were in law school. She knew what lead did to children's brains. She said, when I heard about it, I was sick. I contacted the mayor and says, what do you want me to do? Her immediate instinct is, what can I do to make it better? And she said, the mayor did, what I want Hillary to do is to go on national television and don't do an interview about politics or anything else. Just talk about why we need all this money so we can save these lives. She did. They got the money. The mayor just put out an article endorsing Hillary for president. Our major opponent was just as outraged. His heart was in the right place. He wanted to do the right thing. And his response was he thought the governor should have quit. And, you know, maybe he should. Maybe someday he will. But in the meanwhile, what can I do? She is a what can I do candidate. She is a walking change maker. You hire a president to make something happen for you. And she's the best that I ever saw.
Please welcome to the stage your team in Washington. Congressman Paul Tonko, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and the next President of the United States, Hillary Clinton.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me. Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. In too deep. Say I'm in too deep. And it's been 2 years.
Hi, everybody. Wow, are we excited about Hillary Clinton being the next president? I, like you, am an awesome supporter of the best of leaders in this country, Hillary Rodham Clinton, for our next President of the United States. Hillary is an awesome leader who
personifies great intellect and great empathy that equals phenomenal results. She's been there throughout a career, fighting for America's families. Let me tell you about the intellect. Let me tell you about the intellect. When I first had real working issues with this wonderful person, it was over the energy issues. And it is a complex issue. I was energy chair of the New York State Assembly. The most thoughtful, provoking questions coming from Hillary Rodham Clinton about clean energy, about strengthening our grid, and about producing energy independence. Is that the kind of leader we want? She also has been a big proponent. We've worked with her in Congress because of her concern about infrastructure, including clean drinking water. She's been there fighting for our infrastructure. She knows it's billions of gallons of water lost, and it's not just water through those leaking pipes. It's tax dollars because it's treated water. Hillary Clinton is about doing it wisely, effectively, and efficiently. That's the kind of leadership we require. And she also, let me tell you about the empathy. Let me tell you about the empathy. She went into Flint and met with those families and children and said, we need to do something now, and it has to be strong enough. She also, and it's not just election year activity and empathy with her. 10 years ago, she was in my region in the Assembly speaking to those communities and families that were impacted by floods, where she looked them in the eye and said, we will do something, and she delivered. That was 10 years ago. 12 years ago, she visited with a Gold Star mom. Charlene is with us today. And she is still filled. Her broken heart was mended by the grace that Hillary Clinton shared with her in expressing her concern, her compassion, and her love that Charlene's son showed for his country. So that's Hillary Rodham Clinton. Excellence, intellect, serving us with great empathy. That's the leadership we need. So what has that produced? That combination of keen intellect, awesome intellect, and great empathy has resulted in a great listener that then promotes, encourages an outspoken, determined voice that then lends to a relentless advocate for America and her families. That's why we're supporting Hillary Rodham Clinton for president, our former senator, Secretary of State. She is undoubtedly a true champion. Speaking of true champions, I've had the honor of serving in the House of Representatives with the person whom I'm going to introduce so you can formally hear from Hillary Rodham Clinton. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and I served in the House together. It was there that we saw great leadership on behalf of upstate New York. I have some of that old district that was once served so well and wonderfully by Senator Gillibrand. And with that partnership, I got to see firsthand her leadership skills, her ability to work with colleagues across the aisle, as did Senator Clinton when she was our representative. And it's that kind of determination that Senator Gillibrand brings to office, to be there, to make certain that our campuses are a safe place by which to learn, grow, and live, and she's going to make a difference. She's fighting for economic justice for our American families, and she firmly believes in addressing that gross epidemic that has gripped far too many communities across this country, the heroin epidemic. I am proud to serve with our senator in the other house, and I introduce to you our great United States Senator, our upstate person who came from these wonderful Capital District regions. We have Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you, Paul Tonko. Woo! Give it up for Paul. So I am so happy and so honored to be here today. I grew up just a stone's throw from here. And my whole life, since I was a little girl in Albany, I've been lucky to have so many mentors and role models who also happen to be strong and brilliant women. So I want to tell you about 3 of those mentors that were most important to me. The first one was my grandmother. My grandmother was a secretary in our state legislature. She didn't have a college degree. She didn't have a fancy title. But she was never afraid to raise her voice about the issues that mattered to her and to this community. She also wanted to make her community a better place. And she learned that if she wanted to make it better, while her voice might be important, the voice of many women was even more important. So she and other women created an organization with all the women in the Capital Region joining her to elect leaders that shared their values. They learned how to run campaigns. They knocked on doors. They made phone calls. They even put bumper stickers on cars. They did everything they could. And eventually, you couldn't get elected in Albany without the blessing of my grandmother and her lady friends. So my grandmother taught me that women's voices matter, that what you do with your time matters. And she taught me that fighting to make a difference matters. My next mentor was my mother. My mother was one of 3 women in her law school class. By the time she was my age, she earned a 2nd-degree black belt in karate. I asked her why she didn't want to play tennis instead. She was one of the only professional women that my friends and I knew, and every single one of us wanted to be just like her. My mother taught me 3 lessons. She taught me to dare to be different. She taught me to own your own ambition, and she taught me to never, ever give up. And then there's my 3rd and greatest mentor. Her name is Hillary Clinton. I was just a young lawyer in New York City when Hillary made her famous speech in Beijing, where she said, "Women's rights are human rights once and for all." Now, that was a life-changing moment for me. I always cared about making the world a better place. But it wasn't until Hillary stood on that stage in Beijing, and it wasn't until I watched her give that speech that I knew I had to follow Hillary and get off the sidelines. I decided to join a women's group just like my grandmother, and before long, I was in a room watching Hillary speak again. And she was speaking to a packed room, and she was looking out into the room, and she said, "Decisions are being made every day in Washington, and if you're not part of those decisions and you don't like what they decide, you have no one to blame but yourself." Well, I'm in the back of the room, and I start to sweat, and I start to thinking, oh my goodness, she's telling me I have to run for office now. Well, it took about 10 years for me actually to run for office, but she has always inspired me my entire life to make a difference. Now, not surprisingly, she gets all of this from her own mother. Hillary's mother was only 8 years old when she was sent away from home. She was 14 when she started to work as a housekeeper for $3 a week. These life experiences instilled in her mother a real sense of grit, a sense of hard work can make a difference, and the recognition that kindness to one another always matters. These are the values she passed down to her daughter, Hillary. And look at what Hillary has done with her life. Look at where she has come from. When she finished law school, she could have gone anywhere. She could have worked for the fanciest law firm in the country. But no, she went to work for the Children's Defense Fund and fought for children with disabilities. As First Lady of the United States, she fought for millions of Americans who were sick and had no access to health insurance. As Senator,
She fought for our first responders, those men and women who raced up those towers when everyone was coming down. And she fought to make sure they would have health care. As Secretary of State, Hillary never stopped fighting for human rights and equal rights at every corner of this globe. Hillary has spent her entire life fighting for everyone else. So now let's fight for her. Let's keep raising our voices to support her. Make those phone calls, knock on those doors, go to everyone you know and tell them how you feel. Tell them it's time to get off the sidelines. Convince them why this election matters to you. Convince them why Hillary will be the best president of the United States. Convince them to vote for her. Hillary has never stopped fighting for us, and we will never stop fighting for her. It is my honor now to introduce to you my mentor, my role model, my friend, the first woman president of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, it is so great to be in New York and to be up here in the Capital Region. I am so proud to be standing on this stage with two friends and former colleagues. I'm grateful for their service, their leadership, and their support. I was listening to Paul as he was talking about the work we did together, and it's absolutely the case that he has tackled some of the most difficult challenges facing our state and our country, and now he is taking on another difficult challenge. He is focused on fixing the infrastructure of our water systems here in New York and across America, and he's trying to get support from the Congress, and I will do everything I can, if I'm fortunate enough to be your president, to make sure you do, Paul. You know, when you think about all of the challenges we face here in America and around the world, although it may not be in the headlines, water is one of them. That's why we've got to protect our water resources. I was proud to work with so many to clean up the Hudson. We also have to make sure that water systems across this state, like Hoosick Falls and others, are clean and pure so that we can take absolute confidence in the water we drink and use. And New York is in such a critical position because so much of the rest of the country doesn't have enough water. We have to be good stewards of our water. And so, Paul, I look forward to working with you. And I have to tell you, it was a really hard decision for me to leave the Senate. I adored being your senator. I loved representing New York. It was the greatest honor imaginable that the people of New York took a chance on me in the 2000 election and let me serve you, and then reelected me in 2006. And when President-elect Obama asked me to be Secretary of State, I said, I'm so honored, I'm so flattered, Mr. President-elect, but I love representing New York in the Senate. And he said, well, with all the problems we're inheriting from the Bush administration, he said, I trust you to be my Secretary of State. And I told him not once but twice that although I understood the importance of the job, I wanted to represent all of you in the Senate. So he said to me, I don't want to talk to you again until you say yes. So I
I said to my husband, I said, you know, I'm so flattered. The president-elect has asked me, and I've told him no twice, and he keeps telling me that he doesn't want to talk to me until I say yes. And Bill looked at me and he goes, well, I asked you to marry me twice. You said no. And I said, let me know when you're ready. And he said, so maybe there's a pattern here. And eventually, of course, I did say yes. And it was such an incredible experience working so closely with the president to frankly try to undo a lot of the damage that had been done the prior 8 years. But I have to tell you, I felt so much better about making this decision when Kirsten was asked to succeed me and to fill that Senate seat, because as she said, I had known her since 2000, this bright young lawyer from Albany, and I saw her in action. She supported me, she raised money, she made speeches, she made phone calls, she just did everything she could to get me elected to the Senate. And so when she decided to run for the House some years later, I was all in. So I was helping her, speaking for her, because I knew what a great representative she would be. And then, of course, she has been a superb senator, along with Chuck Schumer for New York. So I know what good hands New York is in. I want to just take a few minutes to tell you what you probably already are thinking. This election is one of the most serious, consequential elections we've had in a long time. It is for a number of reasons. The differences between the two parties are stark. Now, I believe the facts prove that our economy does better when we have a Democrat in the White House. And we saw that in the 1990s when my husband was president, and 23 million new jobs and incomes went up for everybody. And then what happened? We reversed course. The Republicans came back with their failed economic policy of trickle-down economics. It deserves a lot of boos. When I was in the Senate, I was arguing and voting against these policies because I believed then it would reverse the economic progress we were making. We had a lot of work still to do here in upstate and other places, but they got their way. Slash taxes on the wealthy, take their eyes off of the financial markets and the mortgage markets, and we know what happened. When President-elect Obama called to ask me to come to Chicago to talk about becoming Secretary of State, before we talked about the world and our challenges, he just looked at me and he said, "It is so much worse than they told us." We were losing 800,000 jobs a month. 9 million Americans lost their jobs. 5 million homes were lost. And $13 trillion in family wealth was wiped out. Now, why am I telling you this? Because I want you to remember it. I want you to know what the real different choices are. We have people running for president on the Republican side, led by Donald Trump, who are... He's not the only one. He may be the most flamboyant, but they all want to take us back to trickle-down economics. And we cannot allow that to happen. We cannot. The most important economic issue in this campaign will be ensuring that we have a Democrat in the White House come next January. So here is what I have been advocating, because it's not just enough to keep going along and making progress. I want us to really have broad-based, inclusive prosperity again. More good jobs, rising incomes. That's why I've laid out plans for how we get more infrastructure jobs, including the creation of a national infrastructure bank to fund what we need to do with our roads, our bridges, our tunnels, our ports, our airports. And it's not just what we see. We also have to fix our water systems, our sewer systems, leaking pipelines under the ground. We have work to do, and these are good jobs. These are mostly union jobs where people can make a good living. And then I was in Syracuse a few days ago announcing my manufacturing agenda because I want us to make it in America. And I know we can do that. We see what's happening right here in the Capital Region with nanotechnology and biotechnology and chips and other things that are being made in America right here in New York. I remember when I first worked on nanotechnology, and I was telling people in the Senate I wanted to get some funds to really begin to invest in nanotechnology right here in the Capital Region. It seemed like a long time ago, but look at the progress we've made. That's what we need to do across upstate, indeed across America, but the reason I emphasize upstate is because we have the skills, we have the hardworking people, we have the infrastructure. I will be the president who brings manufacturing back to upstate New York and America. And another way we're going to create a lot of new jobs is by combating climate change. And I care deeply about this issue. I worked on it. I thought we were making progress when I was in the Senate. There were Republicans who would actually make a speech about it, take a trip. I took trips with people like John McCain. We went to some of the northernmost places in America and in the world to look at what was happening up in Alaska, over at Svalbard, the northernmost inhabited island in the world. I thought we were making progress. And then all of a sudden, between extreme partisans and the Koch brothers, you can't get a Republican anymore to even say the words climate change. You know, when they're asked, those running for president, they all say the same thing. Well, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. And I keep saying, well, go talk to a scientist and listen to a scientist. You know, I bet you could talk to a teacher right here at the high school and get a good lesson about climate change. But you know, they're afraid to even face this. So back in 2009, when I became Secretary of State, I immediately began working with the president to try to lay the groundwork because we had to get fast-growing countries like China and India and others to sign on to cutting their emissions. And it took years, but we finally got it done. I was really proud that thanks to American leadership, we got that agreement signed in Paris that commits the rest of the world to taking steps to deal with climate change. Now we have to figure out not only how we continue to lead, but how we can be the leader, because some nation is going to be the 21st century clean energy superpower. Right now, if I were guessing, I'd say it would be either Germany, China, or us. I want it to be us, and I intend for it to be. Because it's not only the right thing to do to protect our environment, to protect our people's health, to protect our planet, but it's also smart. There will be millions of new jobs and businesses coming out of the efforts to combat climate change. I've set two big goals. I want us to deploy 500 million more solar panels by the end of my first term, and enough clean energy to power every home in America by the end of my second term. You know, my friends, it is easy to tell somebody what you're against. I want you to know what I'm for. I want you to know what my plans are, why I think we can do this together. Because it is also important we do more for small business. Small business will create about 75% of the new jobs, and I want to have a much more supportive environment for that. And I especially want to focus on young people who want to start new businesses and job creation and entrepreneurialism. And I have to say, I was very proud to stand with Governor Cuomo today in New York City as he signed the increase in the minimum wage, which I think is important, first and foremost, to lift people who work full-time out of poverty. But here's what I want you to understand. We are a 70% consumption economy. You know what that means? If people don't have money in their pockets to spend, we don't grow. So the more money we get back into the most pockets, instead of the most money going to the fewest pockets of people at the top, the faster our economy will grow, and more jobs with rising incomes will be good for everybody. And you know, one of the best ways to quickly raise incomes is to finally guarantee equal pay for women's work. Again, to me, this is about growth and fairness. Is it a woman's issue? Of course it is. But it's also a family issue. It's also an economic issue. Any family who has a woman working who's not being paid fairly is penalized. You know, when you go to the store and you check out with what you're buying, they don't say, okay, you only make 78 cents on the dollar, so we're only going to charge you 78 cents on the dollar. That's not the way it works. So we've got to think we need to grow the economy, and we need to be sure the economy is fair. And one of the ways we have to do that, too, is to penalize those companies that want to ship jobs overseas, because there is less and less reason for them to do that. So here's what I'm proposing. If any company ever got 1 penny of taxpayer help from a local, county, state, or federal government, then they have to pay it all back, because they got that help to keep jobs right here in New York and America. And if any company wants to move abroad, and some of them do what's called an inversion, which I call a perversion. They move their headquarters, they pretend to move so they can avoid paying taxes. Anybody who does that, we're going to slap the biggest exit tax on them to make them think twice about leaving our country. And we're going to enforce trade agreements like I did when I was in the Senate. I pushed hard to enforce trade agreements. I voted against the only multinational one that came before us, and I said I'm against the Trans-Pacific Partnership because I don't think it will raise incomes and produce jobs for New Yorkers and Americans. Now, everything just about I've said the Republicans disagree with. That's going to be a real choice, because we can go back to the old ways, the old snake oil, or we can do what works. And I think we've got a pretty good idea of what that is. It's also true for education. We need to start with early childhood education, universal pre-kindergarten. And then in elementary and secondary school, I want to be a good partner to our teachers. I want to support our teachers.
I am tired of all the scapegoating of our educators. What we need to be doing is helping to support our teachers and our educators to get the resources they need to do the job we ask them to do. And I also have a plan to make college affordable again. Now, I share that goal with Senator Sanders. We have a different way of doing it, and I want you to understand the difference because I think it is important. I've said, look, we need to have debt-free tuition. You don't have to borrow a penny to go to college. Now, if you're wealthy, you have to pay. I believe that is a fairer and more affordable way to get to affordable college. And so what I have said is, I'm going to work to make sure everybody who needs it gets to go to a public college or university without borrowing a penny. And I want to work to get the cost down. So I am asking students to work 10 hours a week. Because if they do work at the college or university, that will help lower the cost. And then we can actually get the cost down for more people, and that will help us send more to college. And I will pay for it by taxing the wealthy. And I can afford to do that the way I've got it set up. Now, Senator Sanders, as I said, has the same goal. He advocates for free college. Now, that means free for everybody, including Donald Trump's kids. I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to focus on where the problem is. Middle-class families, working families, poor families. And Senator Sanders' plan depends upon governors chipping in about a quarter of the cost. Think about that. About 30 of our governors are Republicans. They are working as hard as they can to take money away from higher education. You know, I spent time this last week in Wisconsin where their governor, Scott Walker, has cut $250 million from higher education. So under Senator Sanders' plan, he would be expected to contribute $300 million. Now, I do believe in deathbed conversions, but I am not at all counting on Scott Walker having a change of heart. So I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. I can make and keep the promise of debt-free tuition so that more of our young people can get to college. And then we are going to make it easier for you to pay down and end your student debt. How many people here currently have student debt? Oh, yes, lots of hands. Does anybody here know if you have an interest rate higher than 8%? Anybody? Okay. Anybody higher than 10%? I feel like I'm in an auction. I want everybody in the audience to hear this. We have young people who are paying 6, 8, 10, 12, even 14% interest. Nothing has that kind of interest except credit card debt if you don't pay it back, right? But you can refinance your mortgage, you can refinance your car. We are going to make it absolutely clear. You can refinance that student debt, get down and out from under those high interest rates. We will save millions of people thousands of dollars. And then we're going to move people into programs like I had. When I got out of law school, I did go to work for the Children's Defense Fund. I think I was paid about $14,000 a year. So I could not have afforded a big interest rate. I paid my loan back based on a percentage of my income. And it still took me about 15 years, but I got it paid off. So we're going to have people pay back as a percentage of their income. And then
We're going to end your obligation. After 20 years, you're done. I'm not going to keep this going. And we are going to stop our government from making a profit on lending money to young people to get an education. And the other part of whether or not you can produce results for people is whether we get everybody access to quality, affordable health care, something I care deeply about. You know, before there was something called Obamacare, there was something called Hillary Care. Some of you can remember we had quite the battle with the drug companies and the insurance companies, and they won that time. They really knocked us down. But then I got back up and I said, okay, what can I get done? And that's when I helped to create the Children's Health Insurance Program, which provides health insurance to 8 million kids. And that's why I was so thrilled when President Obama passed and signed the Affordable Care Act. We've been trying to do this since Harry Truman. And now we've got it done, and 90% of Americans are covered. Here's what I want to do. I want to get the costs down. I want to get the choices up. I want to go right after the drug companies to rein in prescription drug costs. And we're going to start by requiring them to negotiate for lower prices with Medicare, because that will ripple through the entire healthcare system. So these are some of the issues that I've been talking about and setting forth ideas and plans about how to address, because I think the first test that you should hold anybody running for president to see whether or not they meet is, can they actually make your life better? Can they make a positive difference in improving the lives of Americans? I want to tell you what I want to do because I want you to hold me accountable for doing it. And I also want you to know where I stand on rights, because the Republicans want to strip away, undermine, erode every single one of our rights. Our civil rights, our women's rights, gay rights, voter rights, worker rights, rights for people with disabilities. So here's where I stand. I will defend a woman's right to make her own health care decisions. I will defend Planned Parenthood from these partisan political attacks. I will defend marriage equality and work to end discrimination against the LGBT community. I will defend voting rights and work to end Citizens United and its corruption of our political system. I will defend Social Security from the Republicans' efforts to privatize it. I will defend the Veterans Administration, make it better, but prevent the Republicans from tearing it apart. I will keep working for comprehensive immigration reform with a path to citizenship. I will work to give more opportunities to people with disabilities when it comes to education and training and housing. And I will continue to fight for common sense gun safety reforms that will save lives in our country. So we have a big agenda here at home, but the second test you should hold any candidate to is, can this person keep us safe? Can this person lead us with strength and values in the world? And I'm going to do my best to make sure that all the experience that I've had, starting as your senator after 9/11 and going all the way through my Secretary of State years, is put to good use to keep our country safe and to make sure we work with our friends and our allies. You know, as some of you remember, after 9/11, we were not sure what was going to happen next. And we knew we had to be prepared. To everybody working to keep us safe. And we learned a lot of lessons. We learned, for example, that everybody had to be part of our defense. We had to reach out and make everybody understand that if they saw something suspicious or heard something suspicious, they should report it. And thousands of people did. And it proved to be a really smart strategy. So when I hear Donald Trump or Ted Cruz with those offensive comments they make about Muslims, it's not only wrong, it's dangerous. Because what we've got to do is make sure everybody feels comfortable and welcome to pick up that phone or to go on to their computer to report something. And the people on the front lines who are going to hear more and see more are very often in
All
our
right, I am
American
going
Muslim
to, I see activity happening at the
also
Trump
have
rally, so I'm going to break into Hillary and
coalitions
take you to
with
Donald
many
Trump
nations in order
right
to
now.
We will elect him to be the next president of the United States of America. And I know there's enough Wisconsin who believe in Donald Trump. We are tired of the political establishment that says one thing, but they do another. Do I got a witness in the room today? We are tired. Somebody shout, we are tired. We are tired of the GOP establishment doing whatever they can to stop Donald Trump from taking the nomination. But somebody shout, not on my watch, not on my watch. We won't let it happen, and I believe tomorrow we're going to win the great state of Wisconsin. Somebody say, we're going to win it. Now listen, we're here on RSEPBN Network, and they're live right now. Mr. Trump is watching you live right now, so you let him know that you're waiting on him. Listen, I don't want you to listen to the media because they have declared that Donald Trump has had the worst week in his campaign, and they are now telling you that the ship is sinking. But we're going to declare with a loud voice starting tomorrow that Donald Trump is going nowhere. Because Donald Trump, listen, aren't you glad that Donald Trump is self-funding his own campaign? Because what that means simply to you and I is that he is not owned by the big businesses. He is not owned by self-interest groups, but he is owned by the people of the United States of America. That's you and I. And we got to stand behind Donald Trump. That's why you got to get out and vote tomorrow, Wisconsin. You're going to get out and vote, and we're going to shock everybody that is in the political pundits who are trying to make you to believe Ted Cruz will win the nomination. And can anybody tell me why in the world is Kasich still in the race? Somebody shout, get out of the race, get out of the race. Shout, get out of the race, Kasich. We want to let everybody know that you're crowding up because Kasich is stealing from Donald Trump. He has taken the votes from Donald Trump. But I don't care who you are, Kasich. You can cry all day long because when Donald Trump wins, wins Wisconsin tomorrow, we're going to a great state called New York, and he's going to win his own state. He's going to take the GOP nomination in Cleveland and on to the White House. Because we need a warrior like Donald Trump. He is going to protect our borders. He is going to build a wall in Wisconsin, and who is going to pay for it? You got that right. Mexico is going to pay for it. He is going to pay for it. And it saddens me how President Obama, who is supposed to have been a great unifier, it's horrible how he has not brought us together as a people. The media will try to have you to believe that Donald Trump is a racist and that he's a bigot and women don't like Donald Trump. But I bet you there's a few women in the building tonight who love Donald Trump. Because we would not be dictated by the media. We would not be dictated by the special interest groups in Washington, D.C. Because we are the people. We have a vote. And when we say we'll go, we will go. And we're going to stand behind Donald Trump. He is getting rid of Commie Car. It is out of here. He is going to make sure. Donald Trump loves Americans. He is fighting for us. And it saddens me how the GOP is trying to commit political suicide by killing its own self, and they're trying to make sure Hillary Clinton wins the White House. But Wisconsin, you're going to make sure that Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders never step foot in the White House. Never. Somebody shout, never. We're never going to let it happen because we are strong Americans and we have a person in the name of Donald Trump who is going to be for the people, by the people, and come Cleveland, he is going to win the nomination. And when he wins the GOP nomination, he is going all the way to the White House. Because Donald Trump is a unifier. Somebody shout, unifier. He knows how to get things done. This is why, how in the world we're even thinking about allowing Hillary Clinton, who's already been in the White House, who's already been in the political system, and our country is going down anyway. We don't need a political established person. We need somebody from outside like Donald Trump who is going to come and shake it all up. And they don't want him to do it. You know why? Do you know why they don't want Donald Trump in the White House? Because they can't control Donald J. Trump. They can't control him, Wisconsin. They can't control him because he owes nobody. He owes nobody. Are y'all listening to me, Wisconsin? He owes nobody. And he is going to make sure that our veterans are taken care of. He's tired of how America has been treating our veterans. It is a shame. Somebody say it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame of how our veterans have been taken care of. Donald Trump fears nobody. And that's a trait you need to look for in the president of the United States. Because Obama has made the United States weak. That's why ISIS is knocking at our doorstep. But Donald Trump will destroy ISIS. He will destroy ISIS. And they will never think twice of stepping foot on the great country's ground of the United States of America. Don't you want a strong America? Shout yes. Do you want a strong America? Shout yes. Do you want a strong America? Shout yes. Do you want a strong president? Shout yes. You would never, ever allow Bernie Sanders or Hillary to ever step foot in the White House. Somebody shout never again. Will we ever allow a politician to get to the White House and they are controlled by the big businesses but leave us common people alone? Somebody shout never again. Will we ever, ever allow a politician to get into the White House and they so focus on being politically correct and they don't know how to defend the rights of Americans? Shout never again. Will we ever sit back and let the GOP take the nomination from Donald Trump? Shout never again. Will we ever have a weak nation? But we are going to create jobs, and the jobs are coming out of China back to the United States of America. Shout never again, Wisconsin. Never again will we be weak. Never again will we let ourselves be taken to the second place, because we are the great state and the great country of the United States of America. We are a strong nation for the people, by the people, and that's why come tomorrow, Wisconsin, I want you and everybody in this building to help me elect the next president of these United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Shout Trump, 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 Trump.
All right, looks like we're waiting for Donald Trump to take the stage. If you are familiar with Fox 10 News Now, if you're not familiar with Fox 10 News Now, we bring you these live events and breaking news Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'll be quiet now, but if you're a Donald Trump fan, tweet, Facebook, tell your friends to tune in and watch with you. You can use the hashtag Fox News Now to talk on Twitter, or tweet me, KinseyFox10.
My name is Stephen Miller. Thank you. I'm Senior Policy Advisor to Donald J. Trump. And we are 24 hours away from delivering a message so loud that it shakes every conference table in the office of every high-powered lobbyist who's been betraying the working people of this country for 40 years. You have a chance with your vote tomorrow and the vote of your friends and family and colleagues and coworkers to cancel out 40 years of corruption and failure and betrayal that has destroyed the lives of millions of American people. You have seen in your own state the human tragedy that ensues when our politicians serve the special interests and the international CEOs at the expense of everyday, loyal, patriotic Americans. How many of you know of somebody who's lost a job, whose factory has shut down, whose wages haven't increased, whose kids can't find a job? Raise your hand if you know anyone in a situation like that. Every single person in the room. Wisconsin was once known as the machine shop of the world. 1/5 of jobs in this state rely upon manufacturing. And of course, it's not just the people who work in manufacturing. It's the people who work at the restaurant near the plant, or it's the people who work at the real estate office, or it's the people who work at the nearby school, or the people who work at the nearby hospital. When the plant closes down, all of those people lose their jobs. And they have to go home and look their husband or wife in the eye and tell them that they can't pay the bills anymore. And they have to explain to their kids how they're going to have to cut back, defer dreams. Yet as they're deferring their dreams, are the lobbyists in Washington, D.C. cutting back? Are the politicians having to make cutbacks? No. What about the TV pundits who lecture you all day long and scold you for supporting Donald Trump? Are the TV pundits making cutbacks? No, life is great for them. And so you have a choice tomorrow to vote to put the interests of Wisconsin first, the interests of the American people first. For 40 years, a corrupt policy cocktail of uncontrolled immigration, of offshoring trade deals, has hollowed out what was once the greatest middle class in the entire world. And a man by the name of Ted Cruz supports every single policy that has been hollowing out the middle class of Wisconsin. Ted Cruz, Goldman Sachs' favorite senator, Ted Cruz. Goldman Sachs just loves Ted Cruz, don't they? And why does Goldman Sachs love Ted Cruz so much? Because Ted Cruz supported the offshoring trade deals that have deprived the working people of Wisconsin of a fair wage and a chance to get ahead. Ted Cruz has supported Chinese currency manipulation that has sent your plants and jobs overseas. Ted Cruz is not a conservative. He is a radical globalist who doesn't care about the working people of this state. I was there in the Senate when there was a great and mighty battle over Obama's trade bill. And Obama called upon members of the Senate and he said, I need your help. I need to pass this trade bill. I need to pass the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I need to get the authority to put the United States in this union so we can send our jobs overseas and help our corporate buddies. And what did Ted Cruz do? He said to Mr. Obama, yes, sir, I will help you however I can because my donors told me to. That's why the Club for Growth supports Ted Cruz. That's why Lindsey Graham supports Ted Cruz. That's why Jeb Bush supports Ted Cruz. Because Ted Cruz will lead the charge to destroy the middle class of Wisconsin and send all of your jobs overseas. Ted Cruz says if China cheats, well, we can't do anything. Let China cheat, Ted Cruz says. For 5 years, we've been trying to crack down on Chinese cheating. And every time Ted Cruz has sided with China, he says, well, we can't put a tariff on Chinese goods. Harley-Davidson wouldn't exist today if Ronald Reagan hadn't put a tariff on Japanese motorcycles. The U.S. semiconductor industry wouldn't exist today if Ronald Reagan didn't put a tariff on semiconductors. Throughout the history of this country, our great patriotic presidents have saved American industries by confronting foreign cheating. But for 2 decades now, as Wisconsin has seen its middle class shrink more than any other state, our politicians have sold out the working people of this country time and time again, and no one more than Ted Cruz has sided with the special interest against American manufacturing. So I ask you this question. Can Wisconsin support a man like Ted Cruz who sides with China over America? What I am asking everyone here today is to make sure you spread the message. Spread it on Twitter, on Facebook, on social media, by email to your friends, to your families, and to every reporter. Print this in your papers, put it on your broadcasts. Let this be known to every single working family in this state. If Ted Cruz is the nominee, he will pass the Trans-Pacific Partnership, he will send your jobs overseas, and he will kill the middle class, and we won't let it happen. On the question of immigration, in 2013, did you know that Ted Cruz pushed an amendment to double Muslim immigration into this country? To create in the United States the same failed conditions we've seen in Belgium that led to the terrorist attack? Ted Cruz is not a conservative. Ted Cruz is a Wall Street extremist who doesn't care about the security and safety of the American people. Are you going to support a person who would put the entire country at risk like Ted Cruz to appease his donors? Or will you support a man like Donald Trump who will put jobs and wages and security for Americans first? I'm going to make one more point to you all tonight. A lot of people, those special interests, the lobbyists, the offshoring groups like Club for Growth, the magazines like National Review that say the working class should die, all of these special interests have been lecturing Donald Trump about his tone. They say he's too tough on crime, and he's too tough on illegal immigration, and he's too tough on radical Islamist refugees. And so they lecture him about his tone. And they weep their tears in D.C., their phony crocodile tears, and say, oh, Donald Trump is too mean to the terrorists, and he's too mean to the illegal immigrants because he wants a secure border. Let me ask you a question. Did those special interests in Washington, D.C., did they weep any tears when a factory closed in your state? Did they weep any tears when the GM plant closed in Janesville? Did they weep any tears when Oscar Mayer announced it was cutting 1,000 jobs? Did they weep any tears when Kate Steinle was murdered in cold blood by an illegal immigrant? No, because they don't care about you. They lecture you and say your concerns aren't valid, that you're wrong to be worried about your children's future, that you're wrong for thinking a country should have borders, that you're wrong for thinking that American jobs and factories should be protected. And so they lecture you because they have contempt for you. They think that you're getting in the way of their grand designs and their money-making schemes. So understand this. In 24 hours, your vote can deliver justice for everyone who's ever lost a job unfairly. Your vote can deliver justice for every mom who's lost a kid to illegal immigrant violence. Your vote can deliver justice for every single person who's lost a job to a foreign worker program, to every single person who spent their life working with their hands in a steel plant or a leather factory and had that job sent overseas. You can deliver justice for all these people. And you're doing it out of love, love for your family, love for your community, and love for your country. And you're rejecting the hate and contempt of the special interests in Washington, D.C. who betrayed you. You're rejecting the sneering hate and derision of those who lecture you and tell you you don't matter, your concerns aren't valid, that you don't have a right to demand fairness and protection in your own country, that you don't have the right to say that American citizens come first. So I'll ask you this question. Will you get out tomorrow and vote for Donald Trump? Will you vote for a man who will put jobs and wages for Americans first? Will you vote for a man who will put the security of the American people first? Will you vote for a man who will fight for you and stand up to the bullies in Washington, D.C.? Will you vote for a man who cares about you and not about dollars from special interests? Will you send a message so loud that everyone around the world can hear it? Will you make history tomorrow? Louder! Will you make history tomorrow? So I will close with this final thought. This is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on behalf of everyone whose factories shut down, everyone who's been plagued by the injustice of living in a high-crime community, everyone who's lost a loved one to an illegal alien, everyone who's had their quality of life degraded, their wages stalled, their hopes dimmed, everyone who's been made to feel like their rights as an American citizen no longer matter. You can deliver justice for all of them. You can deliver rising wages. You can deliver security. And you can deliver a message that will be heard throughout all of history, that in these United States of America, the American people come first. Will you stand tall tomorrow? Will you vote tomorrow? Will you get out your friends? Will you bring out your family? And will you say loudly and unmistakably and with love and charity towards your fellow citizen that we will elect as President Donald J. Trump? Thank you, and God bless every single one of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much.
Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin.
This is so great. We did this as a quickie. We wanted to come into this area. We're staying here tonight. And I know you have a baseball game and you have a big basketball game. We're going to go really quickly tonight, but we're going to say one thing. We're going to make America great again. Remember that. Make America great again, because that's what matters. So I brought somebody very, very special along. I wonder who that could be. I wonder. And she's an incredible woman. She's an incredible mother. She loves her son, Barron, so much, and just really something special. And I have to say, she will make an unbelievable First Lady. So I'd like to introduce my wife, Melania. Come. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. It is wonderful. Thank you. We love you too. It is wonderful to be here today with you and with my husband. I'm very proud of him. He's a hard worker. He's kind. He has a great heart. He's tough. He's smart. He's a great communicator. He's a great negotiator. He's telling the truth. He's a great leader. He's fair. As you may know by now, when you attack him, he will punch back 10 times harder. No matter who you are, a man or a woman, he treats everyone equal. He's a fighter, and if you elect him to be your president, he will fight for you and for our country. He will work for you and with you, and together we will make America strong and great again. Thank you.
So beautiful. She said, do you mind? I wrote something coming out. I wrote something. Do you mind if I say it? I said, not at all. Should I read it? She says, I don't want you to read it. I don't want you to read it. Thank you very much. So I really want to thank Melania for that. That was very special. You know, Wisconsin's a really special place, and we've been all over today, speeches all over. We had one before, thousands and thousands of people standing outside of an airplane hangar because the hangar was packed, and we had another one in the morning, and it's been an amazing day and some phenomenal results. You see what's happening with the polls, boom, like a rocket ship. It's like a rocket. I guess I just heard when I walked in, one just came out that we're 10 points up. But don't worry about that. Don't pretend you didn't hear that. Go out and vote tomorrow, okay? Go out and vote tomorrow. You know, I used to say this to politicians that be friends of mine. I say, pretend you're a little bit behind, okay? That way you work hard. You never forget. But, you know, there's somebody that I saw just a little while ago in the audience, a very special woman, an incredible woman. And Melania just said hello and met her, was so taken. And she represented you so beautifully. And some of you know who she is, many of you know who she is. But she was Miss Wisconsin. She has one of the most incredible spirits that I've ever seen. She's got a husband and a son, and his son is absolutely magnificent.
and she loves him more than anything that you can imagine. And she's going through a very hard time. And she has been so supportive and so, just incredible of what we're trying to do. Not me, I'm a messenger. What we're trying to do, make America great again and bring it back and stop letting the world take advantage of us, both militarily. I mean, we don't win anymore. We don't win anymore. We don't win a trade. We don't win with the military. We pay for everybody else's military. We don't know what we're doing. And she saw it, and she was here early. And she knows that we're going to take care of our people, and it's going to be America first. It's got to be America first. We have no choice. We have no choice. And she's with a friend of hers who's very well known, Chelsea Cooley, who is a tremendous, tremendous woman and just an amazing person. Also a great singer. But I won't even mention that because Chelsea would be the last to want to have people know that. Chelsea is such a great friend of Melissa Young. And Melissa Young, I just want to bring her and Chelsea onto the stage, and maybe Melissa would like to say something, and Chelsea, but this is just an unbelievable woman. So could I ask Melissa to come up on stage, please? Okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, I love you guys, too. Most of all, I love this man. I promise I won't cry this time. I'm going to pull it together. This is the greatest man I have ever met. His heart is made of pure gold. He saved me in so many ways and changed my world. Yes, he gave me a lot of gifts in my life, a gift of compassion and showing my son how to pay it forward. But above that, if this man becomes president of the United States of America, he is going to give me the best gift ever, and that is, I'll know that when I leave this world, I won't be here to watch my son grow. But I'll know that he is going to grow up in a country that is safe. That's what every mother wishes for. And please, my fellow Wisconsinites, please, tomorrow, vote for Mr. Trump. Give yourselves that sense of peace. Give that to your children. This is the greatest man I have ever met, and he is going to make America great again. Thank you all so much. God bless you.
Thank you. I'll tell you, that's an amazing story and just an incredible story, and we're going to make sure that it goes as well as it can. She was so amazing the way she walked up here and just spoke from the heart, and we all have to speak from the heart and from the heart. And you notice no teleprompters. We don't have teleprompters. We want to do it right from here and from here and from here. But I just want to, I saw Melissa and I said, I have to have you up because her story is an amazing story and it's a story of courage. And we're going to work with her family and we're going to make sure everything goes well. Okay, thank you all very much. So, in coming over today and in going through a few of them, I said to a few of the folks, I've got to explain what's happening because our country is being decimated by stupidity, by bad deals, by horrible trades, by TPP, which Cruz wants badly and is going to destroy Wisconsin. This Trans-Pacific Partnership is a disaster. Cruz is pushing it hard. Kasich, I don't think he's a player here. The guy's 1-32. He's won, and it was his own state. And if I would have campaigned there 2 more days instead of staying in Florida, I would have won, in my opinion, Ohio. He's 1-32. Now, in all fairness, Jeb Bush was doing a lot better than that. Many people were doing better. It's called you get out. He's taken my votes. We have to get over 50%. And how do you do that? Look, At a certain point in life, what you do is you say, I'm 1 and 32. In other words, I've won 1 out of 32 states. And you do what Marco did, which was great, which was and you do what Rand Paul did, and you do what a lot of them did, and you get out. And by the way, if you want, you can put your name up and you can say, I want to run, and you go to the convention and you run. But it would be nice to see, because I'll tell you what, he takes my votes away much more than he does Cruz. And I don't like it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's appropriate. But you know what? If we have to live with him, we still beat him easily. Okay, folks? I mean, okay? But, you know, Kasich voted for NAFTA. NAFTA was a disaster for Wisconsin, and it was a disaster for our country. Ted Cruz wants TPP, and it is going to make NAFTA look like peanuts, what they're doing to us with those documents. And Cruz is the one that insisted that we can't talk about money manipulation, which is devaluation of currencies, in the agreement. He wouldn't let him do it. He's the one that fought currency devaluation. That's the single biggest tool that other countries have for taking our business, taking our money, and taking our jobs. And we can't let this go on any longer. Now, they're controlled by their PACs. They're controlled by the people that put up their campaign contributions. They're controlled, you know, the lobbyists in Washington, they have signs on their forehead. It's like stamped into their forehead. I take care of Cruz. They're specialists. I take care of Kasich. I take care of Hillary. Oh, Hillary. Ay, ay, ay. Take care of Hillary. So we can't let it happen anymore. We can't let it happen anymore. It's time, you know, Obama used to say time for change. I'll say it's time for change, but real change this time. Not that change, real change. Obama yesterday, President Obama yesterday, for the first time, he started having reservations about the Iran deal. I could have told him that 6 months ago, 9 months ago, long before it was signed. The ink isn't even dry, and now he's finally starting to understand it was a big, beautiful mistake, and it's only going to get worse. And by the way, Iran is getting worse. They were supposed to come into the community. Remember? What a bunch of babies. Are we babies? Are we babies? Hello over there. They were supposed to come into the community, and they were supposed to, you know, get involved. Now, you see, they just ordered 118 Airbus jets. Those are the big jets. Airbus jets, 100. They didn't order Boeing. The reason, one of the reasons, is we restrict them from spending. So we give them $150 billion, and they're not even allowed to give us money by investing, by buying our products, okay? How crazy are we? How much longer is it going to last? When are we going to get smart? When are we going to stop? We, as a country, are being ripped off. We are being ripped off by virtually every single country in the world, okay? Whether it's militarily or trade. We don't win anymore. We can't win with the military. We can't beat ISIS. Can you imagine General MacArthur or General George Patton? They say get rid of ISIS. What do you think? Let's see. What time is it now? It's so sad to see what's happening to our country, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to change it, and we're going to make it rich again. We're going to make it strong again. So many different elements. And I've been talking about trade. I always talk about trade, because when I announced on June 16th, coming down the escalator with Melania, it was like the Academy Awards. There were so many cameras. I've never seen anything like it. So many cameras. And I took a deep breath, and I said, let's go. Because we have to do it. You know, it takes guts. Running for president, believe me, takes guts. It takes a lot of guts, believe me. And even for the politicians they run, at least they're out on the line. And then you see the dishonesty. You see where I won Louisiana, and then I find out that I'm not supposed to get as many delegates as a person that I beat. What kind of stuff is that? And somebody said, well, there's a rule and another rule. And I don't care about rules, folks. I go out, I campaign, we win. We win. We get the delegates, right? But in the meantime, we have millions more votes than Cruz. We've beaten him in most of the states. I mean, we're just winning so much. And we're winning by almost 300 delegates, so we're doing great. And I think we close it out before the, before the convention. I think we actually close it out before the convention. And that's like a prize fighter. You know, they go into unfriendly territory. And the champ, and he goes in, and they say, what do you think? You may have an unfriendly decision. He says, no, when you knock them out, there's no unfriendly decisions. If we get the delegates, we've pulled out a knockout. And that's the way it's going to be. And I think I can see that happening because more and more people are calling. They want to get on board. Frankly, when I looked at, what happened, a friend of mine who's one of my great friends, he lives right down the road, not very far from here. And he said, with Wisconsin, you're going to win. I said, well, what do you think? But I'm not seeing polls that are great. I'm a little bit down. I'm down in some. I'm a little down. And he says, no, you're going to win. But you have to be there. You have to come in. You have to talk to the people like we did this afternoon at the hangar. And he said, you're going to win. You're going to win. He's a very smart guy, I want to tell you. Great guy. But he said, you got to come in. And I've been making speeches, 3 today, 4 yesterday, 3 or 4 the other day. We're here constantly. You're going to get so sick of me. You're going to say, oh, get him the hell out of here. No, we're going to. But we are making so much progress, and it's been so inspiring to see the people. Look at even you people. You don't sit down. If you want, you can. Let's stay up. Stand up. What the heck? We don't want to sit down. Hey, we've got plenty of time to sit down, right? We've got plenty of time. But I do appreciate that. That's a sign of affection, and it's a sign of respect, and I really do appreciate that. That's really nice. So we have to bring our country back, and so many different things. With China, we have a trade deficit of $500 billion a year. With Mexico, we will build a wall. We will have strong borders. Strong border, believe me. We have a trade deficit of $58 billion a year. The wall's going to cost $10 billion to build. And people, the politicians are saying, how can you possibly get them to pay? Let me tell you something, folks. And we have some good business people in this audience. When you have a $58 billion deficit and you have a $10 billion wall, it's real easy. And that's on a yearly basis, the 58. It's really easy. And they don't understand it. They said, but how do you get them to pay? I said, it's so easy. And you understand. Just rely on me, okay? Rely. So easy. That's so easy. And we're going to have a strong border. 2 days ago, I was greatly honored because the Border Patrol, the folks that do a great job, and they're told to stand back, but they don't want to stand back. They want to do their job properly. They're proud people. They're incredible people. Frankly, before the wall goes up, we might not even need the wall, but we're building it anyway, okay? We're building it anyway. Believe me. But the Border Patrol people are unbelievable people, and it's 15,500 people gave me an endorsement 2 days ago. And I didn't ask for it. I didn't know. First time they've ever done it, right? First time they've ever done it, and they gave me an endorsement. And it's so important. Now, Sheriff Joe from Arizona, I won Arizona really big, and Sheriff Joe was with me, and it was incredible, and we love it. Now, look, we have to have strong borders. We can't let the Syrians come in that we have no idea who they are, where they're coming from. We don't know if they're Syrians. This could be the all-time great Trojan horse. Who knows? I have as big a heart as anybody. We want to help them. We want to build safe zones in Syria. I want to get the Gulf states to pay for it. The Gulf states have nothing but money. We don't have money. We will run it. We will do a good job. We'll get it done. But let somebody else pay for it for a change. We can't do it. Now, okay, so I keep getting these requests. Al Green, the great Al Green, wrote The Snake. How many people have heard The Snake? How many people? Oh, do you want to hear The Snake? Do you want to hear it? People love it, and I love it because it says what's going to happen to us if we're not careful. And this really pertains to allowing people into our country that we know we're going to have problems. We're going to have huge problems. Allowing people in from areas of the world, we don't know where they come from. We don't know where their documents are. They say they don't have documents. There are no papers, no nothing. We let them in. How stupid can we be? So this is called The Snake. And I think it's pretty good, all right? So we'll give it a shot. Are you ready for this? A couple of you have heard it, but some of you haven't. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Oh, well," she cried, "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried the broken snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a curvature of silk, and then laid him by the fireside with some honey and some milk. Now she hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the broken snake. Now she clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried. "But if I hadn't brought you in by now, heaven's sake, you might have died." Now she stroked his pretty skin, and then she kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the very, very healthy snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bit me, heavens why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Oh, shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." Right? That's what's happening to our country, folks. That's what's happening to our country, and we can't let it happen. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. We have to be strong. And if we're not going to have a country. And we need borders, and we're going to have borders. And we need great trade deals, and we're going to make great trade deals. And we can't let Mexico, and I have great respect for Mexico, and I respect their leaders, but we can't let Mexico and China and any country you want to name steal our business, steal our jobs. When you look at what's happening in Wisconsin, and you see it, the reason I beat your governor, and I beat him badly, was I just read off the statistics. All I did, I stood up and I read statistics. You're losing jobs. And Stephen came out before me and he gave you some of the information, so I'm not going to bore you with it. But it's very average, okay? It's very average. Our country is less than average. Our country is doing so badly. And it's just one of those things. And we have to smarten up. We have to get really tough. We have to get so vigilant and not be so politically correct. We have to do what's right for our country. When the great Ford Motor Company, great company, when they build a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico, when Nabisco moves its massive plant to Mexico from Chicago, we can't let it happen. When Carrier Air Conditioners, they just announced they're moving to Mexico. Pfizer's moving to Ireland. But let me just tell you, so I watch the politicians, and they have no business instincts, but more importantly, they're taken care of. A lot of friends come up to me and they say, "Donald, let me ask you a question. These politicians are they that dumb?" I said, "No, they're not actually that dumb. Some are, but they're not actually that dumb. They're all taken care of by the special interests. And when you want something done, you see certain people in Washington, hey, who is better than me? I mean, take a look at me. Before June 16th, I was a part of the establishment. And they will do not what's right for you, but they will do what's right for the company they represent or the country they represent. And the United States continues to get ripped off. And a lot of times they'll say, how could a deal be so stupidly made? These people are so stupid. I said, they're not stupid. They're doing it for themselves. They're doing it because they want campaign contributions. They're doing it because they want money put in their PACs. They are totally controlled by the money. Believe me, they're totally controlled by the money. And that's not good for our country, okay? That's not good because terrible things are happening and we're getting weaker and weaker. Hundreds of thousands and even millions of jobs are being taken out. You look at the jobs we have, even in Wisconsin. I mean, you see the jobs, the manufacturing, it's all so down and so gloomy. And throughout the United States, and it's a disaster what's going on with our country. We're not going to have jobs left. And they do it with manipulation of currency. They do it with guile. They do it with so many different elements that our people don't even know what's happening. Our politicians, in most cases, don't even know what's happening. And when they do know what's happening and they let it happen, it's even worse. So I'm not taking money from anybody. I'm self-funding my campaign. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it stopped. Now, I look at this U.S. manufacturing. I mean, just look at this. Look at these charts. I mean, you can see them. I think you can all see. This is where we're going. You know that's not good, right? This is where we're going. There was one that I just saw. I just got this. It's like incredible. Look at this. This is U.S. manufacturing jobs rapidly declined since the year 2000. Look at that chart. Another couple of years, there won't be any jobs. And the jobs we have now are bad jobs. These are bad jobs. These aren't good jobs. And everybody admits that. Even the other side said, we agree, they're bad jobs. And the number that they talk about when they say 5% unemployment, it's a fictitious number. When you stop looking for a job, you're considered statistically employed. It's a number that was made up years ago, probably by presidents, but certainly by politicians, to make them look good, to make them look really good. Like the economy. The economy's not good. The economy's bad. We're sitting on a bubble. The banks have money. They give it to you for nothing if you're rich. If you're not rich, that's when you need the money. They don't loan it to you. So the people can't do jobs. Probably here you have some great companies, some really good smaller companies. You can't get the banks to give you money. The banks are controlled by the regulators. The system that this country is run under is out of control. And we're going to change it. We're going to bring back the jobs. We're going to bring back our companies. And, you know, I've had such a response, and the reason I've had that response is because of that. And then I look at the ads today. I'm in my hotel, and I'm looking at the ads, and Cruz makes up this ads. We're going to bring back jobs. He's using my same language. Here's the problem. They don't know where to begin. They don't know where to begin. And if they did, Lyin' Ted, lie. He comes up. Did you ever see a guy like this? Look what he did with Ben Carson. Ben Carson, who endorsed me, by the way, is a great guy. And Lyin' Ted, remember in Iowa? He said, Ben has left the race. He's left the race. He's in the middle. This was on election day. It's not like 2 days before or a day after. He's left the race. During the election, he left the race, okay? And people believed him. And thousands of votes were cast, not for Ben, but for Ted Cruz. It's pure, it's pure deception. It's lying. And then there were many other things. And actually, during one of the debates, Marco Rubio looked over. He says, you're a liar. And I said, you know, I've never heard a politician call another politician a liar, so now I can do it. So we call him Lyin' Ted, L-Y-I-N, apostrophe. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, what he does and what he says is just terrible. And, you know, I've met a lot tougher people, but I've never met any human being that lied as much as him. And he comes in, and you notice the tremendous evangelical support I have. I have Jerry Falwell Jr. from Liberty University. I have all of these people. I have such incredible support. And the evangelicals, he thought he was going to get the evangelicals, but they don't like liars. And they see he lies so much. You ever see him? He walks up and he walks in with the Bible, held high, right? Held high. And then he starts to lie. Boy, he is bad. So anyway, I don't think that you're going to fall for that. I really don't think that anybody can fall. He doesn't talk. He debates. Everything's like, you know, I said, Ted, take it easy. Just talk. But we're doing really well. The whole thing is just working out, and I loved being here. You know, I've been here for a long time now. Thank you. I've been here for a long time. I'm going to stay, we're going to stay tomorrow. We're going to have I think I'm doing Fox and Friends tomorrow morning. I'm doing some shows tomorrow. We're going to do some other shows, and we're going to be around, and we're going to make sure we want to bring this home. if we can, we have a movement going on, folks, and it's a movement of intelligence, actually. It's a movement of common sense, because that's all it is. We're not going to let Carrier make air conditioners, fire all its people, move to Mexico, make air conditioners, then come in and take the money out of the country. It's not going to happen anymore. And I'm a free trader. And, they say, he is not. Remember Jeb Bush? He is not a conservative. So what? I am a conservative. But you know what? I believe in free trade. But when you have free trade, you need smart people running your side of the free trade. If you don't have smart people, or if you have people like Ted Cruz that are totally controlled by the people that give him the money, and they're controlled by the establishment. I mean, look at the establishment. This guy, in his whole life, didn't know what the word establishment meant. Now you have all these people going because they say, oh, man, Trump is terrible. He doesn't want any of our money. I had one friend that came into my office. I don't think I've ever said this before. He came into my office. He wanted to give me millions of dollars. I said, I can't take your money. I don't want the money. I'm self-funding. No, you got to be kidding. He didn't even know. He thought I was kidding. He wanted to endorse me, wanted to support me. I said, no, I don't want. Anyway, he was finally convinced I didn't want his money. And he's leaving. I said, by the way, what are you going to do now? He said, I'm going to give it to another candidate. I said, why? They're gamblers. They have to do it. It's like almost a disease. They have to do it. It's the craziest thing. He loves me. He wants to give me probably close to $10 million, right? I would have had the greatest super PAC in history if I would have taken all the money. And my whole life, I've said this before, my whole life as a business person is this, right? It's okay, nothing wrong with it. I keep taking. I take and take. But now I'm going to take for the United States. We're going to take. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. We can't be. We can't be. And with NATO, when they don't pay, I was asked a question by Wolf Blitzer, a very fair question about NATO. Now, I've been a businessman, world class. I filed my papers. They were phenomenal. Everybody says, great, great, great. I built a great company, very little debt, tremendous cash flow, some of the greatest assets in the world. And I tell you that only for one reason. That's the thinking we need in Washington now. We need some of that thinking. And Wolf Blitzer asked me a question on television. He said, let me just ask you about NATO. And he asked me about NATO. Now, I haven't been asked about NATO a lot, but I understand NATO and I understand common sense. And I'm like a smart person, like many of the people in this room, hopefully all of the people in this room. But he asked me about NATO. I said, it's obsolete. This is my first thing. And you know what? I'm the first one. Guys that study NATO, and good people, but they study NATO. And they say, I don't believe it. What he just said, I never thought of that. They study it. Because they're so into it that they don't realize. Because it was really put there. You had the Soviet Union, and now you have Russia, which is different, but Russia is very powerful, so we can sort of say that's a balance, so we'll leave it. But it doesn't really cover terrorism like it's supposed to. It doesn't have the right countries. I mean, many of the countries in there aren't, that you associate with terrorism. And so I said, number one, it's obsolete. I said, number two, to the best of my knowledge, the United States pays far too much proportionately, and why are we always paying the bills to protect other people? And the press, which is so totally dishonest, the press goes, headlines the next day, Trump doesn't want NATO, wants to disband NATO. And that's not what I said. I said, you got to pay your bills. And you know what? If they can't pay their bills, honestly, there should be, they got to go. Because we can't do this. This isn't 68 years ago. This isn't, when it was originally formed, like many, many years ago, many decades ago. And you have to redo things. But it is interesting. Some of the smartest people have said, what Trump said is genius. It's obsolete. And you know what? It's true. There's a lot of people, a lot of countries being given a free ride. We can't have the free rides anymore, folks. Thank you. Well, we need somebody with that. We need to, and it's America first, folks. It's America first. So then, as you know, North Korea is a big problem. North Korea is a problem. A problem could be solved easily by China, but they don't want to solve it because they want to tweak us. They're building in the South China Sea a massive military fort. You know what's going on. They shouldn't be doing that. And they're taking our money. And, you talk about the imbalance of trade. You talk about the kind of money. How about this? We owe China $1.7 trillion. Now, they take our money. They take our jobs, and I love them. They're fine. They're great. I'm not angry at China. I'm angry at our people, at our leaders for letting it happen. I'm not angry at China. If you can get away with it, you do it. But they take our jobs, they take our money. They take our money. They take everything. We owe them $1.7 trillion. That's like sort of a magic act, isn't it? Amazing. Japan, they send cars by the millions. They come off those boats. Los Angeles, I was there at the docks. I looked at the biggest boats you've ever seen, biggest, greatest ships you've ever seen. The cars are pouring off the ships. We owe them $1.5 trillion. It's like, well, how does this all happen, okay? How does it happen? Here's the story, folks. We're going to change our thinking. We're going to be the smart people again. We're going to be so smart. We're going to be so sharp. So a lot of people don't know, we protect Japan. Do you know that? Does anybody know? You might know from listening, because, you know, we protect Japan, we protect Germany, we protect South Korea. When you want a television set, who do you get it from? South Korea. Samsung, LG, you get it from South Korea. So we protect all the, and big ships they make. These are monster economies. We protect them. They don't pay what they should be paying for not having to have this massive military apparatus that we supply. And you know what? We get that because we have people that don't know what they're doing in Washington for many years. I mean, I'm not even blaming, Obama's the worst, he's the worst. The worst. I mean, when he just realizes, he just realized that the Iran deal is a bad deal. It just took him realize. I said, oh, why didn't you listen to me 2 years ago? Just 2 years ago, if he would have let. Can you imagine, did you ever see a deal take so long? By the way, usually when a deal takes that long, it's bad automatically. I can usually tell you that. But anyway, so we protect Japan. So it comes out, they say, what do you think of Japan? I said, look, I would have to tell Japan, and I'm talking about other nations also, because I have great friends from Japan. I have great friends from South Korea. We have to go see them, talk to them, have a meeting with them. We love protecting you. We don't want them to arm necessarily. But, you know, at some point, how long are we going to do this? So we have to see them, and we have to say, you got to help us out. You know, we have this massive amount of money that we have to get rid of, because we are sitting on one of the worst bubbles you'll ever see, okay? Believe me, we got to straighten it out. We got to straighten out our trade deals. We got to straighten out our military deals. We're taking care of all these countries. So we go to Japan. And here's what the news say. I said to the people, I was telling the people, and they said, wow, that sounds good. You got to take care of us. Now, they'll probably say initially no, and we leave, and then they're going to say yes. But if they don't say yes, you always have to be prepared to make a great deal to walk. You have to be. You can't say, oh. The problem with the Iran deal was that Secretary Kerry was like an amateur. I call him amateur night. He refused to walk. They were laughing at him in the streets of Iran. They were claiming the deal is the greatest deal ever made before it was even made. They're saying this deal is unbelievable. They were laughing at the Secretary of State of this country. They were laughing at the United States, saying that this deal is so great. And they're dancing. Remember burning the flag, dancing? When they start dancing about a deal that I'm making, when they start burning the American flag, I'm out of there. Bye-bye. Good luck. And he just kept going back. And I kept waiting. I wanted to call him. I wanted to say, walk. Because every single thing, he'd say, we would like to get this. No. Oh, okay. You've got it. We would like to get that. No. You know, the Persians are great negotiators. It's an unbelievable deal. But just yesterday, Obama, he brought it up that he's very unhappy. And, I mean, think of it. $150 billion. It's the worst deal. We didn't get our prisoners back. We should have had the prisoners back before we started negotiating. Increase the sanctions. Don't sit at the table. Say, you give our prisoners back or we're not starting. You leave. They'll say no. You leave. And what happens? You double up the sanctions. Within 24 hours, they call you and they say, you've got your prisoners. That could have been years ago, right? So we have people that don't know what they're doing. Here's the story. You need Trump. You do. You need Trump. We got it. You got to have Trump. You do. I mean, you got to have Trump. You know, it's sort of interesting because I see when I turn on the television, I see these ads about myself by crooked people. I see these ads, and they're mostly wrong. Some a little bit sometimes they're right, but they're all negative, you know. And I'm watching last night television, ad after ad. In Florida, they spent $38 million on negative ads, and I won in a landslide. I wonder, does anybody read? Does anybody watch television? You know, it's not much for the advertising community when you think they spent $38 million, a record number, in Florida. They spent thousands and thousands of ads nationwide. Listen to this one. 55,000 negative ads on me. Most of it was made up. I'll give you one good example. We have the Club for Growth, which is, forget them. These are among the dumbest people that you'll ever meet. They come to my office. They want me to give them $1 million. A friend asked me, please see them. I said, who are they? The Club for Growth, whatever that means. So they come to my office. They ask me for $1 million. I say, no, thank you. And that's it. They then leave. They write me a letter, which I posted, asking me for $1 million. I said very nicely, I'm not a bad person. I said nicely, no, thank you. You know, you can be rich, but you don't have to be stupid, okay? Why am I going to give them $1 million? So what happens is all of a sudden I see their name all over the place, Club for Growth, and they talk about, you know, different things, ridiculous things. I mean, it's the worst ads. And by the way, one is a fraudulent ad because they say if Cruz and Kasich got together and you added their delegates, and they show the delegates, right? And you add them up, and I'm over here with Lot, and they said, and they add them up, and they show a graph that goes much higher than mine, and it's much lower than mine. They're a fraud. And what we did is we told them to stop that ad. And that was a week ago. And we tweeted about it. And everybody's talking about it. And I see it last night again. They're crooked. So here's what they do. It's like a form of extortion, I guess, right? When you think of it. They come to your office. They ask for $1 million. You don't give them the $1 million. They go out. They do negative ads. These are the people. You know, if these people about Trump, they call it like no Trump. What do they call that thing? They call it never Trump. Oh, you need Trump so badly, though. I was saying, if they would work, if they would have worked so hard, so diligently against President Barack Hussein Obama, okay, they would have beaten him. They would have had great budgets. They would have had everything they wanted. But with him, they fold. I always say, Obama is the worst negotiator I've ever seen. You look at except with the Republicans. He gets everything he wants. I mean, you look at the omnibus budget from 3 months ago, he got everything he wanted. Fund Obamacare, bring people into the country that shouldn't be here. He got everything he wanted. So he is the worst negotiator worldwide. We have Sergeant Bergdahl, right? We get Bergdahl, a traitor. No, think of it. This is the same. This is a negotiation. We get Bergdahl, and they get, what do they get? 5 of their most coveted killers that have been in jail for 8 years in Gitmo, which we're not closing down, by the way, okay? We're going to run it a lot more. So we get Bergdahl, a traitor, who 5 or 6, probably 6, people were killed going out to try and get him back. He left. He's a traitor. So we get Bergdahl, and that's what we get. And they get 5 people that are right now back on the battlefield or soon to be back on the battlefield trying to kill everybody in sight, including us, okay? We've got to stop it. We've got to stop it. So with Japan, I said, we got to walk. And the next day headlines, Trump doesn't want to defend Japan. Trump wants Japan to get their nukes. Oh, okay, so here's the story, folks. You have Japan. Japan is very concerned with North Korea. You know, number one, I like the way it is now, but I want them to pay a lot more money, and they probably will. But if they don't, it's not so bad if they are at heads. Maybe we're not supposed to get into that fight. That's a bad fight. Maybe we're not supposed to, okay? Okay? Same thing with South Korea. I mean, every time he raises his head and he starts talking, every single time he raises his head, our ships start floating over, our planes start going over, we do all sorts of exercise. What do we get out of this? We have 28,000 soldiers on the line. So we have to be taken care of. Now, I'm talking as a person financially, okay? I'm also talking militarily, but I'm talking financially. We don't have a country that could do this anymore. Saudi Arabia, until the oil went down, and now they're still making a fortune, but Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day. We protect Saudi Arabia. If we weren't there, Saudi Arabia wouldn't be there. If Saudi Arabia didn't have us for years protecting them, they would have been gone long ago. As Saudi Arabia, somebody else would have it. Probably, maybe Iraq, because he would have come back. And by the way, speaking of that, you know, I was against going into Iraq. Everyone says, oh, Trump is going to be very tough. I was against going into Iraq from the very beginning. From the very beginning. And I'm going to build our military bigger, stronger than ever before. But you know what? Hopefully, we'd never have to use it. Nobody's going to tell us what to do, though. We have to shape it up because our military is totally depleted. But if our politicians would have gone to the beach for the last number of years, many years, we would be much stronger in a sense. We'd be much stronger because the Middle East is a disaster. You see the Great Migration. It's a catastrophe. You see what's going on in Germany. It's a total mess, what she has done. Can you imagine? She was Person of the Year. I was supposed to be Person of the Year on Time Magazine. She beat me out and she destroyed Germany. Can you believe this? That's not good. I wonder if Time Magazine had that one to do over again, what they'd say. I think we'd be in much better shape. Well, they've treated me nice. I've been on the cover a lot. And the reason we're on the cover a lot is because we have a movement the likes of which people have never seen. So here's the story. Here's the story. You know, one of the great writers called me up and he said, what you've done is incredible. I said, no, I have to win. He said, no, it makes no difference. If you win, if you lose, it doesn't matter. What you've done is down in the history books. You will be covered for all time. It's incredible. I said, no, sir, I have to win. Because if I don't win, to me, I will consider it a tremendous waste of time and a waste of money, but a tremendous waste of time. So here's the story. Here's the story. We're going to take care of our Second Amendment. It's being chipped and we're going to get rid of Common Core. We're going to bring education back local. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, which is a total catastrophe. You're going to have great health insurance. We're going to save your Social Security and we're going to save your Medicare. We are going to save it because we're going to make our country rich again. We're going to bring back our jobs. We're not going to let our jobs go, and we're going to be able to afford. You've been paying in it for a long time, and a lot of these guys wanted to be knocked to hell. It's not going to happen, okay? Remember that. It's not going to happen. We're going to start winning again, folks. We don't win anymore. We don't win anymore. We don't win with our military. We can't beat ISIS. We're going to win. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We don't win with our vets. Our vets are being treated worse than illegal immigrants. Our vets are being treated so unfairly. There are great people. And other people, you know, the vets have endorsed me virtually unanimously. And a lot of the vets will come up to me and say, you know, Mr. Trump, we followed closely what's going on. You're the only person that ever mentions the vets, right? And Hillary Clinton recently said about the vets that they're being taken care of just fine. They're not being taken care of fine. They're not being taken. She said they're being taken care of just fine. I know the vets. Nobody spent more time with the vets that are running, and we're going to take care of our vets, okay? We are going to tear up and make great and very lucrative, and everybody's going to be happy, including the other side, trade deals. I have the greatest people in the world for dealing. We use political hacks. They don't know what they're doing. They're dealing against the smartest people in China, the smartest people in Japan, the smartest people from all over the world, and our negotiators are political hacks, and we're not using them anymore. We're using the greatest business people in the world, and we have them in this country, and they're endorsing me, and I know the best ones from the not-so-great ones, and we're going to have great trade deals. We're going to have a strong border. We're going to have a real border, okay? We're going to have a wall. Mexico's paying for it. We're going to have a wall. And we're going to stop bad things from happening in this country. Because if you look at what's going on and you look at the tremendous crime and you look at the drugs that are pouring across the border, the drugs are pouring like water. They're pouring across. You know, when I won, New Hampshire is a special place to me because they were the first victory I had. And I won New Hampshire. I wasn't expected to win it. Jeb was expected to win it, and I won in a landslide. And I'd go around, I'd see the people of New Hampshire, and they'd tell me, Mr. Trump, our biggest problem is heroin. And I say, heroin? It doesn't make sense. You know, you look at the beautiful trees and the woods and the roadways and the lakes. I say, heroin, it just doesn't work. It's incongruous, right? It doesn't work. But it was heroin. And I said, if I get in, we're going to stop that problem. And I said, where does it come from? They said, it comes from the southern border. They come right in. Now, New Hampshire would rate it their #1 problem. They have a tremendous problem. But many other communities, including you, but many other communities have this problem. We're going to stop it cold, folks. We're going to stop it cold. And The bottom line is this. Look, we have a big, big day. You're going to look back on this evening, and you're going to say, that was one of the great evenings of your life, because we love the country. We love the country. This was one of, I love you too, thank you. I really do. I love the people. I love the people. You know, they say that Donald Trump, my base is so, they say Donald Trump can do almost anything. In fact, one person today said anything. And they interviewed a woman, I saw her last night on television, sitting in a hotel room, which was not the most beautiful room I've ever been in, but was very clean. And I only want clean. I don't care about the room. I want clean. But they were sitting there, and they said to a woman, a wonderful woman, probably 55 years old, and her friends were there. And they said, what would it take to get you to vote for somebody other than Donald Trump? She said, don't play that game. There's nothing he can do that would get me to vote against him. And I wanted to go up and I wanted to hug that television set. I wish I could find out who she is, but we have so many people like that. We're all like that. I mean, a big chunk of the country is like that because we're tired of stupidity. We're tired of seeing what's happening to our great country. So here's the deal. You're going to go home and you're going to remember this, but much more importantly, tomorrow you'll get everybody you can. And I promise you, you're going to be so proud of your country. You're going to go out and vote. You're going to be so proud of your president, but forget that. You're going to be so proud of this country again. And you're going to remember the evening because we're going to start winning again. We're going to win on trade. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out the ISIS. We're going to win. We are going to win with the military. I tell you, we're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to knock them out. We're going to win for our vets because our vets have been treated too badly. It's not going to happen anymore. We're going to win at the border. We're going to win with education. We're going to win with our Second Amendment. So many people talk to me about the Second Amendment. We're going to win at every single element of what we're doing. And every single thing, we're going to win, win, win. And you're going to say, that was the single greatest vote that I have ever cast. And you're going to look back, and you're going to be proud of yourselves, and you're going to be proud of your country again. So thank you very much, everybody. This is a great, great honor. Thank you. Get out and vote. I love you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. No. Thank you, everybody.
Y'all ready for this?
Donald Trump in Wisconsin. I'm going to go to Ted Cruz, who's currently speaking at a rally as well.
You know, when Governor Walker stood up to the union bosses, when he stood up in an epic battle and it got nasty, it got ugly, we saw attacks, we saw threats, we saw protests, we saw insults. Millions of men and women across the state of Wisconsin stood with Scott Walker. And his courage and your courage inspired millions all across this country. It inspired me that when we stand together as we the people, that we can beat the special interests that are bankrupting our country. The same courage, the same principle that y'all have demonstrated here in Wisconsin, we need in Washington to stand up to the special interest and turn this country around. You know, all of us, we're here tonight because our country's in crisis. Because we're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Because our constitutional rights are under assault each and every day. And because America has receded from leadership in the world. And it's made the world a much more dangerous place. And yet I am here tonight with a word of hope and encouragement. All across Wisconsin, all across this country, people are waking up and help is on the way. This next election is going to come down to 3 issues: jobs, freedom, and security. Let's start with jobs. I want to take a minute to speak to all the single moms who are here, who are working 2 and 3 part-time jobs, who've had your hours forcibly reduced to 28, 29 hours a week because Obamacare kicks in at 30 hours a week. I want to talk to all the truck drivers, all the machinists, plumbers and electricians, all the union members, all the men and women with calluses on your hands, who've seen wages stagnating year after year after year. Cost of living keeps going up, and yet somehow your paycheck doesn't seem to keep pace. I want to talk to all the young people coming out of school, student loans up to your eyeballs, scared. Am I going to get a job? What does the future hold for me? And you know, the media, they try to tell us this is the new normal. This is as good as it gets. Well, let me tell you, the men and women of Wisconsin understand that is an utter lie. You know, it's easy to talk about making America great again. You can even print that on a baseball cap. But the real question is, do you understand the principles and values that made America great in the first place? The heart of our economy is not Washington, D.C. The heart of our economy is small businesses all over the United States of America. If you want to see the economy take off, you take the boot of the federal government off the back of the necks of small businesses. If I am elected president, we will repeal every word of Obamacare. It is the biggest job killer in this country, and in its place, we're going to pass common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. And we're going to pass a simple flat tax. Where every American can fill out our taxes on a postcard. And when we do that, we should abolish the IRS. We're going to rein in the EPA. And the federal regulators who have descended like locusts on small businesses, killing jobs all across this country. And we're going to stop amnesty and secure the borders and end sanctuary cities and end welfare benefits for those here illegally. And let me tell you what's going to happen when we do all of that. We're going to see millions upon millions of new high-paying jobs. We're going to see jobs coming back to America, coming back from China, coming back from Mexico. We're going to see manufacturing jobs coming back to Wisconsin. We're going to see wages rising for Americans across this country. And we're going to see young people coming out of school with 2, 3, 4, 5 job offers. We'll see morning in America again. The second critical issue at stake in this election is freedom. Amen. You know, the passing just a few weeks ago of Justice Scalia really underscored the stakes of this election. It's not just one branch, but 2 branches of government hang in the balance. We are one liberal justice away from a radical 5-justice left-wing majority, the likes of which this country's never seen. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court stripping religious liberty from millions of Americans across this country. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court effectively erasing the Second Amendment from the Bill of Rights. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court making us subject to the authority of the World Court and the United Nations and international law and giving up U.S. sovereignty. Now, you know, 2 debates ago, Hugh Hewitt asked everyone a question about the Supreme Court and religious liberty. And Donald Trump turned to me. He said, "Ted, I've known a lot more politicians than you have." In that, he is clearly correct. Donald Trump has been supporting liberal Democratic politicians for 40 years. I have no experience in that. But you know, Donald continued. He said, "Ted, when it comes to the Supreme Court, when it comes to religious liberty, you got to learn to compromise. You got to learn to cut deals with the Democrats and to go along to get along." Well, let me be very, very clear to the men and women of Wisconsin. I will not compromise away your religious liberty. And I will not compromise away your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. The third issue at stake in this election is security. You know, for the last 7 years, we've seen a president who abandons our friends and allies and who shows weakness and appeasement to our enemies. Now again, 2 weeks ago, or two debates ago, Donald Trump explained to all of us, if he were president, he would be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. Well, let me be very clear. As president, I will not be neutral. America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel. And you know, anyone who can't tell the difference between our friends and our enemies, anyone who can't tell the difference between Israel and Islamic terrorists who want to kill us, that raises real questions about their fitness and judgment to be commander-in-chief. You know, for the last 7 years, we've seen our military weakened. We've seen readiness degraded. We've seen morale of the troops plummeting. And you know, as a country, we've seen this before. We've seen another left-wing Democratic president, Jimmy Carter, do the same thing, weaken and undermine the military. And then in January 1981, Ronald Reagan came into office. And what did Reagan do? He cut taxes. He pulled back regulations. We saw millions and millions of new high-paying jobs. It generated trillions in new government revenue. He used that revenue to rebuild the military, and we bankrupted the Soviet Union and won the Cold War. I intend to do the exact same thing with radical Islamic terrorism. We're going to repeal Obamacare, pass a flat tax, pull in the regulators, stop amnesty, and the result is going to be millions and millions of new high-paying jobs, wages rising all over the country. That's going to generate trillions in new revenue for the government, and we will use that revenue to rebuild this military to remain the mightiest fighting force on the face of the planet. No longer will our military be governed by political correctness. We will have a commander-in-chief who stands up and says to the world, we will defeat radical Islamic terrorism. We'll have a president willing to utter the words, radical Islamic terrorism. And if you are a jihadist anywhere on the globe, if you are waging war on the United States and seeking to murder innocent Americans, be fully aware your day of reckoning is coming. We are coming for you, and we are not coming to negotiate. We are not coming to sit down and talk. We're not coming to read you your rights and arrest you. If you are waging war against this country, we are coming to kill you. You know, one of the most shameful aspects of the last 7 years has been this president sending our fighting men and women into combat with rules of engagement so strict that their arms are tied behind their backs, that they cannot fight, they cannot win, they cannot defeat the enemy. That is wrong. It is immoral, and mark my words, in January 2017, it will end. America has always been reluctant to use military force. We are slow to anger. But if and when military force is necessary, we should use overwhelming force, kill the enemy, and then get the heck out. So let's talk a little politics. This has been an interesting year. You know, there's an ancient Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. This political cycle is many things, but boring ain't one of them. You know, a year ago, we started out with 17 candidates on the Republican field. An amazingly talented, diverse, young, dynamic field. What a contrast with the Democrats. I mean, the Democratic field consists of a wild-eyed socialist with ideas that are dangerous for America and the world, and Bernie Sanders. And over the course of the past year, the primaries did what they're supposed to. They narrowed the field. So that at this point, as we stand here today, there are two candidates and only two candidates who have any plausible path to becoming the Republican nominee, me and Donald Trump. And let me say, what we're seeing here in Wisconsin and across the country is the 65 to 70% of Republicans who recognize that nominating Donald Trump would be a disaster. Nominating Donald Trump elects Hillary Clinton. Hillary wins by double digits. It is tying a giant present and giving it to the Democrats. And by the way, if Hillary Clinton is the next president, the Supreme Court is lost for a generation. The Bill of Rights is put in jeopardy. Our kids are buried in trillions more in debt. And we remain stuck in the same economic stagnation we've seen the last 7 years. Even worse. It cannot happen. And so what we are seeing is we are seeing Republicans uniting behind this campaign. Of the 17 Republican candidates who started, 5 have now endorsed this campaign. Rick Perry and Lindsey Graham and Jeb Bush and Carly Fiorina and Wisconsin's own Governor Scott Walker. And when you throw into that mix Senator Mike Lee and Mark Levin, you are looking at the entire spectrum of the Republican Party, the entire ideological spectrum coming together and uniting. And let me tell you, the last 2 weeks have been an incredible 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, the state of Utah, we hoped to break 50% and earn all the delegates. I'm sorry to tell you, we did not get 51%. We got 69%. And we won every single one of Utah's delegates. Then a couple of weeks later, just a few days ago, Colorado, very different state. 2 different congressional districts voted. They were voting to elect 6 delegates. Out of 6 delegates, we won 6 delegates. And then yesterday, the state of North Dakota at their convention, they selected their delegates. Among the delegates who have stated their support, we won 18. Donald Trump won 1. Now, 18 to 1, I'll take that ratio every day and twice on Sundays. And then tomorrow, it is the turn of the great state of Wisconsin. The entire country, its eyes are on the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin has a national platform, has a national podium. A victory here tomorrow will resonate across this country, will change the outcome in states to come all across this country. So if you don't want to see Donald Trump as the nominee, if you don't want to see Hillary Clinton as the next president, then I ask you to come out tomorrow and vote for me 10 times. Now look, we're not Democrats. I'm not suggesting voter fraud. But if everyone here picks up the phone and calls 9 other people and you get 9 other people to come out and vote tomorrow, you will have voted 10 times. And let me tell you, maybe you're not yet old enough to vote. You know, if you pick up the phone, if you talk to your friends, if you get 10 other people to vote tomorrow, you will have voted 10 times before you turn 18. That is how we win. This election is going to be decided by the grassroots, by the men and women gathered here, by the courageous conservatives who are coming together, by the same people in Wisconsin who stood shoulder to shoulder with Scott Walker in recount battle after election after election. The people of Wisconsin standing together. If we stand united, we are going to win this nomination. And we are going to win the general election. We are going to beat Hillary Clinton, and we are going to turn this country around. It took Jimmy Carter to give us Ronald Reagan. And I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand and fight for freedom, who stand and fight for the Constitution, and who stand and fight for the Judeo-Christian values that built this great nation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Take you back to Wisconsin. We're going to watch an encore of the Trump rally that happened right before this Cruz rally.
American citizens come first. So I'll ask you this question. Will you get out tomorrow and vote for Donald Trump? Will you vote for a man who will put jobs and wages for Americans first? Will you vote for a man who will put the security of the American people first? Will you vote for a man who will fight for you and stand up to the bullies in Washington, D.C.? Will you vote for a man who cares about you and not about dollars from special interests? Will you send a message so loud that everyone around the world can hear it? Will you make history tomorrow? Louder! Will you make history tomorrow? So I will close with this final thought. This is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on behalf of everyone whose factories shut down, everyone who's been plagued by the injustice of living in a high-crime community, everyone who's lost a loved one to an illegal alien, everyone who's had their quality of life degraded, their wages stalled, their hopes dimmed, everyone who's been made to feel like their rights as an American citizen no longer matter. You can deliver justice for all of them. You can deliver rising wages. You can deliver security. And you can deliver a message that will be heard throughout all of history, that in these United States of America, the American people come first. Will you stand tall tomorrow? Will you vote tomorrow? Will you get out your friends? Will you bring out your family? And will you say loudly and unmistakably and with love and charity towards your fellow citizen that we will elect as president Donald J. Trump? Thank you, and God bless every single one of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much.
Pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin.
This is so great. We did this as a quickie. We wanted to come into this area. We're staying here tonight, and I know you have a baseball game and you have a big basketball game. We're going to go really quickly tonight, but we're going to say one thing. We're going to make America great again. Remember that. Make America great again, because that's what matters. So I brought somebody very, very special along. I wonder who that could be. I wonder. And she's an incredible woman. She's an incredible mother. She loves her son, Barron, so much, and just really something special. And I have to say, she will make an unbelievable First Lady. So I'd like to introduce my wife, Melania. Come. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. It is wonderful. Thank you. We love you too. It is wonderful to be here today with you and with my husband. I'm very proud of him. He's a hard worker. He's kind. He has a great heart. He's tough. He's smart. He's a great communicator. He's a great negotiator. He's telling the truth. He's a great leader. He's fair. As you may know by now, when you attack him, he will punch back 10 times harder. No matter who you are, a man or a woman, he treats everyone equal. He's a fighter, and if you elect him to be your president, he will fight for you and for our country. He will work for you and with you, and together we will make America strong and great again. Thank you.
So beautiful. She said, do you mind? I wrote something coming out. I wrote something. Do you mind if I said? I said, not at all. Should I read it? She says, I don't want you to read it. I don't want you to read it. Thank you very much. So I really want to thank Melania for that. That was very special. You know, Wisconsin's a really special place, and we've been all over today, speeches all over. We had one before, thousands and thousands of people standing outside of an airplane hangar because the hangar was packed. And we had another one in the morning, and it's been an amazing day and some phenomenal results. You see what's happening with the polls. Boom, like a rocket ship. It's like a rocket. I guess I just heard when I walked in, one just came out that we're 10 points up. But don't worry about that. Don't pretend you didn't hear that. Go out and vote tomorrow, okay? Go out and vote tomorrow. You know, I used to say this to politicians that be friends of mine. I say, pretend you're a little bit behind, okay? That way you work hard. You never forget. But, you know, there's somebody that I saw just a little while ago in the audience, a very special woman, an incredible woman. And Melania just said hello and met her, was so taken. And she represented you so beautifully. And some of you know who she is. Many of you know who she is. But she was Miss Wisconsin. She has one of the most incredible spirits that I've ever seen. She's got a husband and a son, and his son is absolutely magnificent. And she loves him more than anything that you can imagine. And she's going through a very hard time. And she has been so supportive and so, just incredible of what we're trying to do. Not me, I'm a messenger. What we're trying to do, make America great again and bring it back and stop letting the world take advantage of us, both militarily. I mean, we don't win anymore. We don't win a trade. We don't win with the military. We pay for everybody else's military. We don't know what we're doing. And she saw it, and she was here early. And she knows that we're going to take care of our people, and it's going to be America first. It's got to be America first. We have no choice. We have no choice. And she's with a friend of hers who's very well known, Chelsea Cooley, who is a tremendous, tremendous woman and just an amazing person. Also a great singer. But I won't even mention that because Chelsea would be the last to want to have people know that. Chelsea is such a great friend of Melissa Young. And Melissa Young, I just want to bring her and Chelsea onto the stage, and maybe Melissa would like to say something, and Chelsea, but this is just an unbelievable woman. So could I ask Melissa to come up on stage, please? Okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, I love you guys too. Most of all, I love this man. I promise I won't cry this time. I'm going to pull it together. This is the greatest man I have ever met. His heart is made of pure gold. He saved me in so many ways and changed my world. Yes, he gave me a lot of gifts in my life, a gift of compassion and showing my son how to pay it forward. But above that, if this man becomes president of the United States of America, he is going to give me the best gift ever, and that is, I'll know that when I leave this world, I won't be here to watch my son grow. But I'll know that he is going to grow up in a country that is safe. That's what every mother wishes for. And please, my fellow Wisconsinites, please, tomorrow, vote for Mr. Trump. Give yourselves that sense of peace. Give that to your children. This is the greatest man I have ever met, and he is going to make America great again. Thank you all so much. God bless you.
Thank you. I'll tell you, that's an amazing story and just an incredible story, and we're going to make sure that it goes as well as it can. She was so amazing the way she walked up here and just spoke from the heart, and we all have to speak for the heart and from the heart. And, you know, there's no teleprompters. We don't have teleprompters. We want to do it right from here and from here and from here. But I just want to, I saw Melissa and I said, I have to have you up because her story is an amazing story, and it's a story of courage. and we're going to work with her family, and we're going to make sure everything goes well. Okay, thank you all very much. So, in coming over today, and in going through a few of them, I said to a few of the folks, I've got to explain what's happening, because our country is being decimated by stupidity, by bad deals, by horrible trades, by TPP, which Cruz wants badly and is going to destroy Wisconsin. This Trans-Pacific Partnership is a disaster. Cruz is pushing it hard. Kasich, I don't think he's a player here. The guy's 1-32. He's won, and it was his own state. And if I would have campaigned there 2 more days instead of staying in Florida, I would have won, in my opinion, Ohio. He's 1-32. Now, in all fairness, Jeb Bush was doing a lot better than that. Many people were doing better. It's called you get out. He's taken my votes. So we have to get over 50%. And how do you do that? Look, at a certain point in life, what you do is you say, I'm 1-32. In other words, I've won 1 out of 32 states. And you do what Marco did, which was great, which was and you do what Rand Paul did, and you do what a lot of them did, and you get out. And by the way, if you want, you can put your name up, and you can say, I want to run, and you go to the convention and you run. But it would be nice to see, because I'll tell you what, he takes my votes away much more than he does Cruz. And I don't like it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's appropriate. But you know what? If we have to live with him, we still beat him easily. Okay, folks? I mean, okay? But Kasich voted for NAFTA. NAFTA was a disaster for Wisconsin, and it was a disaster for our country. Ted Cruz wants TPP, and it is going to make NAFTA look like peanuts, what they're doing to us with those documents. And Cruz is the one that insisted that we can't talk about money manipulation, which is devaluation of currencies, in the agreement. He wouldn't let him do it. He's the one that fought currency devaluation. That's the single biggest tool that other countries have for taking our business, taking our money, and taking our jobs. And we can't let this go on any longer. Now, they're controlled by their PACs. They're controlled by the people that put up their campaign contributions. They're controlled, the lobbyists in Washington, they have signs on their forehead. It's like stamped into their forehead. I take care of Cruz. They're specialists. I take care of Kasich. I take care of Hillary. Oh, Hillary. Ay, ay, ay. Take care of Hillary. So we can't let it happen anymore. We can't let it happen anymore. It's time. Obama used to say time for change. I'll say it's time for change, but real change this time. Not that change, real change. President Obama yesterday, for the first time, he started having reservations about the Iran deal. I could have told him that 6 months ago, 9 months ago, long before it was signed. The ink isn't even dry, and now he's finally starting to understand it was a big, beautiful mistake, and it's only going to get worse. And by the way, Iran is getting worse. They were supposed to come into the community. Remember? What a bunch of babies. Are we babies? Are we babies? Hello over there. They were supposed to come into the community, and they were supposed to, get involved. Now, you see, they just ordered 118 Airbus jets. Those are the big jets. Airbus jets, 100. They didn't order Boeing. One of the reasons is we restrict them from spending. So we give them $150 billion, and they're not even allowed to give us money by investing, by buying our products, okay? How crazy are we? How much longer is it going to last? When are we going to get smart? When are we going to stop? We as a country are being ripped off. We are being ripped off by virtually every single country in the world, okay? Whether it's militarily or trade. We don't win anymore. We can't win with the military. We can't beat ISIS. Can you imagine General MacArthur or General George Patton? They say get rid of ISIS. What do you think? Let's see. What time is it now? It's so sad to see what's happening to our country, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to change it, and we're going to make it rich again. We're going to make it strong again. And so many different elements. And I've been talking about trade. I always talk about trade because when I announced on June 16th, coming down the escalator with Melania, it was like the Academy Awards. There was so many cameras. I've never seen anything like it. So many cameras. And I took a deep breath and I said, let's go. Because we have to do it. You know, it takes guts. Running for president, believe me, takes guts. It takes a lot of guts, believe me. And even for the politicians they run, at least they're out on the line. And then you see the dishonesty. You see where I won Louisiana, and then I find out that I'm not supposed to get as many delegates as a person that I beat. What kind of stuff is that? And somebody said, well, there's a rule and another rule. And I don't care about rules, folks. I go out, I campaign, we win. We win. We get the delegates, right? But in the meantime, we have millions more votes than Cruz. We've beaten him in most of the states. I mean, we're just winning so much. And we're winning by almost 300 delegates, so we're doing great. And I think we close it out before the, before the convention. I think we actually close it out before the convention. And that's like a prize fighter. You know, they go into unfriendly territory. And the champ, and he goes in, and they say, what do you think? You may have an unfriendly decision. He says, no, when you knock them out, there's no unfriendly decisions. If we get the delegates, we've pulled out a knockout. And that's the way it's going to be. And I think I can see that happening because more and more people are calling. They want to get on board. Frankly, when I looked at, what happened, a friend of mine who's one of my great friends, he lives right down the road, not very far from here. And he said, with Wisconsin, you're going to win. I said, well, what do you think? But I'm not seeing polls that are great. I'm a little bit down. I'm down in some. I'm a little down. He says, no, you're going to win. But you have to be there. You have to come in. You have to talk to the people like we did this afternoon at the hangar. And he said, you're going to win. I mean, you're going to win. He's a very smart guy, I want to tell you. Great guy. But he said, you got to come in. And I've been making speeches, 3 today, 4 yesterday, 3 or 4 the other day. We're here constantly. You're going to get so sick of me. You're going to say, oh, get him the hell out of here. No, we're going to. But we are making so much progress, and it's been so inspiring to see the people. I mean, look at even you people. You don't sit down. If you want, you can. Let's stay up. Stand up. What the heck? We don't want to sit down. Hey, we've got plenty of time to sit down, right? We've got plenty of time. But I do appreciate that. That's a sign of affection, and it's a sign of respect, and I really do appreciate that's really nice. So we have to bring our country back, and so many different things. With China, we have a trade deficit of $500 billion a year.
All right, I am going to
With
temporarily
Mexico,
pause
we will
this
build a
because
wall.
we have a SWAT situation happening in downtown Phoenix. Or in Phoenix. This is not in downtown Phoenix. This is at 60th Avenue in Orangewood. The SWAT is taking a peek inside this home. It was a domestic violence situation that the cops were called. The man was suicidal inside the home. Again, this is at 60th Avenue in Orangewood. But apparently was holding the family hostage, allegedly. That's why the SWAT team showed up. And the family recently was released. And the SWAT team is trying to determine whether or not the man is inside. So some pretty scary details are out of right here in Phoenix. 60th Avenue in Orangewood. Let's stay on this for a few minutes. Let's stay on this for a few minutes, then I'll take you back to Trump. can see the SWAT team breaking through the window here. If you're just joining us, we are looking at a SWAT situation out of Phoenix. What is happening is, I think the SWAT team just sent a robot inside to make sure that there isn't anything or anyone in there. There was a domestic violence incident. The cops were called. The man was threatening his family, was holding them hostage inside the home. The family has been released, but they do not know where the man is, and he has been allegedly threatening suicide. So that's what we're watching right now. Right, if you are just joining us, what we are watching is a very intense situation out of Phoenix. This started as a domestic violence situation. The man had allegedly threatened his family. They were being held hostage for a little while. That is why the SWAT team has arrived. He is allegedly also suicidal, and that is why they are hovering. We are watching this live. Discretion is advised. Hopefully no one will be injured throughout this very, very intense SWAT situation out of Phoenix, right here in our own backyard. So continue to watch with me here on Fox 10 News Now. We give you live, breaking, local and national news Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So we've got a few more hours here, and I'm surprised that it's still so bright out. It's 7 p.m. here in Phoenix. But continue to watch with me. It looks like there's some discussion going on through the door. We'll see what happens, and hopefully our helicopter stays on site. See the canine, the police dog entering right here. Working to get an update on this story for you in regards to the suspect. It looks like multiple officers, SWAT team members have entered the home. So looking to see if the suspect is deceased or if the suspect has fled the scene. This started as a domestic violence situation earlier today. His family was being held hostage within the home allegedly, and they were released shortly after. And we are waiting to see what the status is with the suspect. All right, I spoke to one of my producers, and we aren't able to get a hold of Glendale PD right now, so I am going to go back to Donald Trump in Wisconsin.
Borders, strong border. Believe me. We have a trade deficit of $58 billion a year. The wall's going to cost $10 billion to build. And people, the politicians, are saying, how can you possibly get them to pay? Let me tell you something, folks. When you, and we have some good business people in this audience, when you have a $58 billion deficit and you have a $10 billion wall, it's real easy. And that's on a yearly basis, the 58. It's really easy. And they don't understand it. They said, but how do you get them to pay? I said, it's so easy. And you understand. Just rely on me, okay? Rely. So easy. That's so easy. And we're going to have a strong border. You know, 2 days ago, I was greatly honored because the Border Patrol, the folks that do a great job, and they're told to stand back, but they don't want to stand back. They want to do their job properly. They're proud people. They're incredible people. Frankly, before the wall goes up, we might not even need the wall, but we're building it anyway, okay? We're building it anyway. Believe me. But the Border Patrol people are unbelievable people, and it's 15,500 people gave me an endorsement 2 days ago. And I didn't ask for it. I didn't know. First time First time they've ever done it, right? First time they've ever done it, and they gave me an endorsement. And it's so important. Now, Sheriff Joe from Arizona, you know, I won Arizona really big, and Sheriff Joe was with me, and it was incredible, and we love it. Now, look, we have to have strong borders. We can't let the Syrians come in that we have no idea who they are, where they're coming from. We don't know if they're Syrians. This could be the all-time great Trojan horse. Who knows? I have as big a heart as anybody. We want to help them. We want to build safe zones in Syria. I want to get the Gulf states to pay for it. The Gulf states have nothing but money. We don't have money. We will run it. We will do a good job. We'll get it done. But let somebody else pay for it for a change. We can't do it. Now, okay, so I keep getting these requests. You know, Al Green, the great Al Green, wrote The Snake. How many people have heard The Snake? How many people? Oh, do you want to hear The Snake? Do you want to hear it? I mean, people love it, and I love it because it says what's going to happen to us if we're not careful. And this really pertains to allowing people into our country that we know we're going to have problems. We're going to have huge problems. Allowing people in from areas of the world, we don't know where they come from. We don't know where their documents are. They say they don't have documents. There are no papers, no nothing. We let them in. How stupid can we be? So this is called The Snake. And I think it's pretty good, all right? So we'll give it a shot. Are you ready for this? A couple of you have heard it, but some of you haven't. On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor, half-frozen snake. His pretty-colored skin had been all frosted with the dew. "Oh, well," she cried, "I'll take you in, and I'll take care of you. Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," cried the broken snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a curvature of silk, and then laid him by the fireside with some honey and some milk. Now she hurried home from work that night. As soon as she arrived, she found that pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the broken snake. Now she clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried. "But if I hadn't brought you in by now, heaven's sake, you might have died." Now she stroked his pretty skin, and then she kissed him and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, that snake gave her a vicious bite. "Take me in, O tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the very, very healthy snake. "I saved you," cried the woman, "and you've bit me, heavens why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Oh, shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in." Right? That's what's happening to our country, folks. That's what's happening to our country, and we can't let it happen. We have to be smart. We have to be vigilant. We have to be strong. And if we're not going to have a country. And we need borders, and we're going to have borders. And we need great trade deals, and we're going to make great trade deals. And we can't let Mexico, and I have great respect for Mexico, and I respect their leaders, but we can't let Mexico and China and any country you want to name steal our business, steal our jobs. When you look at what's happening in Wisconsin, and you see it, the reason I beat your governor, and I beat him badly, was I just read off the statistics. All I did, I stood up and I read statistics. You're losing jobs. And you know, Stephen came out before me and he gave you some of the information, so I'm not going to bore you with it. But it's very average, okay? It's very average. Our country is less than average. Our country is doing so badly. And It's just one of those things. And we have to smarten up. We have to get really tough. We have to get so vigilant and not be so politically correct. We have to do what's right for our country. When the great Ford Motor Company, great company, when they build a $2.5 billion plant in Mexico, when Nabisco moves its massive plant to Mexico from Chicago, we can't let it happen. When Carrier Air Conditioner, as you know, they just announced they're moving to Mexico. Pfizer's moving to Ireland. But let me just tell you, so I watch the politicians, and they have no business instincts, but more importantly, they're taken care of. You know, a lot of friends come up to me and they say, Donald, let me ask you a question. These politicians are they that dumb? I said, no, they're not actually that dumb. Some are, but they're not actually that dumb. They're all taken care of by the special interests. And when you want something done, you see certain people in Washington, hey, who is better than me? I mean, take a look at me. Before June 16th, I was a part of the establishment. And they will do not what's right for you, but they will do what's right for the company they represent or the country they represent. And the United States continues to get ripped off. And a lot of times they'll say, how could a deal be so stupidly made? These people are so stupid. I said, they're not stupid. They're doing it for themselves. They're doing it because they want campaign contributions. They're doing it because they want money put in their PACs. They are totally controlled by the money. Believe me, they're totally controlled by the money. And that's not good for our country, okay? That's not good because terrible things are happening and we're getting weaker and weaker. Hundreds of thousands and even millions of jobs are being taken out. You look at the jobs we have even in Wisconsin. I mean, you see the jobs, the manufacturing, it's all so down and so gloomy and throughout the United States. And it's a disaster what's going on with our country. We're not going to have jobs left. And they do it with manipulation of currency. They do it with guile. They do it with so many different elements that our people don't even know what's happening. Our politicians, in most cases, don't even know what's happening. And when they do know what's happening and they let it happen, it's even worse. So I'm not taking money from anybody. I'm self-funding my campaign. And we're going to get it. We're going to get it stopped. Now, I look at this U.S. manufacturing. I mean, just look at this. Look at these charts. I mean, you can see them. I think you can all see. This is where we're going. You know that's not good, right? This is where we're going. There was one that I just saw. I just got this. It's like incredible. Look at this. This is U.S. manufacturing jobs rapidly declined since the year 2000. Look at that chart. Another couple of years, there won't be any jobs. And the jobs we have now are bad jobs. These are bad jobs. These aren't good jobs. And everybody admits that. Even the other side said, we agree, they're bad jobs. And the number that they talk about when they say 5% unemployment, it's a fictitious number. When you stop looking for a job, you're considered statistically employed. It's a number that was made up years ago, probably by presidents, but certainly by politicians, to make them look good, to make them look really good. Like the economy. The economy's not good. The economy's bad. We're sitting on a bubble. The banks have money. They give it to you for nothing if you're rich. If you're not rich, that's when you need the money. They don't loan it to you. So the people can't do jobs. Probably here you have some great companies, some really good smaller companies. You can't get the banks to give you money. The banks are controlled by the regulators. The system that this country is run under is out of control. And we're going to change it. We're going to bring back the jobs. We're going to bring back our companies. And, you know, I've had such a response, and the reason I've had that response is because of that. And then I look at the ads today. I'm in my hotel, and I'm looking at the ads, and Cruz makes up this ads. We're going to bring back jobs. He's using my same language. Here's the problem. They don't know where to begin. They don't know where to begin. And if they did, Lyin' Ted, lie. He comes up. Did you ever see a guy like this? Look what he did with Ben Carson. Ben Carson, who endorsed me, by the way, is a great guy. And Lyin' Ted, remember in Iowa? He said, Ben has left the race. He's left the race. He's in the middle. This was on election day. It's not like 2 days before or a day after. He's left the race. During the election, he left the race, okay? And people believed him. And thousands of votes were cast, not for Ben, but for Ted Cruz. It's pure, it's pure deception. It's lying. And then there were many other things. And actually, during one of the debates, Marco Rubio looked over. He says, "You're a liar." And I said, I've never heard a politician call another politician a liar, so now I can do it. So we call him Lying Ted, Lyin apostrophe. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, what he does and what he says is just terrible. And, I've met a lot tougher people, but I've never met any human being that lied as much as him. And he comes in, and you notice the tremendous evangelical support I have. I have Jerry Falwell Jr. from Liberty University. I have all of these people. I have such incredible support. And the evangelicals, he thought he was going to get the evangelicals, but they don't like liars. And they see he lies so much. You ever see him? He walks up and he walks in with the Bible, held high, right? Held high. And then he starts to lie. Boy, he is bad. So anyway, I don't think that you're going to fall for that. I really don't think that anybody can fall. He doesn't talk. He debates. Everything's like, I said, Ted, take it easy. Just talk. But we're doing really well. The whole thing is just working out, and I loved being here. I've been here for a long time now. Thank you. I've been here for a long time. I'm going to stay, we're going to stay tomorrow. We're going to have I think I'm doing Fox and Friends tomorrow morning. I'm doing some shows tomorrow. We're going to do some other shows, and we're going to be around, and we're going to make sure we want to bring this home. If we can, we have a movement going on, folks, and it's a movement of intelligence, actually. It's a movement of common sense, because that's all it is. We're not going to let Carrier make air conditioners, fire all its people, move to Mexico, make air conditioners, then come in and take the money out of the country. It's not going to happen anymore. And I'm a free trader. And, they say, he is not remember Jeb Bush? He is not a conservative. So what? I am a conservative. But you know what? I believe in free trade. But when you have free trade, you need smart people running your side of the free trade. If you don't have smart people, or if you have people like Ted Cruz that are totally controlled by the people that give him the money, and they're controlled by the establishment. I mean, look at the establishment. This guy, in his whole life, didn't know what the word establishment meant. Now you have all these people going because they say, oh man, Trump is terrible. He doesn't want any of our money. I had one friend that came into my office. I don't think I've ever said this before. He came into my office. He wanted to give me millions of dollars. I said, I can't take your money. I don't want the money. I'm self-funding. No, you got to be kidding. He didn't even know. He thought I was kidding. He wanted to endorse me, wanted to support me. I said, no, I don't want. Anyway, he was finally convinced I didn't want his money. And he's leaving. I said, by the way, what are you going to do now? He said, I'm going to give it to another candidate. I said, why? They're gamblers. They have to do it. It's like almost a disease. They have to do it. It's the craziest thing. He loves me. He wants to give me probably close to $10 million, right? I would have had the greatest super PAC in history if I would have taken all the money. And my whole life, I've said this before, my whole life as a business person is this, right? It's okay, nothing wrong with it. I keep taking. I take and take. But now I'm going to take for the United States. We're going to take. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. We're not going to be the stupid people anymore. We can't be. We can't be. And with NATO, when they don't pay, I was asked a question by Wolf Blitzer, a very fair question about NATO. Now, I've been a businessman, world class. I filed my papers. They were phenomenal. Everybody says, great, great, great. I built a great company, very little debt, tremendous cash flow, some of the greatest assets in the world. And I tell you that only for one reason. That's the thinking we need in Washington now. We need some of that thinking. And Wolf Blitzer asked me a question on television. He said, let me just ask you about NATO. And he asked me about NATO. Now, I haven't been asked about NATO a lot, but I understand NATO and I understand common sense. And I'm like a smart person, like many of the people in this room, hopefully all of the people in this room. But he asked me about NATO. I said, it's obsolete. This is my first thing. And you know what? I'm the first one. Guys that study NATO, and good people, but they study NATO. And they say, I don't believe it. What he just said, I never thought of that. They study it. Because they're so into it that they don't realize. Because it was really put there. You had the Soviet Union, and now you have Russia, which is different, but Russia is very powerful, so we can sort of say that's a balance, so we'll leave it. But it doesn't really cover terrorism like it's supposed to. It doesn't have the right countries. I mean, many of the countries in there aren't, that you associate with terrorism. And so I said, number one, it's obsolete. I said, number two, to the best of my knowledge, the United States pays far too much proportionately, and why are we always paying the bills to protect other people? And the press, which is so totally dishonest, the press goes, headlines the next day, Trump doesn't want NATO, wants to disband NATO. And that's not what I said. I said, you got to pay your bills. And you know what? If they can't pay their bills, honestly, there should be, they got to go. Because we can't do this. You know, this isn't 68 years ago. This isn't, you know, when it was originally formed, like many, many years ago, many decades ago. And you have to redo things. But it is interesting. Some of the smartest people have said, what Trump said is genius. It's obsolete. And you know what? It's true. There's a lot of people, a lot of countries being given a free ride. We can't have the free rides anymore, folks. Thank you. Well, we need somebody with that. We need, and it's America first, folks. It's America first. So then, as you know, North Korea is a big problem. North Korea is a problem. A problem could be solved easily by China, but they don't want to solve it because they want to tweak us. They're building in the South China Sea a massive military fort. You know what's going on. They shouldn't be doing that. And they're taking our money. And, you know, you talk about the imbalance of trade. You talk about the kind of money. How about this? We owe China $1.7 trillion. Now, they take our money. They take our jobs, and I love them. They're fine. They're great. I'm not angry at China. I'm angry at our people, at our leaders for letting it happen. I'm not angry at China. If you can get away with it, you do it. But they take our jobs. They take our money. They take our money. They take everything. We owe them $1.7 trillion. That's like sort of a magic act, isn't it? Amazing. Japan, they send cars by the millions. They come off those boats. Los Angeles, I was there at the docks. I looked at the biggest boats you've ever seen, biggest, greatest ships you've ever seen. The cars are pouring off the ships. We owe them $1.5 trillion. It's like, well, how does this all happen? Okay, how does it happen? Here's the story, folks. We're going to change our thinking. We're going to be the smart people again. We're going to be so smart. We're going to be so sharp. So a lot of people don't know, we protect Japan. Do you know that? Does anybody know? You might know from listening, because, you know, we protect Japan, we protect Germany, we protect South Korea. When you want a television set, who do you get it from? South Korea. Samsung, LG, you get it from South Korea. So we protect all and big ships they make. These are monster economies. We protect them. They don't pay what they should be paying for not having to have this massive military apparatus that we supply. And you know what? We get that because we have people that don't know what they're doing in Washington for many years. I mean, I'm not even blaming. Obama's the worst. He's the worst. The worst. I mean, when he just realized that the Iran deal is a bad deal. It just took him realize. I said, oh, why didn't you listen to me 2 years ago? Just 2 years ago, if he would have let. Can you imagine? Did you ever see a deal take so long? By the way, usually when a deal takes that long, it's bad automatically. I can usually tell you that. But anyway, so we protect Japan. So it comes out, they say, what do you think of Japan? I said, look, I would have to tell Japan, and I'm talking about other nations also, because I have great friends from Japan. I have great friends from South Korea. We have to go see them, talk to them, have a meeting with them. We love protecting you. We don't want them to arm necessarily. But, you know, at some point, how long are we going to do this? So we have to see them, and we have to say, you got to help us out. You know, we have this massive amount of money that we have to get rid of, because we are sitting on one of the worst bubbles you'll ever see, okay? Believe me, we got to straighten it out. We got to straighten out our trade deals. We got to straighten out our military deals. We're taking care of all these countries. So we go to Japan. And here's what the news say. I said to the people, I was telling the people, and they said, wow, that sounds good. You got to take care of us. Now, they'll probably say initially no, and we leave, and then they're going to say yes. But if they don't say yes, you always have to be prepared to make a great deal to walk. You have to be. You can't say, oh. The problem with the Iran deal was that Secretary Kerry was like an amateur. I call him amateur night. He refused to walk. They were laughing at him in the streets of Iran. They were claiming the deal is the greatest deal ever made before it was even made. They're saying this deal is unbelievable. They were laughing at the Secretary of State of this country. They were laughing at the United States, saying that this deal is so great. And they're dancing. Remember burning the flag, dancing? When they start dancing about a deal that I'm making, when they start burning the American flag, I'm out of there. Bye-bye. Good luck. And he just kept going back. And I kept waiting. I wanted to call him. I wanted to say, walk. Because every single thing, he'd say, we would like to get this. No. Oh, okay. You've got it. We would like to get that. No. You know, the Persians are great negotiators. It's an unbelievable deal. But just yesterday, Obama, just yesterday, he brought it up that he's very unhappy. And I mean, think of it. $150 billion. It's the worst deal. We didn't get our prisoners back. We should have had the prisoners back before we started negotiating. Increase the sanctions. Don't sit at the table. Say, you give our prisoners back or we're not starting. You leave. They'll say no. You leave. And what happens? You double up the sanctions. Within 24 hours, they call you and they say, you've got your prisoners. That could have been years ago, right? So we have people that don't know what they're doing. Here's the story. You need Trump. You do. You need Trump. You got to have Trump. You do. I mean, you got to have Trump. You know, it's sort of interesting because I see when I turn on the television, I see these ads about myself by crooked people. I see these ads, and they're mostly wrong. Some a little bit sometimes are right, but they're all negative, you know. And I'm watching last night television, ad after ad. In Florida, they spent $38 million on negative ads, and I won in a landslide. I wonder, does anybody read? Does anybody watch television? You know, it's not much for the advertising community when you think they spent $38 million, a record number, in Florida. They spent thousands and thousands of ads nationwide. Listen to this one. 55,000 negative ads on me. Most of it was made up. I'll give you one good example. We have the Club for Growth, which is, forget them. These are among the dumbest people that you'll ever meet. They come to my office. They want me to give them $1 million. Friend asked me, please see them. I said, who are they? The Club for Growth, whatever that means. So they come to my office. They ask me for $1 million. I say, no, thank you. And that's it. They then leave. They write me a letter, which I posted, asking me for $1 million. I said very nicely, I'm not a bad person. I said nicely, no thank you. You know, you can be rich, but you don't have to be stupid, okay? Why am I going to give them $1 million? So what happens is all of a sudden I see their name all over the place. Club for Growth. And they talk about, you know, different things, ridiculous things. I mean, it's the worst ads. And by the way, one is a fraudulent ad because they say if Cruz and Kasich got together and you added their delegates, and they show the delegates, right? And you add them up, and I'm over here with Lot, and they said, and they add them up, and they show a graph that goes much higher than mine, and it's much lower than mine. They're a fraud. And what we did is we told them to stop that ad. And that was a week ago. And we tweeted about it, and everybody's talking about it. And I see it last night again. They're crooked. So here's what they do. It's like a form of extortion, I guess, right? When you think of it, they come to your office, they ask for $1 million. You don't give them the $1 million. They go out, they do negative ads. These are the people. You know, if these people about Trump, they call it like no Trump. What do they call that thing? They call it never Trump. Oh, you need Trump so badly, though. I was saying, if they would have worked so hard, so diligently against President Barack Hussein Obama, okay, they would have beaten him. They would have had great budgets. They would have had everything they wanted. But with him, they fold. I always say, Obama is the worst negotiator I've ever seen. You look at except with the Republicans. He gets everything he wants. I mean, you look at the omnibus budget from 3 months ago, he got everything he wanted. Fund Obamacare, bring people into the country that shouldn't be here. He got everything he wanted. So he is the worst negotiator worldwide. We have Sergeant Bergdahl, right? We get Bergdahl, a traitor. No, think of it. This is the same. This is a negotiation. We get Bergdahl, and they get, what do they get? 5 of their most coveted killers that have been in jail for 8 years in Gitmo, which we're not closing down, by the way, okay? We're going to run it a lot better. So we get Bergdahl, a traitor, who 5 or 6, probably 6, people were killed going out to try and get him back. He left. He's a traitor. So we get Bergdahl, and that's what we get. And they get 5 people that are right now back on the battlefield or soon to be back on the battlefield trying to kill everybody in sight, including us, okay? We've got to stop it. We've got to stop it. So with Japan, I said, we got to walk. And the next day headlines, Trump doesn't want to defend Japan. Trump wants Japan to get their nukes. Oh, okay, so here's the story, folks. You have Japan. Japan is very concerned with North Korea. You know, number one, I like the way it is now, but I want them to pay a lot more money, and they probably will. But if they don't, it's not so bad if they are at heads. Maybe we're not supposed to get into that fight. That's a bad fight. Maybe we're not supposed to, okay? Okay? Same thing with South Korea. I mean, every time he raises his head and he starts talking, every single time he raises his head, our ships start floating over, our planes start going over, we do all sorts of exercise. What do we get out of this? We have 28,000 soldiers on the line. So we have to be taken care of. Now, I'm talking as a person financially, okay? I'm also talking militarily, but I'm talking financially. We don't have a country that could do this anymore. Saudi Arabia, until the oil went down, and now they're still making a fortune, but Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day. We protect Saudi Arabia. If we weren't there, Saudi Arabia wouldn't be there. If Saudi Arabia didn't have us for years protecting them, they would have been gone long ago. As Saudi Arabia, somebody else would have it. Probably, maybe Iraq, because he would have come back. And by the way, speaking of that, you know, I was against going into Iraq. Everyone says, oh, Trump is going to be very tough. I was against going into Iraq from the very beginning. From the very beginning. And I'm going to build our military bigger, stronger than ever before, but you know what? Hopefully, we'd never have to use it. Nobody's going to tell us what to do, though. We have to shape it up because our military is totally depleted. But if our politicians would have gone to the beach for the last number of years, many years, we would be much stronger in a sense. We'd be much stronger because the Middle East is a disaster. You see the Great Migration. It's a catastrophe. You see what's going on in Germany. It's a total mess, what she has done. Can you imagine? She was Person of the Year. I was supposed to be Person of the Year on Time Magazine. She beat me out and she destroyed Germany. Can you believe this? That's not good. I wonder if Time Magazine had that one to do over again, what they'd say. I think it would be in much better shape. Well, they've treated me nice. I've been on the cover a lot. And the reason we're on the cover a lot is because we have a movement the likes of which people have never seen. So here's the story. Here's the story. You know, one of the great writers called me up, and he said, what you've done is incredible. I said, no, I have to win. He said, no, it makes no difference. If you win, if you lose, it doesn't matter. What you've done is down in the history books. You will be covered for all time. It's incredible. I said, no, sir, I have to win, because if I don't win, to me, I will consider it a tremendous waste of time and a waste of money, but a tremendous waste of time. So here's the story. Here's the story. We're going to take care of our Second Amendment. It's being chipped and we're going to get rid of Common Core. We're going to bring education back local. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, which is a total catastrophe. You're going to have great health insurance. We're going to save your Social Security and we're going to save your Medicare. We are going to save it because we're going to make our country rich again. We're going to bring back our jobs. We're not going to let our jobs go. And we're going to be able to afford. You've been paying in it for a long time. And a lot of these guys wanted to be knocked to hell. It's not going to happen. Okay, remember that. It's not going to happen. We're going to start winning again, folks. We don't win anymore. We don't win anymore. We don't win with our military. We can't beat ISIS. We're going to win. We're going to knock the hell out of ISIS. We don't win with our vets. Our vets are being treated worse than illegal immigrants. Our vets are being treated so unfairly. There are great people. And other people, you know, the vets have endorsed me virtually unanimously. And a lot of the vets will come up to me and say, you know, Mr. Trump, we followed closely what's going on. You're the only person that ever mentions the vets, right? And Hillary Clinton recently said about the vets that they're being taken care of just fine. They're not being taken care of fine. They're not being taken. She said they're being taken care of just fine. I know the vets. Nobody spent more time with the vets that are running. And we're going to take care of our vets, okay? We are going to tear up and make great and very lucrative, and everybody's going to be happy, including the other side, trade deals. I have the greatest people in the world for dealing. We use political hacks. They don't know what they're doing. They're dealing against the smartest people in China, the smartest people in Japan, the smartest people from all over the world, and our negotiators are political hacks, and we're not using them anymore. We're using the greatest business people in the world, and we have them in this country, and they're endorsing me, and I know the best ones from the not-so-great ones, and we're going to have great, great trade deals. We're going to have a strong border. We're going to have a real border, okay? We're going to have a wall. Mexico's paying for it. We're going to have a wall, and we're going to stop bad things from happening in this country. Because if you look at what's going on, and you look at the tremendous crime, and you look at the drugs that are pouring across the border, the drugs are pouring like water. They're pouring across. You know, when I won, New Hampshire is a special place to me because they were the first victory I had. And I won New Hampshire. I wasn't expected to win it. Jeb was expected to win it, and I won in a landslide. And I'd go around, I'd see the people of New Hampshire, and they'd tell me, Mr. Trump, our biggest problem is heroin. And I say, heroin? It doesn't make sense. You know, you look at the beautiful trees and the woods and the roadways and the lakes. I say, heroin. It just doesn't work. It's incongruous, right? It doesn't work. But it was heroin. And I said, if I get in, we're going to stop that problem. And I said, where does it come from? They said, it comes from the southern border. They come right in. Now, New Hampshire would rate it their #1 problem. They have a tremendous problem. But many other communities, including you, but many other communities have this problem. We're going to stop it cold, folks. We're going to stop it cold. And the bottom line is this. Look, we have a big, big day. You're going to look back on this evening, and you're going to say, that was one of the great evenings of your life, because we love the country. We love the country. This was one of, I love you too, thank you. I really do. I love the people. I love the people. You know, they say that Donald Trump, my base is so, they say Donald Trump can do almost anything. In fact, one person today said anything. And they interviewed a woman, I saw her last night on television, sitting in a hotel room, which was not the most beautiful room I've ever been in, but was very clean. And I only want clean. I don't care about the room. I want clean. But they were sitting there, and they said to a woman, a wonderful woman, probably 55 years old, and her friends were there. And they said, what would it take to get you to vote for somebody other than Donald Trump? She said, don't play that game. There is nothing he can do that would get me to vote against him. And I wanted to go up and I wanted to hug that television set. I wish I could find out who she is, but we have so many people like that. We're all like that. I mean, a big chunk of the country is like that because we're tired of stupidity. We're tired of seeing what's happening to our great country. So here's the deal. You're going to go home and you're going to remember this, but much more importantly, tomorrow you'll get everybody you can. And I promise you, you're going to be so proud of your country. You're going to go out and vote. You're going to be so proud of your president, but forget that. You're going to be so proud of this country again. And you're going to remember the evening because we're going to start winning again. We're going to win on trade. We're going to win with our military. We're going to knock out the ISIS. We're going to win. We are going to win with the military. I tell you, we're going to knock out ISIS. We're going to knock them out. We're going to win for our vets because our vets have been treated too badly. It's not going to happen anymore. We're going to win at the border. We're going to win with education. We're going to win with our Second Amendment. So many people talk to me about the Second Amendment. We're going to win at every single element of what we're doing. And every single thing, we're going to win, win, win. And you're going to say, that was the single greatest vote that I have ever cast. And you're going to look back, and you're going to be proud of yourselves, and you're going to be proud of your country again. So thank you very much, everybody. This is a great, great honor. Thank you. Get out and vote. I love you all. Thank you.
All right, I do just want to give you an update on that SWAT situation we were watching earlier this evening. This is from Glendale Police. We are currently working a barricade situation in the area of 60th and Orangewood with a possible suicidal suspect. Can I start over? We'll do it live. Glendale Police. We are currently working a barricade situation in the area of 60th and Orangewood with a possible suicidal suspect. It is a domestic violence situation. Wife and kids are safely out. Husband was threatening to commit suicide. Unknown if he is still in the home, and he is known to have weapons. We have not made contact with him. We are taking all precautions. SWAT is on the scene to attempt contact, and then I received shortly after that the suspect was not in the home. Again, the suspect was not in the home. So there is there was an update on that SWAT situation we were watching unfold earlier. And now I'm going to take you to Superior, Wisconsin, where Trump was talking earlier, and might I say, the lighting in this venue is amazing.
Thank you. I feel so guilty. You know, we have 4,000 or 5,000 people trying to get in. I don't know how they're going to get in anyway. But we have speakers right in the back, thousands of people trying to get in. Something's going on, folks. Something good is going to happen tomorrow. Remember that. Remember I said it. We're tired of being the dummies. We're tired of being the ones that are just ripped off all over the world. Everybody rips off our taxpayers. They rip off our people. We're not going to take it anymore. The big change is coming, so we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens tomorrow. You know, it's sort of interesting. I've been watching and discussing a lot of different subjects and a lot of different waste, fraud, abuse. You see what's going on with our country. And one thing I noticed, I went home last night. I'm watching in a very nice hotel room. I don't ask for much. You know what I want? Clean. I want clean. And when I'm in Wisconsin, it's clean. Do we like that? That's all I want is clean. But I went home and I see commercials. Oh, millions of dollars worth of, it's like about Trump, millions of dollars worth of commercials. And I say, if these people could save their money, give it to charity. The commercials are so false, for the most part. Little truths every once in a while. But so false. And it happened to me in Florida. You know, in Florida, we won in a landslide. They spent $38 million on commercials. They had thousands of commercials. I turned on the television. I couldn't stand it. I said, turn it off, during one of the major golf tournaments. It's my golf tournament. During the commercial, before they gave out the trophy to Adam Scott at Doral, they come up with a commercial, 4 in a row, anti-Trump. And you know, I said something. I just wrote it down. It's called Never Trump. Did you hear this? Never Trump. You know what these are? These are establishment people that don't want to see it happen because they're all under troth. They're all making a lot of money. I don't even think in many cases they care who wins. They want to keep it going. And, you know, I just said, never Trump. If they worked this hard to stop Obama, Obama wouldn't have had a chance. You know that? Obama wouldn't have had a chance. So I was writing over it. It's like my favorite topic because I'm self-funding my campaign. I'm putting up my own money, right? And nobody does this. I guess the last might have been Ross Perot. I don't know. I don't know of anybody that does it. I have turned down tens of millions of dollars from special interests and from people, and frankly, from friends of mine. They want to give me millions. One guy in Palm Beach recently said, Donald, we'd like to give you $10 million. Now, for me to turn it down is, you know, it's like against my grain. Because my whole life I've been taking money. I take. That's what a businessman does, right? Or a businesswoman. We take. And, you know, they come up, I'd like to. And one guy in particular is a very rich guy, member of the Mar-a-Lago Club. And I see him like a few months ago. Donald, I'd like to make a major contribution to you or your PAC. I said, I don't have a PAC. You know, all these guys have these phony PACs. In fact, I saw where Cruz the other day had an event run by his PAC. That's not allowed. You're not allowed to do that. They said it was paid for and run by his PAC. You're not allowed to do that, that's a whole other story. But this guy comes up, he said, I'd like to give you whatever money you want for your campaign. I said, I can't take it. He looked at me, he said, you're kidding, right? You know, he's a business guy. He said, you're kidding. I said, no, I can't take it. I have turned down so much money. If I would have accepted it, I think Bush, Jeb, had the biggest of all the PACs. He had like $148 million or something they raised. And I think it even got a lot bigger than that. I could have had that times 4 or 5 if I would have taken the money. And coming over, I said, I don't think it's appreciated. I really mean, and I'm not knocking you. But when people look at me and then they look at this guy Cruz, who's totally controlled by the people that give him the money, 100% totally controlled. But when they give him that money, or when they give, how about Kasich? Kasich is 1 for 32, okay? You know what he is? He's a guy just doesn't stop, which I respect in one way, because I always say never quit, never give up. But, if you go by that theory, and by the way, the people from back there are pouring in as we speak. You don't mind, unless you want to wait for about 2 hours. You want to wait? No, I didn't think so. But how about Kasich? He's won, how many states are there that we've gone through? Like 30 or 32, whatever it is. He won one, and I would have won that one if I had 2 more days. I stayed in Florida to campaign because I thought it was closer. We won Florida, by the way, in a landslide, won by almost 20 points. And I should have left Florida a little bit early, but I didn't want to take a chance on losing Florida. So if I went to Ohio 1 extra day, maybe 2 days, I would have won. We came in very close against him and the machine that's in Ohio, which is fine. I understand it. But here's a guy, he's 1 and 32, and the 1 is his home state. I mean, give me a break. And he almost lost it. So he's 1 for 32, and he just says, I'm going to keep running. I'm going to keep running. I don't care. And he's taking my votes because he's not taking from Cruz. He's taking from me. And I say to myself, it's unfair because Marco could have stayed. Marco was doing much better than he was. Marco could have stayed. They all could have stayed. Jeb Bush could have stayed, right? He would have liked to have stayed. Low energy, he would have stayed. Just stay. But they all could have stayed if you go by that theory. So I think it's unfair. And I will tell you one thing about Kasich. He voted in favor of NAFTA. He's in favor, which is a disaster. That sucked the businesses from Wisconsin and every place else. You have to see New England. Just took them away. He voted in favor, and what he wants now is TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership, a total disaster for our country, led by the special interests, led by the lobbies, led by countries that want to rip us off and take our jobs, led by people. This is going to make NAFTA look like a baby, folks, and you shouldn't allow it. Ted Cruz wants it. Ted Cruz wants it badly because his people that give him money are telling him we want it. And it's a bad thing for our country. Believe me, folks, a really bad thing. I love Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. It's funny. We had a situation where Cruz was going to win the South, remember? Until I came along. But he was going to win the South. And he was they were thinking New Hampshire, but somebody else was supposed to win New Hampshire. It looked like Jeb was going to win New Hampshire. And I came up, we won New Hampshire in a landslide, right? Landslide. And by the way, I spent a tiny fraction of the money. Isn't that nice? When you can spend less and come out number 1. Isn't that good, right? Don't you want that as your president as opposed to let's spend? So anyway, so I won New Hampshire. We went to South Carolina. And by the way, won Massachusetts, almost 50% in Massachusetts. Now, Tom Brady likes me a lot, so that helps, right? And he did say you have a great quarterback, okay? So that's good. Do you have a great quarterback? I think so. And you're going to have a good year, too. You're going to have a good year. But I will say, so we won Massachusetts, but we went down to South Carolina, and that was Ted Cruz's territory. Lying Ted Cruz. The Bible held high. Bible held. You ever see a guy lie like this guy? What he did to, how about Dr. Ben Carson, one of the great guys, right? So he endorsed me. But how about what he did in Iowa to Ben Carson? He said, Ben Carson, has left the race. That was during the election, not before or after. And thousands of people voted for him as opposed to Ben, and he lied. I just lied. He just said they left the race. And then he just lied. Lying Ted. Lying Ted. Lying Ted. I will say with Cruz, and I don't want his endorsement, by the way. I really don't. You know these politicians? They say never really do this because you want the what? Look at this poor Lindsey Graham, this poor guy. He said the other day, "I know more about the war. I've been fighting it for many years." That's the problem. Guys like this, they fight it for many years. They don't know how to win. In South Carolina, I was at 42. He was at 2, and he's the sitting senator of South Carolina. So he hates Ted Cruz, right? So he goes out, and he endorses Ted Cruz because he can't stand me. Look, I hit him hard. Hey, look, we have to hit hard. We got to win. My wife is always saying, and Ivanka, you heard of Ivanka, right? Right? Just had a baby. She's great. But they said, darling, be more presidential. Daddy, be more presidential during the debate. I said I will, but I got to knock off the final 2 first, if you don't mind. Right? You know what they mean. I could be presidential. But if I was presidential, we'd only have about 20% of you would be here because it would be boring as hell, I will say. Now, let me be unpresidential just for a little while longer, and maybe I'll be a little bit unpresidential as I beat Hillary because, we'll beat Hillary so badly. Don't forget, I haven't started on Hillary yet. I haven't focused on Hillary. So we started off with 17 people. I've now got 2 left. I call them the leftovers, right? I now have 2 left. And we're way up on both of them. I mean, the one guy I told you, it's ridiculous. And at least Cruz has got some. I saw him the other day, and it was from the debate. He goes, I'm the only one. You know, he can't talk normal. He's got to always pretend he's debating. Does that bother people? Do you ever have a conversation? Donald, I say, well, what's going on? But he goes, I'm the only one that has a proven record of beating Donald Trump. I'm the only one. I've beaten Donald Trump. That's true. He said, I beat him 6 times. Then I looked at him, I said, yeah, but I beat you 22 times. Right? And it's true. And it's a famous picture where he just stands there like he doesn't even say anything because he's lying Ted. Most guys wouldn't really, he could say, he said it again today. He said he's the only one with a proven record of beating. And I'm killing the guy. So it's really disgraceful. I tell you what, politicians are a disgrace in many cases. I've met some that are very good. But the lying, the deception, the viciousness. But I've met people that are much tougher than Ted Cruz.